Chapter 1, Chapter 1, Reincarnated as a pony, I'll show my true skills in another world. A human soul crossed over into the world of ponies, born in Canterlot, the central city of Equestria, as a newborn unicorn. When she opened her eyes and saw two kind, equine faces hovering above her, she was startled. As the two unicorns scrambled to pick her up from the crib to soothe her, she realized that her hands had turned into hooves. Only then did she realize that she had become a pony, or rather, a little unicorn. This is just too awesome. However, she could only let out a childish whinny, which delighted the two unicorns fussing over her current parents. She accepted this cross-species change almost without hesitation, and could even say she accepted the fact that she had become a pony with immense joy. Because human ability has its limits. She had learned one thing from her short life: the more one plays with schemes, the more one realizes that human ability has its limits, unless one transcends humanity. So, she was done being human. When she was a human, she had to work like a beast of burden every day just to get by. But now that she had become a literal beast of burden, she actually had the chance to do the things she loved. It really makes a pony feel deeply emotional. Since this is the world of ponies, she would be able to learn real magic. You have to know, this is a world of magic. If it were the old her, she would definitely think this was childish. After all, the shiny and bright word magic is usually associated with children's media and is quite impractical. But what if magic were real? That would be a different story entirely. Also, ponies are cute, there's no doubt about that. Feeling the magical power contained within her new body, and thinking about the comfortable life she would lead from now on, no more early morning classes, just learning magic, making friends, and going home to sleep on time, she felt like she was going to cry with excitement. She couldn't wait for her body to grow up quickly so she could start enjoying magic sooner. Just kidding, a pony in Equestria, and a unicorn at that, how could one not yearn for magic? Just then, a miraculous scene occurred. Oh, Celestia above! You have to look! The stallion, who had just become a father, let out a sound of surprise. A glow of light suddenly appeared on the little unicorn baby's flank, and immediately after, a pattern emerged on her delicate skin. It looked like a meteor-shaped cutie mark with a mysterious halo. Suns, moons, stars. Cutie marks with celestial elements like these often symbolize that a little unicorn will have special talent in magic. Our child is a genius. Perhaps she will become a great unicorn in the future. At first, the parents were very worried because their child was extremely weak after birth. She didn't cry or fuss, didn't even breathe, and even her heartbeat was barely detectable. The family doctor said that the little unicorn's soul couldn't withstand her primal magic, and once asserted that this poor pony wouldn't survive the night. Now, seeing their child looking so energetic, and even having a cutie mark appear, it was simply a miracle of life. For parents, nothing is more important than their child being okay. Let's give this little genius a name, Darling. Oh, I've already thought of it, just for this day. Our child, Shimmering Light. Shimmering Light, in her swaddling clothes, couldn't move and couldn't discover the changes on her body. She could only watch the two big ponies cheering and jumping for joy, making sounds that seemed very happy. I can't hear clearly, what are they mumbling about? Right now, she was just a newborn baby, and because her body hadn't fully developed, various external stimuli were as difficult to distinguish as if they were covered in fog. However, she would adapt to these sooner or later, especially learning the script here. After all, language and writing were the important media for her to understand this world and magic. Can't wait, bring on the magic! Joy! She subconsciously controlled the magical power within her body, letting it release through the horn on her head to conjure a small spark. Bang! Narrowly avoiding the small spark that blew off more than half the roof, the two adult unicorns looked at each other, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. I think, Our child might be even more of a genius than we imagined. Chapter 2, The Grand Princess's Visit. A foal who possessed a cutie mark the moment she was born. This news spread throughout all of Canterlot in a short amount of time, attracting many ponies who came to hear the news. After all, if this were true, then Aurora would be the youngest pony in the history of Equestria to possess a cutie mark. Fortunately, her parents were quite protective of her and, using the excuse that Aurora was weak and needed to rest, they turned away the vast majority of the crowds who rushed over to watch the spectacle. However, a very small number of ponies who were on good terms with her parents or held noble status were granted permission to visit their home and, incidentally, see the legendary gifted foal for themselves. Aurora felt as if she were some kind of rare animal, having to see batches upon batches of different ponies almost every day. Her perception hadn't yet fully shifted from human to pony, so all these ponies looked the same to her. The only way to distinguish them was by the color of their manes and eyes. Oh my goodness, my little pony! Judging by the grooming of these ponies' manes and the exquisite clothing they wore, they were likely of high standing, and her parents were chatting happily with them. Very good. It seemed her parents were quite wealthy, so there was no need to worry about having to work part-time to afford magical school in the future. The start of her life was better than Harry Potter's. Apart from fame and family wealth, she had a pair of parents and fewer mean relatives than Harry did. Is it a bit hellish to say that? It's fine, I'm not a poet anyway. These past few days, aside from being gawked at by ponies, Aurora had also been trying hard to eavesdrop on what they were saying. She had learned a second word besides Mom, Dad, and her own name Canterlot. By the way, the first word was Celestia, because when these ponies exclaimed "Oh my God," they used the name of the Princess of the Sunday. Aurora remembered that this was the central city of Equestria, the hometown of the Princess of Friendship, Twilight Sparkle, and in short, one of the famous tourist attractions. A high-quality spawn point for a transmigrator, at any rate, in Aurora's opinion, it was certainly better than the Everfree Forest. However, a transmigrated pony who could use the Everfree Forest as a spawn point was usually an old soul reincarnated or a powerful figure starting over. She was just a foal waiting to be fed, living honestly and enjoying the luxury in Canterlot was the way to survive. She didn't know what the timeline was right now. Aurora was still just a baby at the nursing age and couldn't communicate with other ponies. Besides, even if she could communicate, this wasn't the kind of question a baby could ask, right? So for now, she should hurry up and learn the script and language so she could read the history books of Equestria herself later. I just hope it's a peaceful time right now. Aurora prayed silently in her heart. Although Canterlot was the central city of Equestria, at least it had Princess Celestia watching over it. But during the time the M6 were active, Canterlot fell several times. Aurora had thought about this problem. She was not the protagonist of the story, as for all those various disasters, it was best to avoid them if possible, and if she couldn't, she would just have to be a background pony waiting to be saved. The two best time periods were before the M6, the era when Princess Celestia ruled Equestria independently. During this time, as long as she stayed in Canterlot, she wouldn't encounter any danger, and she could at least spend a period of stable development. Once she became strong, she could even tag along as some non-dangerous plot background. The other time period was the grand finale, when the Princess of Friendship ascended the throne and took over Equestria. All the villains were either redeemed or turned to stone, and all of Equestria was safer than ever before. Even because of the magic of friendship, regions outside of Equestria had races that were friendly with ponies, a true, grand unity of world citizens. If there was one thing Aurora worried about most, it was that episode where Starlight traveled through time back to the past. She didn't understand the principle behind her arrival in Equestria, and she feared that Starlight's actions would destroy this timeline, causing her to never have existed. Gwa! I don't want that to happen. She had finally managed to live a life free from worry about food and clothing, where she could pursue her dreams with all her might, she didn't want to lose her current life. Every time she thought of this, she was so worried she couldn't even drink her milk. But she was still too small and had no power. Right now, besides reading literacy books and studying hard, she couldn't do anything. Oh, she could also play by tossing her milk bottle. This was Aurora's pastime when she wasn't reading, tossing the milk bottle out and catching it with magic before it shattered, over and over again. It counted as a simple game to practice magic control and magical precision. After shattering who knows how many milk bottles, she could now consistently catch it 2 seconds before it hit the ground. The premise was that she didn't have a physiological reaction at a critical moment. A baby who hadn't fully developed in all aspects had almost zero ability to handle some normal physiological reactions, and the ensuing shame would make her magic erratic. So, Aurora's magic loss of control was limited by her physiological state. It wasn't intentional to spray white liquid onto the faces of those noble ponies who insisted she perform magical stunts. Of course, she meant the milk in the bottle, not anything weird. Speaking of reading, at this stage, Aurora could only read some literacy books. This was a gift from her parents, who had accidentally discovered Aurora using magic to touch a book and struggling to try to understand the content inside. This young couple was convinced their child was a gifted unicorn, so they didn't feel it was strange at all that a foal who hadn't even been born for a month showed a hobby of reading. This literacy book combined pictures and text and even had phonetic symbols, which made it convenient for Aurora to learn characters outside of her current knowledge. And she didn't know if it was an advantage brought by this body, but Aurora's comprehension ability was very strong. Learning these new things was not difficult for her. She absorbed knowledge easily and quickly like a dry sponge, and now she could even understand some of the conversations of other ponies. If her vocal cords hadn't been underdeveloped, she would have wanted to try saying something too. However, calling out Mom and Dad was still easy, which made that couple so happy they shed tears and gave Aurora many more gifts. Finally, because the room couldn't hold any more, they stopped this celebration. No more worrying, no more worrying. Let's just read, only knowledge can change destiny. Using magic to help herself turn over, Aurora flipped open a new literacy book. Relying on instinct, she had tested out some uses for the magical energy within her body, which could help her move some objects. Having tasted the sweetness of magic, she was even more looking forward to how happy systematic study of magic would be in the future. Learning magic is awesome. Your Highness, please, this way. We really can't believe you would come in person, this is such an honor. What sound is that? Who did Mom and Dad bring over again? Aurora originally didn't want to pay attention, she had gotten somewhat used to people coming to see her lately. Thinking this time was the same as usual and nothing to make a fuss about, she continued reading her book. Oh, she's reading again. Look how cute she is when she's focused. This child is very well behaved, we've almost never seen her cry or make a fuss. Maybe she really is a genius. Aurora felt this visit was different, it was a bit too quiet. If it were those high society ponies who usually came, they would likely be praising her one sentence after another. Although not chaotic, it would be lively, but now only her parents were speaking. Thinking it over, she couldn't focus on the book anymore, and Aurora felt she should take a look at who had come. However, she was currently lying on her stomach, and the crib rails were quite high, so it was really laborious to lift her head to look. She had to use magic to flip herself back over. Aurora's light blue magic gently lifted her, and she saw the guest for this visit as she had wished. Chapter 3, A Visit from the Sun Princess. Although Aurora still couldn't distinguish the differences between these pony faces, the white alicorn before her, with her flowing rainbow-colored mane, had features that were just too obvious. Her identity appeared in Aurora's mind almost the instant she saw her. Holy crap! The Grand Princess! The impolite vocabulary turned into incoherent babbling in Aurora's mouth, but the appearance of Princess Celestia was indeed unexpected, causing her magic, which was not very proficient to begin with, to spiral out of control, sending her flying out. Fortunately, a golden magic lifted her just in time and gently carried her back. "Oh! You really gave us all a fright, little one." It was also the first time Celestia had seen a unicorn foal who could control her own magic at such a young age. Her raw magic was very powerful. For a newborn baby, it was a miracle she hadn't blown the house to the sky. In fact, that wasn't the case. Although the house hadn't been blown to the sky, the roof and ceiling had been newly renovated. Celestia had heard the rumors about Aurora. She had only come over when she had free time to see this so-called youngest pony to possess a cutie mark. On the way here, she had worried about whether the little one had contracted some kind of disease, such as cutie pox. But after actually seeing her, she could finally set her mind at ease. The little one was very healthy and was also a rare magical prodigy. Once the little one grew up a bit more and received systematic training, her achievements would be immeasurable. It was just that Celestia did not reveal these inner thoughts. She was the monarch of this country, and her casual remarks carried great weight for her subjects. Promoting Aurora's talent too early would be detrimental to her growth. And if this little one was truly interested in magic, then they would definitely have a chance to meet formally in the future. After a brief surprise, Aurora carefully examined the white pony that had lifted her, with only one thought in her mind. She is so beautiful. Ponies were originally creatures that fit human aesthetics, and the pure white alicorn in front of her was the pinnacle of this creature's appearance and temperament, carrying a bit of dreamy and elegant style, dancing right on the tip of Aurora's heart. She wondered what that mane of hers, which moved without wind, felt like. Aurora couldn't help but tentatively extend her hoof, and feeling that the princess didn't show any obvious rejection, she wanted to grab a strand of the princess's mane that was floating by. Anyway, she was just a little kid now, such an offense wouldn't be a big deal, right? Her parents on the side watched this scene with cold sweat dripping. That was the princess. But Celestia didn't mind, just watching gently as Aurora played with her mane. This mane, which looked like it had been treated with too much conditioner, felt like silk mixed with Dove chocolate, smooth and silky, and it smelled good too. Moreover, it contained amazing magic, and no matter how she gripped it, she couldn't quite hold onto it. She was truly the strongest alicorn of the present day. Her magical power was terrifyingly immense. Aurora only played with it for a little while before letting go. For a brat of this age, Aurora was considered very polite. After satisfying her curiosity, Aurora looked at Celestia with a somewhat naive and cute expression, unable to help but smile. Hee, she is so beautiful. This was one of her favorite ponies when she was watching the show. Shiny hair, a pure white body, a horn and wings, it satisfied all of Aurora's fantasies about ponies. A combination of power and beauty, and she was also a mature and intellectual big sister. One can only say that not falling in love with Celestia upon seeing her is impossible. However, since the ruler of Equestria was still Celestia, the grand finale mode start she had imagined was impossible. But the beautiful grand princess was right in front of her, and she couldn't feel down. In any case, she would allow herself to be intoxicated by the grand princess's beauty for a while. Haha! It seems little Aurora is also happy about the princess's arrival. Taking advantage of the gap, her mother caught Aurora, who was being supported by magic, and smoothed things over. I wonder if my daughter's talent is worthy of the princess's notice, or, would you be willing to offer some small suggestions for her future? Her father asked with a fawning tone. Suggestions? Ha ha ha, no need to rush, Mr. Shimmer. She is still just a baby. No pony can decide what she should do in the future, that must be up to her. Let's give her more patience and time, shall we? Aster Shimmer, that was her cheap dad's name, Aurora could recognize it. And her cheap mom's name, Meteora. Clearly, Aurora's name was taken from her mother. Ah, yes. The princess is absolutely right. As long as the child can grow up healthy, that's more important than anything else. We'll talk about the future later. Meteora pushed her husband to the back, using her eyes to threaten him not to say anything more. I have other matters to attend to later, so I will take my leave. See you next time, little one. Your Highness, let us see you off. Aurora, being held by her mother, waved her little hoof at Celestia, saying goodbye to the beautiful Grand Princess with some reluctance. If nothing unexpected happened, she would definitely have to go to the school for gifted unicorns in the future. After all, it was the best magic school in all of Equestria, and it was also very close to the Grand Princess. Aurora didn't ask to become the Grand Princess's student, she would be satisfied as long as she could learn magic every day and occasionally admire the Grand Princess's beauty. Truth be told, being the Grand Princess's student really wasn't easy. 1. Sunset Shimmer, studied magic until she turned dark and ran away. The other, Twilight Sparkle, although she achieved great things, eventually took over Equestria. The two princesses happily retired, while she lived a 007 life. It seems that although the Grand Princess is beautiful, she can only be admired from afar. If she happened to be in a good mood and wanted to groom her like Twilight Sparkle, that would be the end of it. Aurora just wanted to learn magic for fun, not go to work. Moreover, if she wanted to avoid the plot in the future, she would definitely run away, so she felt it was best to keep a safe distance from Celestia. It was already confirmed to be the era under the Grand Princess's rule, but she didn't know if the plot had started yet. If it hadn't started yet, maybe she could even be classmates with Twilight Sparkle. Or even earlier, she might even be able to see the senior sister in pony form. Chapter 4, Canterlot Summer Sun Celebration. In the blink of an eye, time flew by. Foals grow up quickly, but Aurora learned knowledge even faster than she grew. Now, she was able to use her hooves to climb into the study to read. She used every available moment to study everything she was interested in. She finished the thick chronicles of Equestria and also learned the basic theoretical knowledge of magic. Aurora's parents couldn't believe that a child would be willing to read through so many dry texts, and even remember most of them. They defined this incredible behavior as the pattern of a genius. As for Aurora, she didn't care about the outside world's opinion of her. She simply considered herself a fan who had gotten her wish and was just enjoying her own fun. During the time Aurora was growing up, she learned a piece of news that finally allowed her to determine the timeline she was currently in. That was the news of the birth of Twilight Sparkle, the daughter of Mr. Nightlight and Miss Twilight Twinkle. Along with the fact that her mother and Twilight Twinkle were friends in the same club, Aurora learned both of these things at the same time. Twilight Sparkle. She had originally learned about My Little Pony mainly through the dubbed animation, and had always used the name TS to refer to the protagonist of the story. Although it was just a different translation of the same name, based on Aurora's current understanding, it was more appropriate to call her Twilight Sparkle. After learning this news, Aurora just breathed a sigh of relief and didn't pay any more attention to the situation of this future princess of friendship. The current Twilight Sparkle was just a rowdy, troublesome kid, and it would be a few years before she grew into the bookworm in her memories. However, knowing that Twilight Sparkle was even younger than her gave Aurora more time to develop. Recently, she had been researching more complex magic, wanting to learn a few more powerful spells to cope with the entrance exam for the school for gifted unicorns. In her memory, both Sunset Shimmer and Twilight Sparkle's exam results had blown the roof off the school building, so following this standard, she also planned to make a big splash during the exam. At the very least, such a score would definitely guarantee a pass. It was strange to say, but Aurora had been exploring her own magic for some years now, yet she had never truly discovered where her limits were. Now that she already knew her raw magical power far exceeded that of her peers, she didn't dare to truly exert her magic at full strength. I'm afraid that before she had enough knowledge to master them, she probably wouldn't have the chance to use her full strength. Because losing control was unacceptable to Aurora, she still felt that staying grounded was safer. The magic in My Little Pony was more like a form of idealistic power, as long as your imagination was rich enough and your magical power supported the spell casting, theoretically, you could achieve anything through magic. But in practice, magic still needed to be paired with certain theoretical formulas. In layman's terms, idealism determined the upper limit of magic, while formulas determined its lower limit. You could use idealistic power to burst and defeat discord, or have a sudden inspiration to swap the cutie marks of two alicorns, but without theoretical logic to support it, it would be difficult to replicate this effect again. However, there were too many things in this world that contradicted Aurora's understanding, and it was hard for her to understand the logic behind them using her own concepts. Therefore, despite having endless magical power, her path to learning magic was not all smooth sailing. Sometimes Aurora really envied the "I think it works" power of those hot-blooded protagonists. If she had that kind of wisdom, bursting might become a standard skill. But she was just thinking about it casually. She was very satisfied with her current pace, and as a pony, she had plenty of time to study magic, so she was not in a hurry. Today was this year's summer sun celebration, commemorating the day 1,000 years ago when Celestia defeated Nightmare Moon and sealed her on the moon, while all of Equestria would welcome the longest day of the year. This year's summer sun celebration was being held in Canterlot, and Princess Celestia would raise the sun in the presence of the ponies. In order to observe the process of Celestia raising the sun up close, Aurora had arrived early and secured a good spot in the front row in advance. She really wanted to know how the sun was raised. In the pony world, many natural phenomena that existed in the human world required magic to complete, and even the sun and moon required living beings to manually switch them, which couldn't help but make one feel that this world was a bit too ridiculous. However, My Little Pony was, after all, a children's show, so it was understandable that magic was omnipotent to this extent. Precisely because of this, theoretically speaking, as long as one had enough magical power and understood the logic of magical operation, then Aurora could also achieve control over the rising and setting of the sun and moon. Of course, she had no interest in public positions like controlling celestial bodies and weather. She mostly wanted to understand the principles behind it, and perhaps after learning it, it could extend to other unexpected uses. "Sorry, excuse me." The crowd of ponies behind her stirred, and a purple little unicorn squeezed into the spot next to Aurora. Because they were both still just foals, by squeezing together a little, there was plenty of room for one spot. Aurora moved aside to help the foal stand steady. "Oh, thank you." Feeling Aurora's kindness, the purple foal smiled at her to express her gratitude. "Hey? This color scheme, could it be Twilight Sparkle?" Come to think of it, it seemed that Twilight Sparkle's childhood interest in magic was sparked after she saw Celestia raise the sun, which filled her with admiration. Aurora took a nonchalant glance at the purple foal's flank. It was still bare, without a cutie mark. That made sense. If it was Twilight Sparkle, she would only obtain her cutie mark on the day she became the princess's student. Chapter 5 Watching the sun rise with the princess. Before Aurora could ask the foal's name, the music started, and Princess Celestia spread her wings and walked gracefully over, ascending the high platform under the gaze of the crowd. "She is so beautiful." As soon as Celestia stepped onto the stage, Aurora forgot about the Twilight Sparkle beside her. Since seeing Celestia in her childhood, she hadn't had any close contact with the Grand Princess again. After all, the Grand Princess ruled Equestria all by herself, and she also had to do the work of the Princess of the Moon, so she was very busy and tired every day. Aurora was still young, and she hadn't reached the age to attend some important festivals. It was only because this year's summer sun celebration was held in Canterlot that Aurora had the chance to see her. It was evident that being a ruler was not a good thing. Especially since this festival was to celebrate her exiling her own sister to the moon. Aurora felt that Celestia herself must not be feeling good, but as a ruler, she had to suppress her personal emotions and celebrate with the people. What a strong heart! If it were herself, she would have broken down long ago. Fortunately, such things would end in a few years. By then, the pony beside her would turn Nightmare Moon back into the Princess of the Moon, allowing the sisters to reunite. By the way, is the little filly beside me actually Twilight Sparkle? However, there was no time to verify this question. This was a critical moment. Whether out of a pursuit of academics or a lust for the Grand Princess's beauty, Aurora didn't want to take her eyes off Celestia. The noble princess signaled to the crowd, then flapped her wings and slowly rose into the air. Golden magic surged around her, and as she leaped, the sun rose into the sky, its radiance setting off Celestia's figure to look majestic and ethereal. Didn't understand a thing. This kind of complex magic really couldn't be figured out just by watching. But to be fair, she is really beautiful. After all, she was a supermodel of beauty. Even if Aurora didn't learn anything on this trip, she felt it was worth the price of admission. Well, the Summer Sun celebration actually didn't charge admission. Aurora saying that was just to express her feelings about seeing the Grand Princess. Back to the topic, to understand the principles of this kind of magic with a divine nature, one really had to ask the person who cast it. So the question was, how should she ask humbly, so that Celestia wouldn't think she had intentions of usurping the throne? So better to give up. She felt that if the Grand Princess were really willing to teach her, she would conversely start to panic. Celestia retracted her magic and landed back on the stage, waving to the crowd. Her gaze also scanned the crowd of ponies below, finally resting on Aurora. That little one really came. It had been a long time, this child had grown up a lot, but the way she looked at her was still as pure as when they first met. Even without relying on a cutie mark, Celestia could recognize her just by her eyes. From Aurora's gaze, she couldn't feel any fear of a superior, only admiration and adoration. This made Celestia feel that they would certainly get along very well. She had heard that Aurora was already preparing for the entrance exam for the School for Gifted Unicorns. Perhaps she should consider taking on a new student? She could keep Sunset Shimmer company, that way, maybe Sunset Shimmer could also learn new things from it. Did the Grand Princess just look at me? Aurora thought, then glanced at the purple foal beside her who had not yet recovered. Or was she looking at this Twilight Sparkle, doubtful, beside me? Watching Princess Celestia leave, the Summer Sun celebration came to an end. The cantorlet crowd, having seen the excitement, began to disperse in an orderly manner. Aurora reached out her hoof and shook the still dazed purple foal, reminding her to hurry back home to her mother. Wow! Did you see that? That was so beautiful. Magic is just amazing. If only I could be as handy with magic as she is when I use it. Seeing the purple foal's reaction after coming back to her senses, Aurora nodded, looking at her with an expression of a child worth teaching, acknowledging her aesthetics and taste. As long as you like magic and the Grand Princess, then we are on the same side. By the way, my name is Twilight Sparkle. Thank you for letting me have some space earlier, otherwise I might have missed such a beautiful scene. Aurora. Hello, Aurora. Wait, this name sounds a bit familiar. How could it not be familiar? She was once a well-known figure, but now the hype had passed, and since their mothers were close, it was normal to have heard of her. However, Aurora didn't intend to bring up her past. To her, there was really nothing worth mentioning about it. Now that her guess had been verified, Aurora and Twilight Sparkle bumped hooves in a friendly manner. This was both a greeting and a farewell. After all, the excitement was over, and a person of taste should go home to practice magic now. Chapter 6, Becoming the Second Disciple and Being Disliked by the Senior Disciple. The entrance exam questions for the School for Gifted Unicorns were very simple for Aurora. Do not underestimate the test-taking ability of a Chinese ethnic pony. For the entrance exam, Aurora had specifically gone through the previous year's exam questions. She had also trained specifically for the magic that might be tested. She had originally expected a written portion, but she didn't expect to pass just by taking a practical exam. The exam question prepared for Aurora was, make a seed sprout and grow to maturity. It was said that this was also the question for the Academy's last midterm exam. It's quite easy, at least it's not hatching a dragon egg. Aurora muttered to herself. She had researched the magic for hatching dragon eggs herself, but had never had the opportunity to put it into practice. After all, dragon eggs were not easy to come by. Aurora didn't want to steal Twilight Sparkle's little brother, and she wasn't very interested in Western dragons either. Aurora buried the seed in a pot and glanced at the three proctors sitting under the podium. They were watching every move Aurora made seriously, occasionally writing down their comments on the scorecard. This test mainly evaluated the students' control over magic and their total raw magical power. According to the standards for a little unicorn of this age, being able to make a seed grow into a sapling within a few minutes was considered a pass, while being able to produce a mature tree could be rated as an excellent grade. Of course, this standard was for the average unicorn. Aurora had tested her growth magic before, letting the plant poke through the ceiling was the limit of the seed, not her own. Before casting the spell, Aurora looked at the ceiling, which seemed precarious at this moment. Since she already knew the passing standard, she should be able to stop when she met the requirements. There was no need to make a scene by poking a hole in the ceiling, that would be too exaggerated and didn't suit her introverted nature. Also, Aurora didn't know if she would have to pay for damaging the school building. Paying for it was a small matter, she had considerable family wealth, and donating a teaching building wouldn't be a problem. The main concern was leaving a bad impression on the teachers. Having her credits deducted on the first step of enrollment would be very uncomfortable. Furthermore, if the ceiling fell, it might hit other ponies, which would be very immoral. She's hesitating. When I took the exam, it wasn't as difficult for me as it is for her. To the pony's surprise, while Aurora was concentrating on the exam, two horses, one large and one small, were watching everything that was happening from outside the classroom window. The speaker was an amber-colored little unicorn, her red and yellow mane looking as flamboyant and enthusiastic as fire. She looked at Aurora, who had yet to cast a spell in the classroom, her eyes full of contempt and disdain. The large horse beside her was none other than Celestia. She had come to examine Aurora's magic level and, by the way, brought her student, Sunset Shimmer, to meet the new friend she had introduced to her. However, she looked very reluctant. If she weren't her teacher, it might have been difficult to convince her to come. But Sunset Shimmer had to try to change her current personality, otherwise, with her current disposition, she would not be able to shoulder heavy responsibilities. She just got her cutie mark very early, that doesn't prove her talent can compare to mine. Sunset Shimmer arrogantly admired her own hooves, seemingly feeling that the exam inside was not as exciting as her freshly groomed hooves. Oh, Sunset Shimmer, she is younger than you. That's not much younger, and when I was her age, the exam didn't take me this long. As long as they finish the exam within the allotted time, they are excellent unicorns, there's no need to be too impatient. You are right, Your Highness. Not all ponies can do it in one go like I can, we really must give ponies with lacking abilities more time. Celestia could only roll her eyes helplessly at her student's attitude. Her student was good in every way, except that her personality was too arrogant. She hoped that Aurora wouldn't mind this and would make friends with Sunset Shimmer, and preferably, that Sunset Shimmer would learn the meaning of humility. During the conversation between teacher and student, Aurora had also decided what to do. After preparing the magic, she finally began to complete her exam. Without thinking of too many exaggerated special effects, under the guidance of Aurora's magic, the seed began to sprout, and 3 stems broke through the soil, growing upward in an intertwined manner, neither fast nor slow. It stopped when it reached the appropriate height, and then immediately spread its branches and leaves in all directions. Under Aurora's control, there were no complications, and everything was as orderly as she had envisioned. The light green leaves were lush and dense, and then some small red fruits grew on the branches, like small lanterns hanging on the tree, looking very festive. The whole process was done in one go, as if this small arbor had grown into a bonsai tree on its own. This was the power of magic. Oh, this tree is so beautiful. One of the proctor's eyes lit up as he looked at the potted plant that could be called a work of art, and his originally serious expression couldn't be maintained. Miss Aurora, after the exam is over, could you give it to me? I want to put it in the most conspicuous place in my office. Please do, madam. This evergreen arbor is very suitable as an indoor bonsai. It also has a nickname called the money tree, which has the auspicious meaning of abundant financial resources and career advancement. It is also very easy to care for, it only needs a warm environment and plenty of water, but be careful not to water it with hot water. Aurora explained while using transformation magic to change the shape of the flower pot, and wrote rolling wealth in the pony language on it, feeling satisfied only then. Hearing this, the other two proctors suddenly regretted that they had been a step too slow and had missed the opportunity to own this money tree. But thinking that the three of them were in the same office, they felt much better. I can do this level of work too. And her effect is too small. Last time I conjured a towering tree. Celestia looked at the Tsundere sunset shimmer with amusement. She knew that her student had a preliminary recognition of Aurora's level in her heart, but her arrogant self was unwilling to admit that there was a pony as excellent as herself. Yes. You just submitted excellent exam papers in different ways, you are both very excellent unicorns. Celestia gently nudged Sunset Shimmer with her hoof and asked. I'm going inside to take a look. Do you want to come with me? You will meet a new friend who is equally excellent. I'd better not, princess. I'll just wait for you outside. She refused Celestia's invitation, her eyes looking vigilantly at Aurora, who was waiting for the exam results inside. Chapter 7, Under the Sun Princess's Wing. Seeing this, Celestia just shrugged and did not force Sunset Shimmer to obey her. Anyway, the two ponies would soon become classmates, and they would get to know each other eventually. Princess Celestia. The Grand Princess really is everywhere. Muttering a complaint in her heart, Aurora hurriedly followed the three teachers to salute the princess. Miss Aurora, I am very happy to see you here. Celestia, who had entered the classroom, helped Aurora up, her eyes full of gratification as she looked at her. I am also very happy to see you, Honorable Princess Celestia. I still remember the scene when we first met. Perhaps you don't remember me, after all, you were just a little baby back then. Listening to Celestia speak, a trace of panic flashed in Aurora's eyes. Listening to the Grand Princess's tone, the next sentence wouldn't be I held you when you were little, and then start telling stories about her childhood, would it? Stop! You are the Grand Princess, not a great immortal bird. Fortunately, the Grand Princess didn't come this time to chat about family matters. The Grand Princess saw the embarrassment that Aurora was hiding and knew that she had accidentally done something a boring elder would do. She couldn't help but feel a little awkward, coughed lightly, and continued. I mean, I have always been looking forward to seeing such a special foal like you again. I saw your exam just now, it was very brilliant. Without a doubt, you passed the exam with excellent grades. Celestia looked at the three proctors, and they nodded in agreement. In fact, from their comments on the money tree just now, Aurora's passing grade was already a certainty. Originally, the money tree that Aurora had produced was highly rated, and now that it had been affirmed by the Grand Princess, let alone the entrance exam, it was a sure bet that as long as Aurora didn't break the law, she could easily graduate just by coasting. However, I came here this time not only to congratulate you on joining the academy but also to ask you another thing. Please go ahead, Princess. I wonder if you would be willing to become my personal student. Ah, this. It doesn't feel as surprising as I imagined. Aurora looked at Celestia's expectant eyes and couldn't help but swallow. By the way, could she choose to refuse? I don't know if it's a psychological effect, but she saw a glimmer of extreme desire for retirement in the Grand Princess's gentle eyes. The three teachers next to her were frantically hinting at her to agree quickly. After all, Princess Celestia was personally taking a disciple, so one didn't need to use their brain to know how to choose. What? At this moment, a sharp explosion sounded at the classroom door. An amber-colored little unicorn ran into the classroom aggressively, questioning Celestia in disbelief. When was this decision made? Why have you never told me? Is it because I haven't learned some magic well, making you feel disappointed? Oh! Did I not say it? Sorry, maybe I forgot. Celestia lowered her head and nuzzled Sunset Shimmer, comforting the uneasy Sunset Shimmer. You have learned your magic very well, Sunset Shimmer, I am very satisfied. At the same time, I also recognize Aurora's talent. If you two study together, you can make progress together. Aurora looked at Sunset Shimmer, who had suddenly burst in a daze. Yay! Good! It's the senior disciple. The senior disciple hasn't run away yet. This is great, she can learn magic, admire the grand princess's beauty, and cuddle with the senior disciple. Then, there is only one answer. I will pledge my loyalty to you. As she said this, Aurora snapped the money tree in the flower pot. Well, she didn't snap it, after all, it was a gift to be given away, and Aurora had no right to destroy it, so she could only snap the imaginary cane in her mind. Haha, you speak very interestingly, Aurora. Although you are my subject, you are even more my student. Rather than pledging loyalty, I think the word studying is more appropriate now. Let's get to know each other. This is Sunset Shimmer, also my student. She is not much older than you must have many topics in common. Hello, Sunset Shimmer. I am Aurora. Aurora extended a friendly hoof to Sunset Shimmer. However, Sunset Shimmer did not have a good impression of the junior sister who had suddenly appeared. She just glanced coldly at the extended hoof and slapped it back very rudely in response. Sorry, I have to prepare things for tomorrow's class. I should go. A piece of advice, you'd better hurry up and prepare too, don't be dawdling like you were in the exam today. Leaving behind provocative words, Sunset Shimmer didn't even look at Aurora's reaction and turned and left. Sunset Shimmer, she is not good at socializing, she is just too shy. She is not prepared for your arrival. I can understand, Your Highness. The current senior disciple is still in her pre-corruption form, with a very bad temper, and doesn't like to communicate with other ponies. However, no matter how hard her mouth is now, she will be just as soft after being reformed. Aurora really loves the reliable action capability that makes one feel full of security in the later senior disciple. Since Aurora has now become Princess Celestia's student, it makes sense that she cannot let Sunset Shimmer go down the path of running away. After all, if the senior disciple runs away, then before Twilight Sparkle enrolls, wouldn't Aurora have to replace the senior disciple and become the king of stress resistance? This is a risky move, but as the saying goes, wealth is sought in danger. She has obtained the status of a princess's disciple, which is the most enjoyable way to learn magic. Relatively, she also bears the risk of becoming the princess's successor. However, as long as she stabilizes the senior disciple so she doesn't run away, and then waits for Twilight Sparkle to enroll, gathering the two pillars of Equestria, then she will really be enjoying herself. Sunset Shimmer and Twilight Sparkle just need to honestly follow the arrangements and be 007 heirs to the throne, but Aurora, who only thinks about herself, has a lot to consider. In a sense, Aurora might be even more selfish and evil than the corrupted Sunset Shimmer. Sunset Shimmer, who left the classroom, looked back at Aurora and Celestia. Seeing them talking happily, she seemed to see the scene where she celebrated with the princess when she got her cutie mark. A feeling of loss welled up in her heart. Sunset Shimmer shook her head violently to dispel that terrible thought, and then a flash of gloom appeared in the depths of her eyes. I will prove that I am the most excellent one. Chapter 8, The Pestered Senior Sister. After becoming Celestia's student, the first task she assigned to Aurora was to make friends with Sunset Shimmer. I know the reward, so what is the mission? This was, of course, a joke. Given the senior sister's current unapproachable attitude, building a good relationship with her was clearly not an easy task. Even though Aurora adopted a very friendly attitude to try and get close to the senior sister, for some reason, she always acted very resistant. She would either coldly ignore her or rudely drive her away. In short, there was no progress, and constantly trying to butter her up while being met with cold shoulders was too much to handle, even for Aurora, despite how thick her fan filter for Sunset Shimmer was. Celestia was not trying to force Aurora to be friends with Sunset Shimmer. After all, friendship requires mutual cultivation, not one-sided effort. It was just that Sunset Shimmer was extremely inexperienced and indifferent in this regard, and Celestia hoped that the more well-adjusted Aurora could take the initiative to care for Sunset Shimmer in areas she herself couldn't look after. Knowing that Sunset Shimmer had her eyes on her, Aurora was curious about what methods the senior sister would use to deal with her. Referring to Sunset Shimmer's actions when she was a villain in Equestria Girls, she might end up pulling some American-style bullying on her, or using other conventional villain skills from children's shows, like framing her. However, in reality, it wasn't as fancy or complicated as Aurora had imagined. During an experimental class once, the teacher, on a whim, explained a new advanced magic spell. Sunset Shimmer perfectly replicated this magic, winning applause from the whole room. As she enjoyed being surrounded by the other ponies, she glanced provocatively in Aurora's direction. "This is a show of power. Such a cute show of power." In that instant, Aurora suddenly understood. The original Sunset Shimmer was just a proud and complacent pony who believed that not another little unicorn in all of Equestria could compare to her. And, of course, that was true, otherwise, Sunset Shimmer wouldn't have been so arrogant. However, she didn't satisfy Celestia, who even wanted to sever their teacher-student relationship. Not understanding Celestia's good intentions, and simply thinking that she wasn't recognized because she wasn't strong enough, Sunset Shimmer pinned her ambitions on that mirror leading to another world. That was why she gave up everything in the pony world and ran off to the world on the other side of the mirror to be a school bully. From heir to the throne to high school bully, I don't understand, but I respect it. I actually prejudged such a simple-minded senior sister as a despicable, evil pony. I am truly terrible. It wasn't impossible to change Sunset Shimmer's current arrogant personality. For example, if there were another little unicorn at this moment who could be on par with Sunset Shimmer, or even do better than her. Even if she couldn't instantly develop empathy in the senior sister, at least she could let her know that there are always better ponies out there. Although the teacher only said the spell once, Aurora had a good memory, and since she had always focused on studying the logic of magic, it wasn't difficult to understand. This was a reverse growth magic that could turn plants back into seeds without damaging the plant itself. However, this was also her first time casting an advanced magic spell after hearing it only once. As for whether it would succeed, she had to try to find out. Aurora concentrated and began to try. When the flower in the pot in front of her turned back into a seed, she knew she had succeeded. Wow! You're amazing, Aurora! No wonder the princess chose you to be her student. The foals who had originally been surrounding Sunset Shimmer saw the commotion on Aurora's side and immediately gathered around her instead. The experimental class teacher walked over to check the condition of the seed and asked in surprise. "Miss Aurora, have you learned this magic before?" "No, sir. I did it according to the method you just mentioned." "That means you learned this magic after hearing it just once." I just tried it, it can't be considered fully learned yet." For Aurora, it only counted as fully learned once every spell, incantation and circuit of the magic had been chewed up and swallowed. The incantation for this reverse growth magic was a bit like saying the growth magic in reverse, with a few connecting words changed. Such a fascinating design was truly endlessly intriguing to her. Aurora couldn't help but wonder if applying this combination method to other spells could also produce reverse effects in them. "Oh, you are too modest, Miss Aurora, you are a genius." The experimental class teacher did not spare any praise for Aurora. Just then, the bell for the end of class rang, and after announcing that class was over, he left the classroom with his teaching materials. Aurora saw that Sunset Shimmer had also walked out of the classroom, dismissed the fools who wanted to chat with her, packed up her books, and followed. "Senior sister, don't walk so fast, wait for me." Aurora quickly caught up with Sunset Shimmer from behind. It seemed she was still very unwilling to pay attention to her. It appeared that stealing her thunder in class just now had made her very unhappy. "Do you have something to say? Smart and modest Miss Aurora. I'm rushing to the classroom for my next class, so if there's nothing urgent, please stay away from me and don't waste my time." Sunset Shimmer coldly issued an order to leave, and intentionally or unintentionally bumped into Aurora, then sped up to shake her off. That was really rude. Aurora, having been bumped aside, stumbled a few steps to steady herself, and raised an eyebrow helplessly as she looked in the direction Sunset Shimmer had left. Ponies really are creatures with pure emotions, just provoking her a little bit made her feelings so obvious. "It seems my existence has already triggered Sunset Shimmer's competitive spirit, I'll have my hands full in the future." Meanwhile, on the other side, Sunset Shimmer was in a terrible mood. Regarding the reverse growth magic in class, Princess Celestia had explained the incantation for this spell to her in class before. In other words, she had only been able to perform it in class because she had learned it beforehand. And that Aurora, she actually learned it after hearing it only once. Sunset Shimmer knew how complex that incantation was, so this certainly wasn't a coincidence. Although she didn't want to admit it in her heart, the facts were right in front of her, and she couldn't pretend not to see them. She was no longer the most special pony. No. No. She was Princess Celestia's most outstanding student. Only this would never change. Although she still couldn't understand why Celestia wanted her to make friends, even if she were to make friends, it would definitely not be Aurora. However, very soon she saw Aurora again in the next class's classroom, sitting right next to her. Aurora saw the muscles in Sunset Shimmer's face twitch, as she forcefully held back a funny facial expression. "What are you doing here?" "Oh, I don't have class. And it doesn't say you can't audit the class here." "Just kidding, how could a place where magic is taught be without Aurora? Besides that, I have something I want to say to you, senior sister, so I followed you here. I'm telling you, you." The two young ladies in the front row, even if you are the princess's students, you must follow classroom discipline. If building relationships is far more important to you than my teaching content, please leave, do not waste the other fool's time. The magic theory teacher tapped the blackboard with a pointer, looking at Sunset Shimmer and Aurora with dissatisfaction, and they also noticed that the other students in the class were staring at them with various expressions. Aurora also saw a few ponies with familiar color schemes, the most conspicuous of which was Colgate. No, it should be Octavia Melody. Sorry, ×2. Chapter 9, Teacher, stand outside. This is how the four-leaf sage perfected her protection spell. Today, we will learn a similar spell. Students, take out your notes and find your partners. This magic theory class was about the protection spell created by the four-leaf sage based on the friendship between them and their friends, so it works best when at least two ponies perform it together. Sunset Shimmer originally wanted to team up with Octavia Melody, who was closest, but found that Octavia Melody was already with Lemon Heart. She was the one left over again. This didn't matter, the magic wasn't difficult, and she could complete it even alone. Just as she was about to pick up her notes, Aurora poked her head over. "Even though you lost your partner, you still have me. I can totally be your magic partner, right? If you think you can please everyone, I'll tell you this, don't even think about it." Because they were in class, Sunset Shimmer didn't want to be accused of disrupting order again, so she almost hissed these words at Aurora. This protection spell requires a certain level of rapport between the ponies casting it to synchronize their magic frequencies, thereby exerting greater power. It was clearly impossible for her and Aurora to achieve this, so it was better to work independently than to cooperate. Do you mind if I take a look at your notes? Sunset Shimmer didn't say anything, just kept reading. If you don't say anything, I'll take that as a yes. Aurora reached out a hoof toward Sunset Shimmer's notes. Thanks, senior sister. But just before Aurora's hoof touched the notes, an amber hoof pressed down on them first. Aurora could only watch helplessly as they were moved further away from her. Sorry, I need this. You'd better just be a good auditor, Junior. Aurora retracted her hoof resentfully. Being played by Sunset Shimmer like that inevitably made her feel uncomfortable. She was just here as a temporary auditor, she had neither notes nor a textbook. Her thirst for knowledge was like a quill scratching at her heart, making Aurora feel itchy inside. Just then, Aurora felt something tap her shoulder. Looking back, she saw a notebook and a textbook, and a mint-colored pony in another row waving a hoof at her in a friendly manner. Lyra. Lyra Heartstrings was one of the most recognizable background ponies, and since Aurora really shipped her and Bon Bon, there was no way she could mistake her. Aurora looked back gratefully and accepted the notes and textbook Lyra Heartstrings lent her. The Four-Leaf Sage's protection spell can be seen as a kind of magic of friendship. The deeper the friendship between the ponies, the more obvious the effect of the spell. Aurora quickly sorted out the principles of the magic spell and found that casting it wasn't difficult, the hard part was how to fully utilize the boost brought by the power of friendship. Have to admit, in terms of talent for the magic of friendship, Aurora was about the same as Sunset Shimmer, or rather, far inferior to Sunset Shimmer. After all, Sunset Shimmer was redeemed later and even comprehended the element of empathy, becoming the designated protagonist of the Equestria Girls series. Aurora wasn't a pure pony, her human experiences had firmly placed a shackle on her heart, so she knew how hard it was to find a true friend. Having long known her own limitations, Aurora didn't expect to achieve any results in the magic of friendship. She never intended to walk the same path as the protagonists anyway, she was happy just being able to learn magic. As for the magic of friendship, she could just follow the protagonists later and get the leftovers. However, as for magic, she could choose not to know it, but she couldn't choose not to learn it. Having memorized the incantation for the protection spell, Aurora looked at Sunset Shimmer, who was listening intently, and suddenly had an idea. As revenge for her teasing earlier, Aurora directly tested the spell she had just learned on Sunset Shimmer. Hey! You! Feeling something strange on her body, Sunset Shimmer jumped, then immediately realized what had happened. She looked angrily at Aurora, who was feigning ignorance, with magic surging on her horn, ready to strike. But before the two ponies could start competing, a shadow loomed over them. Looking up, they met the teacher's stern gaze. Young ladies, I believe there is a clear rule that magic cannot be used casually during theory classes, right? Then Sunset Shimmer and Aurora were politely kicked out of the classroom. This is my first time being kicked out of class by a teacher. Sunset Shimmer's expression was like storm clouds before a tempest. Well, congratulations on unlocking a new achievement in your school life. Aurora acted as if she completely didn't see Sunset Shimmer's impending temper tantrum and casually made a joke. It was this light-hearted joke that directly ignited Sunset Shimmer's powder keg. She cornered Aurora step by step until she had nowhere to retreat, nose to nose, staring fixedly at Aurora. If this is your challenge, then I accept. Don't think that just because everyone praises you a little, you're something special. I will use my strength to show you who is Princess Celestia's most favored student. Aurora felt that Sunset Shimmer was too close. Now, if she just moved a little, she could kiss the senior sister's little mouth. But she wasn't a furry, so never mind. Yet, hearing the harsh threats Sunset Shimmer made against her, she found the other pony truly cute. Obviously, Sunset Shimmer regarded her as a competitor vying for power, no wonder she had always been so hostile toward her. But she would never guess that she only approached the Grand Princess purely for magic and beauty, and in fact, she wished she could become the princess's heir so she could just enjoy the privileges without having to bear such heavy social responsibilities. Aurora found this side of Sunset Shimmer quite cute, which gave her the malicious urge to tease her, so she couldn't help but be a bit cheeky again and asked with a smile. "Are you mad?" Ponies living in a beautiful fairy tale world had never seen this kind of abstract magic invented by humans. Sunset Shimmer's expression twisted visibly, then she distanced herself from Aurora, but her expression was even angrier than before. "Fine. I'll remember you, just you wait." Leaving behind a harsh threat, Sunset Shimmer walked away in a huff. This time, Aurora didn't follow her, she had to return the books and notes to Lyra Heartstrings. Checking the time, there was still half a class left until it ended, so Aurora simply sat in the corridor outside the classroom and continued reading the textbook, taking the opportunity to use a duplication spell to copy the notes and take them back to study in detail. It wasn't until the bell rang that Aurora stopped reading. She waited at the classroom door for Lyra Heartstrings to come out, and took the opportunity to apologize to the teacher of the class. Almost every student coming out of the classroom took a look at Aurora before leaving. After all, the princess's student being kicked out of class for violating discipline was too fresh a piece of news. In the gazes they gave Aurora, some were just purely curious, some were gloating, and some were condemning her for embarrassing the princess. Aurora didn't care about this. The Celestia she knew was also a pony who loved to have fun, and wouldn't be disappointed in her over such a trivial matter. "Lyra Heartstrings, thank you for your notes and books." "Oh, you're welcome. By the way, do you know me? Your name is on the notes." "Aha, that's true." Lyra Heartstrings took back the books Aurora returned and put them into her backpack. Aurora, do you have time later? Would you like to go to the park with us?" Behind Lyra Heartstrings were Octavia Melody, Star Glow, and Lemon Heart, all looking over with expectant eyes. Aurora remembered that in the animation, these ponies were all classmates of Twilight Sparkle. She couldn't figure out how they ended up in the same class as Sunset Shimmer. Seeing that Lyra Heartstrings had something to say to her, Aurora nodded and agreed. Chapter 10, The senior sister has challenged you to a duel. After asking, I found out that Aurora was just auditing an elective lecture, which foals of any grade could attend. Since Lyra Heartstrings was interested in this course, she had called her friends from class to attend it together. I thought Hasbro's laziness had influenced even the native world of My Little Pony. But then again, since they are here, does that mean Twilight Sparkle will be enrolling soon? Wow, I can't believe we're actually friends with the princess's student. There's no need to make such a big fuss. I also heard that when you were just born, Princess Celestia came to see you. Could it be that she decided to take you as a student back then? That's fake, right? Who would have requirements for a newborn foal? My dad said you had your cutie mark the moment you were born. That's destiny. Maybe you could become a princess in the future. Who are you jinxing, little sister? Hey! You shouldn't say things like that. My dream is to become a unicorn scholar just like Star Swirl the Bearded. Do you live in Canterlot Castle now, just like Sunset Shimmer? Yes, because it's quite convenient for reading books there. And I can also harass the senior sister at any time under the guise of holding a study session, though I'm always shut out. Because Sunset Shimmer viewed Aurora as her rival, she was unwilling to share any knowledge with Aurora and refused to communicate. As a result, she often ran outside to read just to avoid running into Aurora. This made Aurora feel dissatisfied. The great Professor Ratio once said, "Knowledge should be shared, and so should the truth." Look, it's Sunset Shimmer. Looking in the direction the foal pointed, I indeed saw Sunset Shimmer reading on the lawn. I didn't expect Sunset Shimmer to run to the park to read, but thinking about it, it's not entirely incomprehensible since it's very close to the school. She's an arrogant pony. Sometimes I even suspect that she doesn't even hold the princess in high regard. A foal nearby complained. Last time we wanted to invite her to lunch, but she actually said she didn't want to waste time on meaningless things. Who does she think she is? Can the princess's student just look down on other ponies like that? Oh, we're not talking about you, Aurora, you are very different from her. You two should be closer, yet she won't even lend you her notes. Lyra Heartstrings walked to Aurora's side, feeling sad for her situation. Poor Aurora, having such an unsympathetic senior must be very difficult for you, right? Thank you for your concern, but I feel fine. Actually, the senior sister has many virtues. Virtues? She has some, but other than being smart and studious, I don't see any other qualities in her that could be called virtues. Although these foal's words were filled with negative emotions, I have to admit that this is indeed the current state of the senior sister. Only Aurora, having read the script, knows how wonderful the senior sister is once she tastes the sweetness of friendship. Sunset Shimmer heard the noise in the distance, pulled herself out of her thoughts, and looked over. Seeing Aurora surrounded by foals, her expression darkened. But she suddenly thought of a good idea to make Aurora make a fool of herself in public, so she put down her book and walked over. I wondered who it was. Isn't this my little junior? I can't believe I'd see you here. I thought you would at least be as diligent as I am, instead of gathering some mediocre and gossiping sycophants. Sunset Shimmer held her head high and puffed out her chest as she walked through the crowd of foals to stand in front of Aurora. If this is what you want, then I'll just consider myself to have spoken incorrectly. I can only say that even Princess Celestia has times when she misjudges. Hey! How can you say that? Lemonheart couldn't help but retort. Isn't my description correct? Of course not. Aurora stepped forward, confronting Sunset Shimmer head-on. Sycophants and friends are two different words, they are my new friends. Oh, is that so? Sunset Shimmer raised her eyebrows indifferently. In my opinion, there's no difference, it's just a bunch of idle ponies gathering to waste time. Forget it, Aurora, you can't explain something a megalomaniac has never possessed to them. Octavia Melody glared at Sunset Shimmer. They couldn't communicate with a pony who didn't respect them, so they wanted to call Aurora to leave together. Is that so? Aurora touched her chin and thought for a while, feeling that she should indeed switch to an expression that Sunset Shimmer could understand. Growth spell and super growth spell can both make plants mature quickly. Do you think they are the same spell? Sunset Shimmer was instantly choked into silence. This question left the surrounding foals looking at each other, and Amethyst couldn't help but mutter. Is there any difference between these two spells? Of course there is, X2. Immediately, she was retorted by the two princesses' disciples. The length of the incantation for the super growth spell has one more measure, and it requires calculating more variables. Sunset Shimmer corrected her seriously. There's also the difference in mana consumption and scope of application. Although casting the super growth spell requires more mana, from an efficiency perspective, under the same conditions, the super growth spell is actually more mana efficient, so this spell is usually used in more professional fields. Aurora thoughtfully added another difference. So, that's how it is. Sorry, I was imprecise. Amethyst smiled awkwardly and then quickly hid behind the other ponies. She had made a fatal mistake, which was commenting on magic casually in front of magic geniuses. Sunset Shimmer realized that she had unknowingly stood next to Aurora and quickly stepped away. It seems you do have some knowledge, but I can't say the same for other aspects. Do you dare to have a duel with me? Yo, is the dagger finally revealed? Aurora knew that Sunset Shimmer was not the type of pony to provoke others for meaningless things. With her personality of not wanting to be outdone by others in anything, she probably had long wanted to compete with her in magic. How should Aurora choose? Well, of course, choose to fall for it. Sure, what are we competing in? How are we competing? Aurora rubbed her hooves with some excitement. Having studied magic for so long, she hadn't used it in actual combat yet. The first opponent being the senior sister really maxed out her expectations. You should have learned the magic from that book, humorous clown, right? I have. I really didn't expect you to have read that book too. This remark left the surrounding foals with question marks all over their faces again. They clearly understood less and less of what these two ponies were saying. Has anyone here heard of this magic book? I haven't. The title is too ridiculous, I would absolutely never read it. This magic book is considered a puzzle education reader for young unicorns. The magic inside is written for children at the literacy stage. For older unicorns, the content in this book is both useless and obscure. I thought I was the only one bored enough to read it. Aurora couldn't help but lean in closer to Sunset Shimmer. The feeling of accidentally discovering that she and the senior sister had a common little hobby was such a secret joy. Don't take the opportunity to get close, listen to me first. Sunset Shimmer suppressed the embarrassment in her heart, pushed away the increasingly close Aurora with a hoof, and began to explain the rules of the competition. Still remember spell number 4? Don't tell me you don't remember, I don't want to help you review what that is. I won't forget every spell I've learned. The one you're talking about is a prank spell with random effects. The number of times the spell is used is determined by the clown dice, and no one knows which shot of magic will take effect. Correct. As she spoke, Sunset Shimmer took out a die with clown patterns on its faces, her eyes full of provocation. So, do you dare to accept the challenge? Wow, playing for high stakes, huh? Come on, I like Russian roulette. What is Russian roulette? Oh, it's nothing, let's begin. Who's going to roll the die? Now they had arrived at a low-lying area where they didn't have to worry about accidentally hurting other ponies while dueling. Sunset Shimmer threw the die out. After spinning on the ground a few times, the side with the number 1 stopped facing up. Seeing this result, Aurora gasped. This result meant that the next spell would definitely trigger an effect, just like a revolver with a magazine capacity of only 1 round. So, it begins. Sunset Shimmer immediately launched a sneak attack right after speaking. Fortunately, Aurora was prepared, dodged to the side, and simultaneously launched a counterattack. Little Junior, where are you aiming? Aurora's counterattack reflexes were quick, but her accuracy was really far off. Sunset Shimmer just tilted her head, and not even a hair was grazed. But before she finished speaking, she suddenly had a bad premonition and instinctively lunged forward. It turned out that Aurora's magic beam had actually refracted halfway, attempting to ambush her from behind. But that wasn't all. As if expecting her to dodge, Aurora's next spell was already coming head-on. Sunset Shimmer could only urgently use the levitation spell to force herself to shift and dodge the attack, while simultaneously launching a counterattack to prevent Aurora from pursuing again. Really, I can't underestimate her. Sunset Shimmer braced herself, ready for battle. As expected of the senior sister, this sneaky tactic of rushing her face didn't even take her down. Aurora couldn't hide the excited smile on her face. But the one who will win in the end will definitely be me, X2. Chapter 11, Twilight Sparkle, I want to join you too. They're fighting so intensely, I've never seen so many of these spells before. Who do you think will win between the two of them? I hope Aurora wins, but Sunset Shimmer is really powerful. After all, she became the princess's student earlier than Aurora. But Aurora is also very powerful. Their magic levels should be about the same, right? Aurora is my friend, I think she will definitely win. Go, Aurora! The foals surrounding the depression watched the magical sparring, all wanting to know who would be the final winner. Furthermore, since both ponies were students of the princess, out of a sense of competition, everyone was very curious about who was more powerful. The sound of discussion and the commotion caused by the magic gradually attracted the foals in the park, which made the crowd of onlookers grow larger and larger. This even included some unexpected ones. What's going on? Why is everyone heading in that direction? Princess Cadance watched as the ponies, who had been lounging about, all suddenly ran in the same direction with purpose, and couldn't help but look up in confusion. I'm not sure either. Did something happen? Shining Armor was also puzzled. On his way back from buying drinks, he had noticed that the passing ponies all seemed to be attracted by something. But he was out for a picnic with his sister and girlfriend, and with a mission at hand, he couldn't just leave to join the crowd. By the way, where is Twilight? Princess Cadance suddenly realized a pony beside her had been missing for a while and asked immediately. Wasn't she playing ball with you the whole time? Shining Armor placed the drinks he had bought on the picnic blanket, indicating that he had just returned and knew nothing. Oh, she seemed to go pick up the ball, and then I saw the foals all heading there. Princess Cadance's words came to an abrupt halt. She and Shining Armor exchanged a bewildered look, and immediately realized that something was very wrong. On the other side, the lone Twilight Sparkle did not know that her brother and sister were nearly going crazy looking for her. Running out to help Princess Cadance pick up the ball, Twilight Sparkle happened to hear passing the foals saying that there were 2 little unicorns nearby dueling, using many unseen high-level spells, and it was said they were students of Princess Celestia. The great figure who raised the sun into the sky during the summer sun celebration automatically appeared in her mind. The princess's students must be very powerful ponies. She didn't even have time to think about the consequences of wandering off. Her body just moved on its own, and she ran along with the foals to watch the excitement. Before long, Twilight Sparkle saw the depression surrounded by the crowd. She held the ball with her magic and, just like at the last summer sun celebration, managed to squeeze in with great difficulty. She saw 2 little unicorns casting spells at each other in the depression, and she even recognized one of them. It was Aurora. She had actually become Princess Celestia's student. And there was another yellow-furred pony, who was also the princess's student. But why were they fighting? So, you're saying they're using a bunch of high-level magic just to hit the other with a simple spell? Yeah, who knows what they're thinking, but it's quite exciting to watch. Do you bet the blue one will win? No, I think the yellow one has a better chance of winning. Listening to the noisy voices around her, Twilight Sparkle still hadn't figured out the situation. However, there were a few ponies around her age cheering for Aurora, and since she only knew Aurora, Twilight Sparkle also hoped Aurora would win. But they were both so amazing. They weren't much older than her, yet they knew so many spells and were so skilled at using them. If her own magic level could reach their degree, could she also become the princess's student? The dazzling light of the magic made a beautiful vision appear before Twilight Sparkle's eyes, but thinking that she was just an ordinary pony without even a cutie mark, and that even her levitation spell was not very proficient, she felt a bit disappointed. She seemed to have a long, unreachable road to go before she reached the level of these 2 ponies. The emotional dip caused Twilight Sparkle to forget that she was still using a levitation spell to control the ball to prevent it from rolling away, and in that moment of distraction, the uncontrolled ball rolled down the slope. Oh no! Twilight Sparkle hurriedly tried to use the levitation spell again to retrieve the ball, but the more anxious she got, the worse she performed. Combined with her sudden chaos, which disturbed the ponies nearby who were intently watching the show, in the crowding, someone kicked it, and accidentally knocked Twilight Sparkle down. Ah! Rolling all the way down, Twilight Sparkle felt dizzy, and by the time she came to her senses, she had already landed in the depression. Seeing the purple pony suddenly appear in the middle, Aurora and Sunset Shimmer were both stunned for a moment. And Sunset Shimmer, who was in the middle of moving, didn't have time to stop her ongoing action. As misfortune would have it, the ball Twilight Sparkle had dropped happened to roll right where she was about to step. Stepping on a ball suddenly caused Sunset Shimmer to slip, and the magic she had stored on her horn was fired off in the process. That spell ricocheted wildly around the field, and Aurora's clever brain instantly calculated the direction the magic would eventually fly, which was exactly where Twilight Sparkle was. Damn it! This was truly, it scared Aurora so much she started using profanity, luckily not heard by other the foals. The incident was sudden, the situation urgent. Aurora didn't have time to think, she activated teleportation magic in advance. Twilight Sparkle saw the beam of magic rushing towards her, so scared that her hooves went weak and she couldn't make a move to dodge, only able to curl up and cover her head. But a light grey-blue little unicorn appeared in front of her with a pop. Through the cutie mark, she recognized this pony as Aurora. Chapter 12, Sparks of Magic and Friendship. Activating teleportation magic within a second while completing the charge, the moment Aurora's figure reappeared, she fired the magic directly, accurately neutralizing the incoming magical attack, and also hitting Sunset Shimmer, who was unable to react because she had stepped into the air. Sunset Shimmer, who had been hit squarely, nervously turned her head to look at herself, but found that she hadn't been hit at all, or rather, she hadn't been struck. It seemed that when the attack reached her, a ripple like a triggered magic barrier appeared in front of her. But Sunset Shimmer was certain that she couldn't possibly have had time to construct a defensive spell at that moment. Puzzled, Sunset Shimmer suddenly thought of the protection spell Aurora had cast on her in theory class today. Oh my! I am so sorry for getting you involved, I hope you weren't hurt by this. Aurora was in no mood to continue the PK with her senior sister now, she hurriedly helped Twilight Sparkle up and checked her physical condition. This was the future princess of friendship, the chosen workhorse, the ultimate backup after the senior sister went astray, so nothing could go wrong. Although the damage caused by the magic they used for attacking was only at the level of a prank, if this left Twilight Sparkle with psychological trauma, making her resist magic, then it would be Aurora's turn to cry. Fortunately, Twilight Sparkle was fine other than having some dust on her, which could be taken care of with a cleaning spell. Aurora felt slightly relieved and turned to say to Sunset Shimmer. Senior sister, I say we call it a draw today. What do you think? Today's matter had gotten a bit out of hand, and Princess Celestia would definitely hold them accountable later. Presumably, Sunset Shimmer thought so too, although she said nothing, she nodded in response, then packed up her things and left the scene in a hurry. The senior sister ran away so decisively, it seems the mess left behind at the scene would have to be cleaned up by herself. Aurora sighed, used a levitation spell to retrieve the ball that had rolled far away, cleaned it, and prepared to return it to Twilight Sparkle. I'm really sorry, did I disturb you? No, this isn't your fault, Twilight Sparkle. Sunset Shimmer and I shouldn't have been using magic here in the first place, and we even almost put you in danger. And they shouldn't have been fighting so fiercely in front of a large group of the foals. It felt like they were going to see their own highlight reel in tomorrow's Canterlot newspaper. The Canterlot newspaper had a column specifically for collecting such gossip. That's great. You still remember me? Twilight Sparkle's focus was clearly a bit different. Of course, how could I forget the pony who watched the sunrise with me? Seeing little Twilight Sparkle looking at her with a pair of big eyes, Aurora felt like she was seeing such a cute little thing for the first time, and couldn't help but use her hoof to tidy up her mane. Twilight! Thank goodness, finally found you. Oh, darling, are you hurt? Shining Armor and Princess Cadance, who had rushed over, checked Twilight Sparkle's condition, and after confirming that nothing was wrong, their hanging hearts were finally put at ease. Aurora protected me. She is my friend. Shining Armor and Princess Cadance looked at the light grey-blue pony introduced by Twilight Sparkle, which was Aurora. Aurora, being stared at, quickly withdrew her gaze from secretly sizing up Princess Cadance. Although she didn't see Twilight Sparkle exchange the royal code with this Princess Cadance, the one in front of her should indeed be the real Princess Cadance, not Queen Chrysalis in disguise. So Princess Cadance was already Twilight Sparkle's nanny at this time. She was really good looking too. Now Aurora just needed Princess Luna, who was still on the moon, to unlock the full gallery of canon princesses. According to royal etiquette, Aurora would need to bow when meeting Princess Cadance, but Princess Cadance was only here as Twilight Sparkle's nanny, so she waived those formalities. Aurora briefly recounted what had happened here just now, and sincerely expressed her apologies for letting their little sister have such a terrifying experience. Actually, it wasn't scary, one could say it was a bit exciting. Especially that part where the teleportation magic was activated. I really want to know how that. Twilight Sparkle became more and more excited as she spoke, but looking up and meeting the slightly angry gaze of her brother and sister, she didn't dare to continue. Twilight, I think I'll talk to you after we get home about how you shouldn't have wandered off alone at that time. Oh. I know, big brother. Twilight Sparkle walked behind Shining Armor with her head drooping in disappointment, but as soon as she was out of her brother and sister's line of sight, she regained her excited expression and secretly waved her hoof at Aurora. I really think you shouldn't use that dangerous magic here. It's so crowded, and there are many children, oh, and you yourselves are still just children. Princess Cadance's worried gaze made Aurora feel a bit guilty. Although they initially just wanted to have a simple sparring match like a game, as they went on, they both got more and more carried away, not hesitating to use many high-difficulty spells to help themselves win. Aurora never thought she would do such an ostentatious thing, and she even felt that it was a bit satisfying, at least she had really enjoyed using the magic. Anyway, now that it's come to this, better apologize first. I'm very sorry, Princess Cadance, my senior sister and I have realized our mistake. Seeing Aurora's good attitude in admitting her mistake, Princess Cadance wore a gentle smile on her face and gave her a comforting hug. The fact that you can skillfully use so many powerful spells at this age proves that both of you are the students Princess Celestia is most proud of. I think she hopes even more than I do that you can use the knowledge you've learned where it's needed most. After saying this, Princess Cadance lowered her head and whispered a few words to Aurora. You know? It's the first time I've seen Twilight introduce her pony friend so happily. As she spoke, Princess Cadance looked back at the direction of Twilight Sparkle and Shining Armor, and seeing that Twilight Sparkle was not paying attention to this side, she continued. If you don't mind, you can come over to play with her when you have time. This child loves reading too much, I'm afraid she only puts them down when she's with us, but as you know, her brother and I don't always have time to accompany her. Compared to us, she needs some friends of her own age more. Princess Cadance winked at Aurora, indicating that this was a secret between the two of them, and then left with the Shining Armor siblings. Although Aurora could understand Princess Cadance's meaning, she was also a mess in the subject of friendship. Not to mention the state of her relationship with her senior sister, just on the point of their desire for books, if they became friends, it would most likely be a group trip to spend the day in the library. But these things could wait for later. Right now, Aurora still had to clean up the mess she and Sunset Shimmer had created. Sorry everyone, I'm afraid I have to leave now. Saying goodbye to the ponies who had invited her out, Aurora turned and headed towards Canterlot Castle. Chapter 13, A Friend Without Friendship. When Aurora arrived at the Canterlot Castle throne room to see Princess Celestia, she found Sunset Shimmer was also there. It seemed she had been there for a while, and it looked like she and the Grand Princess were almost done talking. Aurora, come in. Oh. Aurora walked in with her head slightly bowed in embarrassment. There was no way she could hide what happened between her and Sunset Shimmer from Princess Celestia. Aurora didn't want to make excuses anyway, so she decided to just admit her mistake. Princess, I'm very sorry about what happened today. I shouldn't have. I already know about this. Sunset Shimmer has already confessed to me what happened today. There was neither sorrow nor joy on Celestia's face, and Aurora couldn't gauge from the Grand Princess's expression whether the current situation was in her favor. After all, it was Sunset Shimmer who reported this. Given how much hostility she had toward her, Aurora couldn't be sure if her senior sister would use her linguistic charm to pin the blame on her. It's better if Sunset Shimmer tells you herself. However, the Grand Princess didn't say anything else, she simply turned her gaze toward Sunset Shimmer, who was waiting to the side. When called, Sunset Shimmer shivered all over. She looked very reluctant, but under the pressure of the Grand Princess, she gritted her teeth and slowly walked up to Aurora. Looking at her gloomy expression, anyone who didn't know better would think she was heading to the execution ground. Unable to understand what kind of development this was, Aurora could only watch as Sunset Shimmer stood still in front of her. Her lips trembled a few times before she finally spoke with hesitation. I apologize to you. When I provoked you today and made you agree to my duel, I actually wanted to make you embarrass yourself in front of those friends of yours, and ruin your reputation. Because I didn't think I would lose to you. In fact, I didn't lose, but I didn't win either. In fact, I should say you won. I have to admit, after this time, I no longer have that absolute certainty of victory over you. In short, I shouldn't have mocked you or made things difficult for you. I apologize for my previous arrogance, and I hope you can forgive me. What a sudden redemption arc! Aurora couldn't imagine what had happened in the short time she was away to make Sunset Shimmer's attitude change as if she had been hit by a rainbow beam from the M6. Did the Grand Princess use mind control magic on her senior sister? She looked up at Celestia and discovered that the Grand Princess could no longer maintain that serious expression and was struggling to hold back her laughter. It couldn't be helped, seeing her arrogant eldest student acting so humble, and her usually unflappable younger student looking so dumbfounded. One can imagine how delighted Celestia, as their teacher, must be feeling. But as a princess and a teacher, she still had to try to maintain the demeanor of an elder at this moment. Celestia revealed a dignified and elegant smile, gently nudging the still stunned Aurora, signaling with her eyes for her to say something and not leave Sunset Shimmer waiting for a reaction. Do you really think so? Aurora asked uncertainly. Sunset Shimmer nodded seriously, her arrogant little face now showing a bit of shyness and grievance. I know my attitude toward you hasn't been good, all right, perhaps I should say it was very bad. But I can change. I want to start over with you, can I? Sunset Shimmer, with a hint of tentativeness and ingratiation, extended her hoof toward Aurora. However, Aurora swatted Sunset Shimmer's hoof away. Immediately afterward, taking her by surprise, she stepped forward and hugged her neck. Actually, I've never blamed you, because you are my senior sister. I've just been looking for the right way to get along with you. She couldn't help it, this senior sister was just too cute. Aurora wasn't sure what Sunset Shimmer was thinking in private, and she might not get another chance like this, so she decided to seize the opportunity to hug her senior sister and enjoy it while she could. Feeling the scent of her senior sister so close by, and thinking about how she had actually believed her senior sister was sabotaging her, Aurora felt that she was truly awful. It was a miracle that someone like her could even make friends. Celestia looked at the two hugging ponies, her heart warmed by the touching scene. This was the reward she deserved for nurturing her students. She wondered if she should declare this day a national holiday. But would that be too exaggerated? Never mind, she would just make a note of it. At the very least, this day was absolutely a very special one for them. By the way, senior sister. After leaving Princess Celestia's presence, Aurora was ruminating on the experience when a thought suddenly struck her, so she called out to Sunset Shimmer, who was walking ahead. Aurora, you can just call me Sunset Shimmer, or Sunset is fine, don't call me that anymore. Aurora nodded and said. Okay, senior sister. Fine, whatever you like. Sunset Shimmer shrugged. She had originally thought the title senior sister was just something Aurora used to mock her pettiness, just as she called her junior sister for similar reasons. But now it seemed she just liked calling her that. Senior sister, why did you think I won at that time? Because you hit me. If you hadn't cast a protection spell on me during class, I would have been hit. Sunset Shimmer explained. But Aurora hadn't expected that to be the reason. You mean the spell took effect? But how is that possible? Logically speaking, after so much time, even if the magic had succeeded, it should have worn off by now. Don't be modest in front of me, or do you just want to hear me praise how powerful your magic is? I am seriously thinking about this question. Seeing that Aurora was not joking with her, Sunset Shimmer calmed down and began to think along the lines of Aurora's question. If the effect of the protection spell had nothing to do with the strength of Aurora's magic, then the only variable that hadn't been considered was that, right? You don't mean to say this is because of, the magic of friendship, do you? Sunset Shimmer said with difficulty. She hadn't expected the word friendship to come out of her own mouth. Although she had changed her opinion of Aurora because of what had happened recently and was willing to change herself for it, that only applied to Aurora, it didn't mean she believed that friendship had power. Actually, I don't think so either. Aurora shook her head. She said this not because she didn't believe in the magic of friendship, on the contrary, she believed in it very much. In fact, that thing had an unshakable T0 tier status in the My Little Pony world and was an important national defense force for the future of Equestria. There was no villain that couldn't be reformed by a blast of the magic of friendship. If there was, then you just used the magic of friendship to turn that guy into stone. Aurora just didn't think her magic could be associated with the magic of friendship. After all, her friendship did not come from the heart. To put it bluntly, the reason she called the classmates she met in class her friends was actually just a courtesy. As for the foals, Aurora knew very well why she was getting close to them. Was it because of friendship? No. She coveted their magic and their bodies. She was shameless. Not really. In short, there was currently not enough data to prove that this was caused by the magic of friendship. Perhaps the activation of the protection spell was an accident caused by other uncontrolled variables? Alright, anyway, we will eventually figure out what's going on. We can study magic together. Although the reason for what happened seemed a bit different from what they thought, the result was still good. Sunset Shimmer had never thought about what it would be like to study magic with another pony as smart as herself. I think you're right, we have plenty of time. Aurora also put her worries behind her and hurried to catch up with Sunset Shimmer in front. After all, Sunset Shimmer had studied with Princess Celestia for a longer time, so she must know a lot of magic that couldn't be learned outside. Just thinking about it, Aurora felt incredibly excited. Chapter 14, The Grand Princess's Melancholy. Princess Celestia had originally thought that with Aurora joining, Sunset Shimmer would come to understand that making friends was a fun thing, and thus begin to value friendship. Optimistically speaking, perhaps they could even bring the elements of harmony back to Equestria together, just like Celestia and Princess Luna had in the past. But as it turned out, that kind of thinking was a bit too optimistic. Only this time, the problem wasn't with Sunset Shimmer, but with Aurora. In fact, from Celestia's perspective, Aurora's issue was far greater than Sunset Shimmer's had ever been. Ever since she became close with Sunset Shimmer, she had entered a near hermit-like state of study. Every day, aside from interacting with Sunset Shimmer and Celestia, she barely had any proper communication with other ponies. Celestia had even heard that she hadn't contacted her own family for a very long time, so much so that her mother planned to privately ask Celestia about her daughter's recent situation during the upcoming annual royal tea party. Even Sunset Shimmer seemed incredulous upon hearing this. "Sis, you're being a bit too extreme." But Aurora didn't mind. She felt this was a normal state during exam preparation. If anything, she'd been even more intense than this back before her college entrance exams. Moreover, when the knowledge you are learning can give you immediate feedback, it's really hard not to get motivated. So by the time Celestia realized something was wrong, Aurora had already passed the Academy's grade skipping exams and become Sunset Shimmer's classmate. She had even caught up to Sunset Shimmer's progress in the magical studies Celestia had assigned them. If not for her young age, she would probably already be a certified sorceress. Celestia above. I mean no offense, but that's terrifying. Sunset Shimmer couldn't help but say. This filly seemed to have started learning magic right out of the womb and maintained that enthusiasm until now. Because the thought was simply too bizarre, Sunset Shimmer just sighed about it in her mind and then forgot it. Celestia felt genuine pride and joy in having such an extraordinary student, but she was equally concerned about Aurora's mental state. She had thought that since Aurora could become friends with Sunset Shimmer, she must be a pony who enjoyed making friends. Instead, she found that Aurora only seemed to invest herself in things that interested her, including social interactions. And so, Celestia began to worry about her student's personal development once more. Aurora, I must now issue an order as your teacher. Stop what you're busy with, go outside and make a few friends. Hey! Summoned before her, Aurora looked up at Celestia, whose face was now full of resignation. That sounds awfully familiar. The senior apprentice standing beside the Grand Princess couldn't help but remark, only to be immediately glanced at by the Grand Princess, silencing her instantly. Before Aurora, hadn't she been the one Celestia constantly nagged like this? Although she had improved somewhat, it wasn't by much. Sunset Shimmer still only had Aurora as a friend. The Grand Princess felt so tired. How come the students she had painstakingly handpicked from the academy, one after another, didn't like to actively make friends? Emerging from her days of being engrossed in her studies, Aurora pondered the meaning behind Celestia's command. Thinking back, she had indeed been a bit too obsessed with learning magic lately, even dragging her senior apprentice along. No wonder the Grand Princess, who was so dedicated to finding a successor for the magic of friendship, was unhappy. But who could blame her? Learning magic was just too exhilarating. The more she studied magic, the more Aurora realized the versatility of magical power. It could even be applied to physical formulas without feeling out of place, almost deserving to be called a fifth fundamental force. Aurora even wondered if she could use magic to recreate the wondrous abilities she had learned about from other works in her past life. In the pony world, this was tantamount to creating original magic, and just the thought was thrilling. But putting it into practice was still difficult. She needed to accumulate more theoretical knowledge about magic first. Back to the matter at hand, Aurora was gradually hitting a bottleneck on her magical path. It really was time to stop and find something else to distract herself. Besides, for something like this, losing favor with the Grand Princess simply wasn't worth it. Although Aurora loved studying magic, aside from magic, appreciating the beauty of ponies, she meant, making pony friends was also a pleasure in life. I understand, Princess Celestia. You. Hey? You really understand? Celestia had been prepared to argue a bit with Aurora, but Aurora agreed surprisingly readily. Yes. I apologize for being so engrossed in my studies recently and making you worry about me. I will heed your advice and reorganize my schedule. Aurora spoke so sincerely and promptly that Celestia felt somewhat taken aback. But when Aurora agreed to something, she never did it half-heartedly. Sometimes Celestia couldn't tell if this filly was a source of relief or worry. She was mature beyond her years, which made Celestia deeply concerned about her growth, fearing she might go astray. My dear Aurora, I hope you truly understand that I don't wish to force you to do something in a patronizing tone. I know you have your own judgment, but I also hope that at your age, you can gather more memories worth cherishing in the future. Celestia gently embraced Aurora, softly stroking her mane. Celestia hoped that when every pony grew up and recalled their childhood, the first thing that came to mind would be the happy times spent with family or friends, not just their personal achievements. Even for a special pony like Aurora, Celestia wished her childhood could be as ordinary and joyful as any other pony's. After all, childhood is the most carefree time of one's life. Yet, at this moment, Aurora's mind was filled with thoughts of how wonderful the Grand Princess smelled. It had been many years since she became a pony. The hormones her body secreted had altered her consciousness and perceptions, making her more appreciative of how beautiful ponies were as creatures. She had been too obsessed with magic, forgetting just how adorable ponies were. Since she was choosing to take a short break, why not go and interact with other ponies? After a few more tender moments with Celestia, Aurora left in high spirits, leaving Celestia and Sunset Shimmer to look at each other. I think I can understand how you must have felt back then, Princess. When Sunset Shimmer was the only student, she might not have felt it herself. But now, from a bystander's perspective, observing the interactions between Celestia and Aurora, Sunset Shimmer could somewhat understand how Celestia felt when worrying about her. I'm glad to hear you say that, Sunset Shimmer. Sunset Shimmer's words lightened Celestia's melancholy mood a little. At least her students were developing in a positive direction. She hoped so. Sunset Shimmer, could you please go check on her? Me? Sunset Shimmer responded with an uncertain rhetorical question, then quickly realized her attitude was wrong and hurried to explain. It's not that I'm unwilling. I just think Aurora can handle it herself, she's quite reasonable. If I go, I might actually hinder her. Sunset Shimmer remembered that Aurora used to have many friends. She just hadn't contacted them lately due to her studies. But if Aurora wanted to, restarting surely wouldn't be hard. On the other hand, given Sunset Shimmer's previous haughty reputation, not many ponies at school were willing to talk to her. Sunset Shimmer feared that if she were by Aurora's side, other ponies might distance themselves from Aurora too. Seeing through Sunset Shimmer's concerns, Celestia gently stroked her chin and comforted her. You have become different from who you were before, Sunset Shimmer. If you don't take the initiative to communicate with other ponies, they won't know how wonderful you are. And Aurora, she... Celestia paused, a complicated expression crossing her face. She might need more care than you think. Sometimes being reasonable doesn't necessarily mean she's easy to get close to, it could also be her way of keeping others at a distance. Sorry, I don't quite understand what you mean. Sunset Shimmer was still just a foal poor at socializing herself and couldn't grasp the meaning behind Celestia's words. Being friendly with every pony in order to reject every pony that sounded very contradictory. That will be your assignment. When you understand it, you will understand what friendship is. With that, Celestia said no more. Ignoring Sunset Shimmer's troubled little face, she simply winked at her and ended the discussion. Chapter 15, Paying attention to the junior sister in advance. Hey, Aurora, are you okay? Even though Sunset Shimmer couldn't yet understand Celestia's thoughts, she knew that being scolded by a teacher definitely wouldn't feel good. So, Sunset Shimmer caught up with Aurora to see if she needed any comfort. However, upon catching up, the expression on Aurora's face didn't seem unhappy at all, she even seemed in the mood to write notes. I'm not doing badly at all. The princess is right, I have indeed spent too much time in the library. It's time to go out and breathe some fresh air. Aurora wrote and sketched in her notebook while responding to Sunset Shimmer. The notebook was filled with the whimsical ideas Aurora had come up with while researching magic during this period. Sunset Shimmer walked beside her and couldn't help but glance at the contents. On the influence of idealistic power on magic, can philosophical concepts be introduced into magic to replicate the path power of eons from next door? Aurora felt that the strongest magic in this world could be seen as a physical strike caused by the manifestation of beautiful qualities in human nature in the form of magic power. A classic example is the Season 4 finale, where Tyrek absorbed the magic of 4 alicorns plus countless foals, but in the end, he was still insta-killed by the Friendship M6. Since the path of friendship magic was difficult for Aurora to master, she could take a different approach and try researching other idealistic powers. Although Aurora knew that the path power from next door was strong because it was linked to transcendent beings like Aeons, through experimental comparison, she found that magic usage bolstered by idealistic power was indeed more refined than usual, with an indescribable quality to it. Therefore, Aurora planned to find some philosophy books to read in her spare time to deepen her ideological realm, rather than having her head full of questions like why birds can fly. Sunset Shimmer couldn't understand what Aurora was writing, but she was greatly shocked. Those unfamiliar, self-coined terms seemed incredibly imaginative, as if they came from another world. But it was clear that Aurora was researching an innovative kind of magic. It had to be said that Aurora was very bold. How old was she, yet she already wanted to create her own magic. Yet Sunset Shimmer couldn't muster even a bit of mockery, because she knew Aurora was very smart and talented, and had been working hard with Star Swirl the Bearded as her goal. Although this didn't prove she had the ability to create magic now, it didn't mean she couldn't in the future. For a foal like Aurora, who was rich in imagination and dared to practice, Sunset Shimmer really couldn't feel any jealousy toward her. Sometimes I have to wonder if you're even a pony at all. Like in some horror novels, where a forbidden soul takes control of a pony's body, giving her extraordinary abilities but also causing her to no longer be herself. Sunset Shimmer teased, as if joking. After all, there were too many miraculous phenomena happening to Aurora. Ever since Sunset Shimmer's relationship with Aurora improved, she had tried to understand her first friend. The result was that the more she dug, the more she found, it was simply legendary, with rumors like her starting to read after a week and learning her first advanced magic at 6 months old. Celestia above, it's hard to say if a newborn foal can even stay conscious, let alone learn, that would only accelerate the exhaustion of her energy. Unless she insisted on consciously learning during those 1 or 2 hours of wakefulness every day, but how could that be possible? Because these were all old news, coupled with the hype from public opinion, Sunset Shimmer just treated them as exaggerations by newspapers to gain popularity. Sunset Shimmer was lost in thought and didn't notice that the pony beside her had stopped in her tracks after hearing her comment, and had already fallen behind by a distance. Shimmering. Sunset Shimmer turned around and looked doubtfully at Aurora, who had stopped in place. Senior sister, I just suddenly thought of a pony. I think you need to come with me. What? Isn't this topic jumping a bit too? Aurora didn't give her a chance to hesitate, tilting her head and pushing Sunset Shimmer forward by her rump. Where are we going? I said don't push me, I'll go with you. With some reluctance, Sunset Shimmer followed Aurora to a residential area in Central City. Aurora checked the house number on a note and finally stopped in front of a house. Before you knock on the door, you should at least tell me what you're up to, right? Do you remember that time we sparred in the park, and a little unicorn was accidentally caught in the middle? Some time had passed since that incident, but Sunset Shimmer still remembered everything that happened that day. With Aurora's reminder, Sunset Shimmer also knew what was coming next and couldn't help but feel a bit frantic. Why didn't you say so earlier? Look, I haven't prepared anything. It's been so long. Princess Cadance already forgave us back then, and even the pony involved didn't seem to care much. Besides, look, I'm empty-handed too, aren't I? Aurora said nonchalantly. Wait, you said Princess Cadance. Sunset Shimmer hadn't paid any more attention to that matter afterward, so she knew nothing about that little unicorn and didn't know why another princess of Equestria would be involved. Oh, Princess Cadance was that pony's foal sitter. You didn't know, did you? Actually, I already met that pony at the Summer Sun celebration. Her name is Twilight Sparkle. Looking at Sunset Shimmer's face, which had frozen from receiving a large amount of information in a short time, only the corners of her eyes were twitching incessantly. Aurora could still understand this kind of belated nervousness. This reaction is quite interesting. Aurora thought. Although she really wanted to tease her senior sister more, it was truly impolite to keep standing at someone's doorstep. So, Aurora waved her hoof in front of Sunset Shimmer's eyes, calling back her wandering thoughts, and then went to ring the doorbell. Chapter 16, Twilight Sparkle's Mother. A moment later, a mare came to open the door. She should be Twilight Sparkle's mother. Aurora remembered her name was Twilight Twinkle. "Hello there, children. Is there something I can help you with?" Twilight Twinkle looked at the two foals standing at her doorstep. They looked familiar, but she couldn't remember their identities or where she had seen them for a moment. "Hello, Mrs. Twilight Twinkle. I'm Aurora, and this is Sunset Shimmer. I'm sorry for coming so abruptly, but we're here to see Twilight Sparkle. I wonder if it's convenient right now." Although Princess Cadance and Shining Armor hadn't pursued their fault at the time, Aurora wasn't sure what Twilight Sparkle's parents thought of these two ponies who had bullied their daughter. However, as the saying goes, one does not hit a smiling pony. It's never wrong to start with a good attitude. "Oh, you're Twilight's friends. It's not abrupt at all. Come on in, children." Upon hearing Aurora's name, Twilight Twinkle immediately beamed and let them in. The house felt very quiet. Aside from Twilight Twinkle's voice, no other sounds could be heard. Perhaps the other family members happened to be out at this time. "Twilight is upstairs in the study reading. You can go up and find her directly. She'll definitely be surprised to see you." Twilight Twinkle pointed to the first closed door at the top of the stairs, then lowered her voice and said to them, "If you can, help me persuade her not to always shut herself in her room. I'm really afraid she'll turn into a bookworm if she keeps this up. Just don't tell her I asked you to say it. All right. Go on, children. I hope you have a good time. I'll go prepare some nice snacks and drinks for you." After saying that, Twilight Twinkle went toward the kitchen, humming a little tune. Seeing that Twilight Twinkle had walked away, Sunset Shimmer suddenly nudged Aurora with her hoof and whispered in a playful tone. "Did you hear that? Bookworm." "I heard it, senior sister of the bookworm." It could only be said that in their thirst for knowledge, this pair of senior and junior sisters were two peas in a pod, except Aurora was a bit more of a high achiever. The two ponies insulting each other looked into each other's eyes and eventually couldn't hold it in, looking at each other and laughing silently. However, they didn't delay for long and followed the stairs to find the study. Thinking that the two main characters, Twilight Sparkle and Sunset Shimmer, were about to officially meet such a historical moment, Aurora's mood was extremely excited. She had to suppress the corners of her mouth to avoid showing a distorted, ant-like grin. Having calmed her mood, Aurora gently knocked on the door and, after receiving permission from inside, opened it and walked in. Twilight Sparkle's small figure sat at the desk with her back to the door. She was surrounded by piles of various books, most of which were related to magic. Aurora and Sunset Shimmer exchanged a glance. Just as they were about to speak and say hello, they heard Twilight Sparkle's slightly complaining voice. "Mom, I told you I'm very busy right now. Don't come and disturb me before dinner." Hearing this, the two ponies behind her looked at each other, seeing the expressions of being between laughter and tears on each other's faces. Obviously, Twilight Sparkle had mistaken the pony entering the room for Twilight Twinkle, and her mother probably didn't do this for the first time, otherwise Twilight Sparkle wouldn't have such a reflex. Aurora covered Sunset Shimmer's mouth as she was about to say hello, then walked silently behind Twilight Sparkle and peeked to see what book she was reading. General outline of entrance exam questions for the School for Gifted Unicorns? This book is useless in my opinion. It's not as good as the 5 years of magic, 3 years of spells that I compiled. That set of yours isn't suitable at all for foals who haven't even enrolled yet. Sunset Shimmer couldn't help but complain after hearing that. Previously, out of curiosity, she had asked Aurora for a set to practice. After finishing it, Sunset Shimmer almost threw up. The magic exam questions inside were like dry rations, tricky and tough. Although finishing them indeed improved one's academic ability, this way of learning wasn't suitable for Sunset Shimmer. Aurora looked back at Sunset Shimmer and felt satisfied seeing her face full of resistance. Because her purpose in compiling that set of exercises, besides making it convenient for her to play with and exercise her brain, was mainly to torture other ponies. OS, what a malicious heart! It proved to be very effective. After Sunset Shimmer finished that set of papers, she didn't want to see a single magic spell for nearly a week. The Grand Princess no longer had to worry about Sunset Shimmer being addicted to studying and not liking to make friends. So, the Grand Princess started worrying about Aurora's mental state instead. Celestia's purpose in founding the School for Gifted Unicorns was mainly for all students interested in magic. So generally speaking, the entry threshold was actually not high. The entrance exam was only to test if the little unicorn had the basic ability to cast magic, which any healthy little unicorn could do. However, Aurora, who was familiar with the script, already knew that Twilight Sparkle's entrance exam question was to hatch a dragon egg. To be honest, the difficulty of the dragon egg hatching magic has already reached the level of a senior year final exam. To treat this as an entrance exam for a foal, if it wasn't pre-decided by Celestia, Aurora couldn't imagine which genius teacher in the academy would dare to arrange it like this. It's clear that the Grand Princess might have had her eye on Twilight Sparkle even before she got her cutie mark. It's said that the Grand Princess felt a connection between Twilight Sparkle and the elements of harmony. It's quite mystical. Anyway, Aurora didn't see anything at all, perhaps because she hadn't seen the elements of harmony or the tree of harmony with her own eyes yet. But the questions inside have great reference value, at least they give me an idea of what to expect. The exam is coming up soon, and I'm practically dying of nervousness. Twilight Sparkle, immersed in her revision, subconsciously picked up the conversation. It was evident that she was indeed high-strung due to the anxiety brought on by the exam. Hey, wait a minute, what kind of book is that 5-3? However, she soon realized that an unfamiliar voice had appeared in her home. Sure enough, as she turned her head, she saw Aurora and Sunset Shimmer, who had appeared in her house at some unknown time. Hey, how are you? Twilight Sparkle, I hope we didn't scare you this time. At number *+. After a brief moment of being stunned, Twilight Sparkle suddenly let out a strange cry, and her whole body took off from the spot like a cat that had discovered a cucumber behind it. What an amazing jumping ability! As the culprit behind it all, Aurora felt no guilt. Instead, she found it quite amusing to see the protagonist of the story acting so jumpy. This was much more exciting than watching cartoons. I knew we shouldn't have come in so silently. Look, you've scared her again. Sunset Shimmer said reproachfully, while at the same time using her magic to catch the falling Twilight Sparkle and carefully placing her back onto the chair. Having landed again, Twilight Sparkle looked at the two disciples of the princess who had suddenly appeared in her home, so excited that her four hooves had nowhere to rest. In Twilight Sparkle's understanding, the two of them were the best magic students in all of Equestria, top students from the School for Gifted Unicorns. But why did they appear in her home without any warning? Chapter 17, Chapter 17 Before the entrance exam. A long time had passed since the last park incident. Twilight Sparkle had thought she would have to wait until she got into the School for Gifted Unicorns to have the chance to see them again. Long time no see, Twilight Sparkle. Let me introduce you, this is my senior sister, Sunset Shimmer. Aurora pulled Sunset Shimmer to the front, then suppressed her fanatical heart as a brony, quietly observing how the two main heroines would chat. Ah, hi, hello, Twilight Sparkle, nice to meet you. I was also responsible for what happened last time, I'm sorry I never came to apologize to you. Sunset Shimmer spoke up somewhat awkwardly. After all, she had long forgotten about Twilight Sparkle. She probably hadn't expected to see this foal again, and coupled with the suddenness of the visit, Sunset Shimmer appeared quite ill at ease. The last time? I forgot about it long ago, except for the magic you used. I wanted to ask you back then, how exactly did you do it? And what is the 5-3 you just mentioned? However, because the last time was too hurried, Twilight Sparkle had no chance to ask questions. Later, it just so happened that Aurora went into seclusion to prepare for exams, and she could never get in touch with her again. But this stimulated Twilight Sparkle's enthusiasm for learning. She studied magic knowledge desperately, striving to enter the school for gifted unicorns as soon as possible. Actually, you could have sent a letter to the academy. I should have been able to receive it, and then I could have sent a set of 5-3 to you. That's enough, she hasn't even started school yet, what are you trying to do? Hearing this, Sunset Shimmer rolled her eyes at her. She hadn't expected that Aurora, not content with torturing herself, actually wanted to reach out her evil hooves to a school foal. I think she'll grow to like my 5-3. I don't think she should like your 5-3 so early. Twilight Sparkle looked confusedly at the two foals who had suddenly started arguing, still not understanding what 5-3 actually was and why the two of them had such extreme views on it. I did send one, but you never wrote back to me. At Princess Cadance's suggestion, Twilight Sparkle had tried to send a letter to Aurora, hoping to get her guidance on magic, but until Aurora came to her house, she had never received a reply. Twilight Sparkle could understand. As a student of the princess, Aurora must be very busy normally. It was understandable that she wouldn't notice an ordinary foal like herself. I am very sorry. Aurora lowered her head in shame and covered her face. Because of her secluded cultivation, she indeed hadn't handled the letters sent to her much. Moreover, she didn't know many people, so most of the letters she received were greetings from her family. Aurora didn't have time to handle them properly and put them all aside, never expecting that Twilight Sparkle would write to her. The Grand Princess was right, a pony shouldn't be too obsessed with one thing. To have actually missed the letter Twilight wrote to her. She must go through them carefully after returning, find that letter, and frame it. This was the first letter the main heroine Twilight Sparkle had ever written to her. Flying Light has been preparing for her grade skipping exam recently and hasn't paid much attention to the outside world, so your letter might have been accidentally missed by her. Sunset Shimmer patted the head bowed, reflecting Flying Light and spoke up to explain for her. Grade skipping exam. Twilight Sparkle's eyes widened, and she repeated the somewhat unfamiliar term in a tone of disbelief. Yet, she felt she couldn't learn any new knowledge in her current grade, so she skipped a grade. Now she's in the same class as me. Sunset Shimmer patted Flying Light, who was still immersed in sadness. Speaking of her junior sister, or classmate now, her heart was truly a mix of emotions. Flying Light's limelight clearly showed signs of overshadowing hers, which made her feel a bit uneasy, but she was very happy when studying magic with Flying Light. It truly gave her mixed feelings. Wow! Twilight Sparkle looked at Flying Light with even more admiration and longing in her eyes. All right, let's stop talking about me. There's really nothing to say about it. Flying Light had always disliked talking about herself. Almost everyone thought she was a genius. But only she knew how much effort she, a human, had put into learning magic in Equestria. In Flying Light's view, she only had an early start because of her identity as a transmigrator. Chosen ones like Sunset Shimmer, Twilight Sparkle, and Starlight were the true geniuses. By the way, Twilight Sparkle, you're preparing for the entrance exam now, right? Flying Light guided the topic back to Twilight Sparkle. She had come here for her this time. Hearing this, Twilight Sparkle's expression became anxious again. To be honest, I've been feeling uncertain. What is the Academy's entrance exam like? Is it hard? I originally wanted to prepare for a bit longer before considering applying, but my dad already signed me up. How could he do that? I still have so many books I haven't had time to read. I hope the exam doesn't test things I'm not good at. Watching Twilight Sparkle pace back and forth obliviously in front of them, talking to herself rapidly, it was clear she had once again fallen into her own emotional whirlpool. This anxiety-prone personality was exactly the same as the Twilight Sparkle in Flying Light's memory. Although Flying Light really wanted to comfort Twilight Sparkle by saying the entrance exam wasn't hard, thinking about Twilight's dragon egg hatching exam question, she felt that Twilight indeed had reason to panic. Actually, you don't need to be so nervous. Our Academy's entrance exam is very simple. Seeing that Twilight Sparkle was about to wear a trough into the floor, a dizzy sunset shimmer pulled her over and made her sit down to chat with them. That's only simple for you guys. You are the princess's students. We weren't the princess's students from the start. Everyone learns magic one spell at a time, don't they? Speaking of which, senior sister, what was your entrance exam back then? Let me think. I think it was hatching a phoenix egg. Because it was so long ago, Sunset Shimmer only remembered that the Grand Princess took her as a disciple on the day of the entrance exam, and then she focused all her mind on learning magic, never paying attention to anything else. A phoenix egg? Could it be Philomena? Probably, maybe, yet. That phoenix was indeed raised by the princess after that. This phoenix named Philomena had even scared Fluttershy to tears with her resurrection skill in the animation. And Flying Light had seen her once in the castle, she hadn't expected her to be hatched by her senior sister. Good grief, Sunset Shimmer hatched a phoenix egg, Twilight Sparkle hatched a dragon egg, and only Flying Light had ordinarily dealt with a money tree. This is too lame. Is it really because the Grand Princess had no expectations for her? A career path is not easy, the pony sighs. But this is fine, right? Flying Light came here to learn magic, whether she's successful or not doesn't seem to matter. However, Twilight Sparkle was dumbfounded after hearing Sunset Shimmer's entrance exam question. A phoenix egg? What kind of thing is that? Is there any book that contains knowledge on how to hatch such an animal? Calm down, Twilight Sparkle. Phoenix eggs aren't something seen everywhere in Equestria. Normally, a pony preparing for admission won't encounter such a bizarre question. Flying Light's exam content only required demonstrating a growth spell. Looking at Twilight Sparkle, who had plunged into the pile of books and was flipping through them frantically, Sunset Shimmer comforted her, while at the same time signaling Flying Light with her eyes to say something too. Yet, a phoenix egg is a rare item. Senior sister has already stepped into the pit for us, so you can rest easy. Hearing Flying Light say so too, Twilight Sparkle let her hanging heart down a bit. But you can look forward to something else, like a dragon egg or something. Hey! We're here to comfort her, not to make her more nervous. Sunset Shimmer pointed a hoof at Twilight Sparkle, who had started flipping through books frantically again, and scolded Flying Light crossly. Hee. Flying Light just showed a very punchable smiling face, which made Sunset Shimmer certain that she had said it on purpose. Chapter 18 Coaching the Junior Sister. What should I do? I can't find any books on hatching dragon eggs anywhere here. Have you two read any books on hatching dragon eggs? No, how could there possibly be such a book? You have to realize that dragon eggs are only found in the dragon lands where the dragons live, and currently, the foals know very little about that place. Sunset Shimmer held down the running and screaming Twilight Sparkle, trying to suppress her emotional breakdown, but she underestimated how difficult Twilight Sparkle was when in rampage mode. But even if there are no dragon eggs, there might be eggs of other creatures I don't know about. What if I run into one? It's over, I'll never be able to get into the school for gifted unicorns in my life. Listen to me, Twilight. Aurora was just mentioning it casually. Actually, the entrance exam isn't that complicated at all. You just need to demonstrate a simple spell that all unicorns can learn to the proctor to prove you have the basic ability. Sunset Shimmer's comforting words had some effect. Although Twilight Sparkle's emotions gradually stabilized, and Aurora didn't bring up any more provocative topics this time. She just took a notebook that looked like study notes. "Are these notes you made? Can I take a look?" After getting Twilight Sparkle's permission, Aurora started to flip through it. The notes were organized very neatly and cleanly. Should one say, as expected of a future genius scholar? Even before starting school, she had already demonstrated a summarizing ability far beyond her peers. At this moment, Twilight Twinkle brought in some snacks and juice. Seeing her daughter getting along so well with her two new friends, she felt very gratified. After putting the things down, she left without saying much, leaving the place to these young ladies. "Wow, you've already learned so much. Is it all self-taught? This doesn't look like a foal who has only attended magic kindergarten." Aurora quickly finished flipping through Twilight Sparkle's notes and then handed it to Sunset Shimmer. "Most of it I learned from books, and some were taught to me by Princess Cadance and Shining Armor, that is, my older brother." Being complimented by Aurora made Twilight Sparkle feel a bit embarrassed. Sunset Shimmer was quite calm. After all, having seen such an monstrously talented pony as Aurora, by comparison, Twilight Sparkle's intelligence was still within an acceptable range. If Aurora knew what Sunset Shimmer was thinking, she would definitely say that she just had a fast early game development, but without the version bonus of the magic of friendship in the late game, she would be phased out. After all, in front of the invincible magic of friendship, even Star Swirl the Bearded was phased out. "Twilight, when is your entrance exam scheduled?" "Not many days left, it's next Wednesday." "So that means, next Wednesday I'll be able to see the legendary sonic rain boom." Honestly, Aurora kind of wanted to take a train to Ponyville to see it live, but thinking about how that explosion could be heard even in Canterlot, she was afraid that in Ponyville, her ears wouldn't be able to handle it. As for whether she would see the secretary in Ponyville, Aurora thought that was a matter for the future Aurora to worry about. The sonic rain boom is a rare spectacle. Should I ask the senior sister to watch it together? Sunset Shimmer sensed a gaze, so she put down the notes and looked up to see Aurora staring at her. There was an indescribable meaning in her eyes, and she didn't know what bad idea she was cooking up again. "There's still some time until next Wednesday, Twilight. Do you want to come over to my place? I can teach you a few spells that might be on the entrance exam. Actually, it would only be tested for ordinary ponies." For Twilight Sparkle, it was content that would absolutely not be tested. After all, her baby Spike was still waiting for her. Chapter 19, Chapter 19 Phoenixes and Dragons Are Neighbors. "Senior sister, you should come too. I want to hear how you hatched a phoenix egg. I've never heard you mention this before." Phoenixes and dragons are neighbors. Since their living environments are similar, perhaps Sunset Shimmer's experience could inspire Twilight Sparkle, so she wouldn't be so caught off guard during the exam. Sunset Shimmer thought about it and nodded in agreement. She had already finished her advanced magic exams, so she had plenty of time now, and Princess Celestia definitely wouldn't want to see her staying alone in the library. Aurora left an address in Twilight Sparkle's notebook, and after arranging the meeting time with her, she left Twilight Sparkle's home with Sunset Shimmer. "Where is the address you left for her? Since we're going to study magic, can't we invite her to the castle?" Sunset Shimmer had just glanced at the address Aurora left for Twilight Sparkle. In her memory, there was no matching place, so on the way back, she asked the question in her heart. "We haven't asked the princess if we can bring friends over, and it's too lively there, not suitable for studying. Besides, Aurora needed to help Twilight Sparkle practice the spell for hatching dragon eggs in advance. If they were caught by Celestia in the castle, it would be hard to explain. As for that address, you'll know when the time comes, won't you? As long as you don't oversleep and be late." Aurora kept her in suspense and walked ahead with her head held high, looking smug. "My dear senior sister, do you need me to knock on your door when the princess raises the sun?" "Thanks, but no need, I will be there on time." Hearing that Aurora was mocking her again, Sunset Shimmer pulled a long face and politely declined Aurora's goodwill. Sunset Shimmer had trouble waking up early. In the past, when she overslept, the Grand Princess would wake her up, but now this task naturally fell to Aurora. Perhaps the instinct for perfect attendance from her past life was engraved into her soul, so Aurora was never late. However, because she was very happy learning magic every day, and was far away from overtime and shift work, her current schedule was even healthier than Yoshikage Kira's, so waking up early was no longer painful. The next day, when arriving at the agreed meeting spot, Aurora was surprised to see Sunset Shimmer already waiting there. You know, Aurora usually left at least 10 minutes early to deal with potential emergencies on the way to avoid being late. Now that Sunset Shimmer had arrived earlier than her, it actually made Aurora feel quite surprised. Especially when Sunset Shimmer saw her, she had a smug expression of having won against her. "So cute, I'll praise her later." Having made up her mind, Aurora pretended to have just noticed Sunset Shimmer and greeted her with surprise. "Senior sister? You're here so early." "Sorry, have you been waiting long?" "Actually, I just arrived too." That sentence really is a classic lie. After exchanging greetings, Aurora took Sunset Shimmer to their destination. This was a house that looked quite ordinary, but Aurora took out a key from her bag and opened the locked door, leading Sunset Shimmer inside. The house was almost filled with rows of bookshelves. Rather than a residential house, it was more like a small library, and it was a library that belonged exclusively to Aurora. This house was considered Aurora's own little home. It was originally purchased to store her book collection. As for now, after she graduates from the school for gifted unicorns, if she is still living in Canterlot, this is where she will live. Chapter 20 The facilities here were complete. The facilities here were complete. Besides the library on the first floor, there was an observatory and living quarters upstairs, as well as a basement that served as a laboratory. It was simply a magical clubhouse for academics. "You have a place like this, I've never heard you mention it." Now we're even." Aurora was referring to Sunset Shimmer not telling her about her legendary experience of hatching a phoenix egg. There was still some time before the meeting with Twilight Sparkle, so Aurora took Sunset Shimmer on a tour of her private library. "This is a place I often came to before I started school. Because the books I bought were too many to fit at home, I simply emptied out a place specifically to store my books. It housed most of the mainstream magic books, with the most related to Star Swirl the Bearded, as well as many rubbings of rare magic books, which were likely obtained from the Central City archives. After all, Star Swirl the Bearded was the greatest male wizard since the founding of Equestria, and Aurora would never be missing Star Swirl's books, no matter what else she was missing. Besides that, there were also some niche and obscure magic books. Sunset Shimmer even saw the humorous clown mentioned earlier. The entire series was here. Every book was preserved in very good condition, and it was clear that their owner had spent a lot of effort maintaining this place. "This bookshelf mainly houses my favorite books." Aurora pointed to a bookshelf that was organized exceptionally neatly and cleanly. It was placed in the most conspicuous spot in the house, and she introduced it to Sunset Shimmer. "I welcome my friends to borrow any books here at any time, but for this one bookshelf alone, I hope that when they are borrowed, a note or remark is left behind." "You built a place like this, isn't it very troublesome to maintain?" After Aurora started school, she was almost running back and forth between the school and the castle every day. Sunset Shimmer felt she shouldn't have time to manage this place, but it was spotless, not looking like a place that had been left vacant for a long time. "I hired other ponies to help me clean this place regularly, about once a week. Obviously, their work results are worth the price I pay. No matter which world it is, as long as the money is right, there will be a lot fewer troubles." Sunset Shimmer also recalled that her junior's family background in Canterlot seemed to be a noble family, so no wonder she had spare money to specifically build such a library to collect these books. Because one couldn't see any of the bad temper typical of noble ponies on Aurora, it made Sunset Shimmer always forget that Aurora was also one of them. Take these books, we'll need them when Twilight arrives later. Aurora took down a few magic books from the corresponding bookshelf and handed them to Sunset Shimmer. And this for you too. Sunset Shimmer looked at the key on Aurora's hoof. This thing was exactly the same as the one Aurora used to open the door just now. Not understanding the meaning, she didn't dare to take it for a moment. Aurora didn't have any intention of avoiding suspicion at all, and directly stuffed the key into Sunset Shimmer's satchel. This is the spare key to my house. From now on, whenever you want, you can use this place at any time, no need to ask me. After saying this, Aurora felt it wasn't quite right, so she quickly added another sentence. But this doesn't mean you can skip leaving a note when using my favorite bookshelf, do you understand? Aurora stared at Sunset Shimmer with sharp eyes, poking Sunset Shimmer's chest with her hoof in a threatening manner. It was a faint fierce look, but she quickly broke into laughter. Wait, why? However, right at this moment, the doorbell rang. Knowing that it was Twilight Sparkle who had arrived, Aurora hurried over to answer the door, and by the way, also tell Twilight Sparkle the rules of her territory. At this time, Sunset Shimmer's brain was still in a state of confusion. After all, everything happened too suddenly. Sunset Shimmer took the key out of her bag and looked at it carefully. It was indeed the key to the house, not some insignificant little toy. How did Aurora manage to give such an important thing to her so calmly and naturally? And why her? It hasn't been that long since their relationship eased, right? How could such a thing happen? Gazing at the key, Sunset Shimmer felt a strange and unfamiliar emotion in her heart. Perhaps this is the feeling of being completely trusted by someone? But she didn't dislike this feeling, and was even a little flattered and panicked. Sunset Shimmer thought through everything she had done and couldn't think of a reason why Aurora would deserve to treat her this way, and even felt it wasn't worth it for Aurora. Although Sunset Shimmer knew nothing about friendship, but given the situation, even she felt from the bottom of her heart that Aurora was definitely the most generous and sincere friend in the world. Sunset Shimmer couldn't help but think of the words Celestia had instructed her before. She now felt that Celestia must have been wrong. How could such a Aurora be a pony with a lonely heart? Chapter 21, Chapter 21 Canterlet Study Group. When talking about the time she hatched a phoenix egg, Sunset Shimmer also felt it was very tricky, but since things had reached this point, she had no choice but to bite the bullet. Fortunately, she succeeded. Considering that phoenixes live near volcanoes, she first used temperature-changing magic to raise the temperature on the egg's surface, creating an environment for incubation, and then used animal-hastening magic. It was just that this magic was generally suitable for ordinary small animals, and Sunset Shimmer wasn't sure at the time if it would be effective for a magical creature like a phoenix. After infusing a large amount of magic, the little phoenix finally succeeded in breaking out of its shell. So the point is that the magic level just needs to be high enough, hey? Sunset Shimmer nodded, agreeing with Aurora's point of view. In situations where the principles are unclear, brute force as a miracle is not a bad option. You just provide the magic, and let the magic figure out the method. Flying light, your magic level shouldn't be low either, right? Perhaps, but I don't know where my limits are yet. Out of academic rigor, Aurora's research on magic had remained in the theoretical stage up to now. After all, things were very peaceful, and there hadn't been any opportunities for her to get serious. However, with the accumulation of knowledge, she was secretly pondering doing something big to test her maximum magic level. As for Twilight Sparkle, her mood wasn't as relaxed as the other two. Currently, she didn't have a clear understanding of her own magic level, thinking she was just like any ordinary little unicorn, and coupled with her easily anxious personality, she habitually thought about things in the worst possible way. Don't worry, Twilight, I promise you'll pass. Thank you for your comfort. Twilight Sparkle gave a strained smile and lowered her head to continue reading, distracted. It was hard for Aurora and Sunset Shimmer to give her any effective comfort regarding this matter, unless she could become more confident herself. Although she quickly learned the few new spells they taught her, it didn't seem to alleviate her nervousness about the exam. By the way, I heard you met at the Summer Sun celebration. Feeling the atmosphere was a bit stifling, Sunset Shimmer tried to change the subject to liven things up. That's right. The Summer Sun celebration is held in a different location every year, and it just happened to be in Canterlot that time. It was the first time in my life I saw Princess Celestia raise the sun with my own eyes. Aurora picked up on Sunset Shimmer's topic and said, "Me too. That was definitely the most magical and beautiful scene I've ever seen, which is why I wanted to attend Princess Celestia's school." Twilight Sparkle's emotions were also stirred. It seemed this topic was very effective. Humph humph. Sunset Shimmer looked at the two ponies, and a sudden sense of superiority rose in her heart. I think the experience of watching the sunrise at the Summer Sun celebration is pretty average, so I didn't go. What? Twilight Sparkle simply couldn't believe her ears. How could any pony resist the temptation of watching the sunrise at the Summer Sun celebration? Aurora pressed Twilight Sparkle, who had stood up and slammed the table, back down, while quietly whispering in her ear. "Don't act too shocked, she'll get a kick out of it." This warning came too late. Obviously, Sunset Shimmer had already seen Twilight Sparkle's reaction and was secretly feeling incredibly pleased. Twilight Sparkle, having realized, also remembered that Sunset Shimmer had been a student following Celestia for a long time. If she wanted to, standing next to the princess to watch the sunrise every morning wouldn't be a problem at all. So envious. This is just too great, right? Being the princess's student is truly blissful. Let me tell you a secret, this is something only Princess Celestia and I know. Sunset Shimmer suddenly said, pretending to be mysterious. Actually, I have raised the sundae. What? This time it was Aurora who called out first. She didn't care if her posture would be mocked by Sunset Shimmer. She grabbed her notebook and leaned in closely with Twilight Sparkle. Quick! Tell me more. Being stared at by two pairs of eyes, Sunset Shimmer, who had been acting big, suddenly found it hard to back down and could only awkwardly argue in a low voice. But I didn't succeed, I just begged the princess to let me try it for a bit. That doesn't matter, hurry up and tell me what it feels like to manipulate celestial bodies. Aurora thought about how, due to her own reserve, she only dared to stand next to the Grand Princess every day to observe the process of the sun rising and feel the surge of magic. As a result, she hadn't expected that Sunset Shimmer, who looked so honest, had already tried it out. She felt so regretful. As the conversation reached this point, Sunset Shimmer restrained the joking expression on her face. Raising the sun had always been a hidden desire in her heart, and it had also been her goal all along. In the past, she had always believed that only she had the ability to take over this power from Celestia, but that was no longer the case. Sunset Shimmer didn't know if Aurora had the same ambition as her, but she was certain that Aurora had the strength to compete with her. Whenever she thought about this, Sunset Shimmer felt very complicated. That feeling was extremely heavy. My magic was as small as a twig, yet I delusionally tried to pry up a great mountain. The moment I made contact, it pressed down on me so hard I couldn't lift my head. The memory of being rejected by the sun was still vivid. Although Sunset Shimmer knew this was an inevitable result, she still didn't feel any better about it. Even Star Swirl had to complete the sun and moon cycle with the help of his friends, and at the cost of exhausting his magic. The fact that you dared to try is already very impressive. It seems the job of moving celestial bodies can only be done by an alicorn, which shows that there is a world of difference in magic levels between an alicorn and a unicorn. But why are the combat records of alicorns in the animation and movies so poor? Aurora was completely baffled by this. Have you ever thought about trying something else? Twilight Sparkle suddenly asked. Something else? You mean? Sunset Shimmer didn't understand what she meant. Meteorites in space. Can you drag one of them down? Meteor. Why are you calling me? Aurora, Meteor Gleam, poked her head out upon hearing this. I wasn't calling you. Sunset Shimmer pushed her head back. Regarding this point, Sunset Shimmer hadn't thought about it. After all, she only had pursuits regarding the sun, and she hadn't conducted very in-depth research into other aspects of astronomy. Sunset Shimmer and Aurora looked at each other, and both saw an expression of wanting to say something but holding back on each other's faces. If it weren't for the fact that Aurora only had 2 pairs of hooves, she really would have given Twilight Sparkle a thumbs up. You really are a little smartapants, you even thought of this. Theoretically speaking, even the sun is driven by magic, so conjuring a meteor with a horn is not impossible. But the question is this legal? However, in order to end Twilight Sparkle's crazy fantasy, Aurora tactfully dispelled this idea for her. In fact, Aurora, who was well versed in the laws of Equestria, had not seen any records regarding this item, which meant that the law didn't say it was allowed, nor did it say it was forbidden. But it still involved some moral risks. If a man-made meteor were seen by unsuspecting astronomy enthusiasts, they would probably be so anxious they wouldn't be able to sleep at night. After settling Twilight Sparkle, Aurora looked back at Sunset Shimmer, only to see her head down, writing and drawing in her notebook, with a thoughtful expression. Suddenly, she noticed Aurora staring at her. She froze for a moment, hurriedly turned a page, and then smiled at Aurora, a very awkward smile. It's no wonder, this one is even more of an outlaw, otherwise she wouldn't have betrayed the Grand Princess so decisively. I don't know if the senior apprentice still has those thoughts now. As it stands, everything is fine. Twilight Sparkle is about to enroll, and she doesn't seem to have any intention of running away. Chapter 22, Chapter 22 Sunset Shimmer, absolutely do not believe in friendship. Teaching Twilight Sparkle magic was a very pleasant task for Aurora. She was a very clever pony who could always infer other things from one fact, and Aurora was also getting a taste of the sweetness of reviewing the old to learn the new. Sunset Shimmer had no interest in being a tutor, but she would quietly do her own things on the side. Perhaps she treated this place as a geomantic treasure land where she could both avoid the Grand Princess's nagging and study in peace. Occasionally, Aurora would pretend she didn't remember a certain magic spell and ask Sunset Shimmer for help, trying to get her to integrate into the session. Although Sunset Shimmer saw through Aurora's intention at a glance, she would still temporarily stop what she was doing, provide the answer for Aurora, and then immediately go back to her own work, completely in a state of being uninvolved yet not out of place. At least Aurora's method worked, even if not entirely. Even Twilight Sparkle could see that Sunset Shimmer did not seem like a pony who was easy to get along with, but with Aurora teaching her so enthusiastically, she was already content. Thinking about how the representatives of the 2 future elements of harmony had this kind of dynamic when they were young, Aurora felt a headache coming on. However, there was nothing to be done about it. It would take many seasons of stories before they grew up enough to stand on their own. Aurora and Sunset Shimmer would go to report their recent study progress to Celestia at a fixed time every week, and it just so happened to be today. Tomorrow was the day of Twilight Sparkle's entrance exam, and thinking about how she was about to see the legendary sonic rain boom, Aurora couldn't help but curl the corners of her mouth. However, Sunset Shimmer's mood was not as wonderful as Aurora's. Thinking about having to report her study insights to Celestia later, she felt some resistance, because every time, Celestia would require them to make more friends. She only hoped that their recent tutoring of Twilight Sparkle would be enough to fool the Grand Princess. Flying Light, why do you think Princess Celestia is always obsessed with having us make more friends? Clearly their magic levels were improving day by day, so why spend time on useless socializing? Sunset Shimmer could never figure this out. She felt that communicating with ponies whose strength was inferior to her own was a complete waste of time. Sunset Shimmer once thought that Aurora's thoughts were the same as her own. After all, when it came to learning magic, she was even more driven than herself. But seeing her teaching Twilight Sparkle magic so attentively these past 2 days, she felt it wasn't quite like that. Because friendship is magic. Aurora directly used the title of the entire series to answer Sunset Shimmer's question. You're joking, right? Don't tell me you actually believe in that stuff. However, the current Sunset Shimmer was just a pure power seeker, believing that power would only be possessed by the aloof strong. To make her imagine that a group of ponies just making friends could obtain the strongest power in the world, she would probably have to eat a rainbow cannon herself. Thus, Aurora thought of Sunset Shimmer from Equestria Girls, with a broken expression on her face, crawling out of a pit in a sorry state, and couldn't help but feel heartache and a sigh in her heart. She was originally as proud and high-spirited as she was now, but because of a single wrong thought, she left her homeland and ended up with her dignity swept away, in a state of extreme humbleness. Even though she was reborn like a phoenix after understanding the true meaning of friendship, Aurora still couldn't bear to watch Sunset Shimmer go through that low point again. I believe very much. Doesn't Star Swirl the Bearded have a book researching the magic of friendship? But that book was never finished, it has no conclusion. I think Star Swirl the Bearded must have also felt it was complete nonsense and chose to give up. Sunset Shimmer had also read that unfinished book by Star Swirl the Bearded. This was something that even the greatest wizard had failed to accomplish. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the magic of friendship didn't exist at all. It wasn't finished because Star Swirl wasn't good enough, not because the magic wasn't. I really can't believe I'm hearing this from you, a fan of Star Swirl the Bearded. Sunset Shimmer showed an expression of disbelief, feeling that Aurora had become a bit obsessed, actually saying such things for a magic that didn't exist, when she usually always took Star Swirl the Bearded as a role model. Chapter 23, Chapter 23 Correction. Correction. I am a fan of Thin Mist Blue Mane, not a fan of Star Swirl. I only respect him because I admire his achievements and knowledge. But even the greatest wizard in Equestria is not omnipotent. I believe there are things he couldn't do. Things that Star Swirl the Bearded couldn't do are beyond my imagination. For example, I don't understand why you believe so much in the magic of friendship. Sunset Shimmer could tell that Aurora wasn't a pony who liked to make many friends either. She couldn't for the life of her figure out why Aurora was so certain about something that had neither theoretical basis nor practical examples. Naturally, Aurora couldn't say that she had read the script and knew in advance how powerful the magic of friendship was, just that she didn't believe she could possess this kind of power, so she didn't show much in this regard. In fact, Aurora firmly believed that the purpose of the magic of friendship was to make Sunset Shimmer believe in the magic of friendship, and she couldn't make Sunset Shimmer believe in something that she herself didn't believe in. You've read the story of Princess Celestia banishing Nightmare Moon, right? The story of Princess Celestia using the elements of harmony to seal the moon pony on the moon is even a prophetic story. Sunset Shimmer pondered that there didn't seem to be many years left until the Nightmare Night in the prophecy, but she didn't know if the story was true or false, so she didn't know if there would be a moon pony coming to wreak havoc on Equestria. I saw a term similar to the elements of harmony in the notes left by Star Swirl the Tree of Harmony. It is a tree with powerful magic, grown from seeds planted by the ancient 6 sages long ago, symbolizing the friendship between them and the wish to protect Equestria. This is the first time I've heard of this. By the way, just how many books have you read? Unexpectedly hearing content she had never seen before, Sunset Shimmer couldn't help but ask. I'm just very interested in the history of Equestria. To better adapt to her identity as a pony, Aurora read many history-related books during the literacy stage. While increasing her vocabulary, she could also increase her sense of identity and belonging to her current status by understanding the history of this country. So you think the elements of harmony come from this tree of harmony? And the elements of harmony are what you call the magic of friendship? I personally think so. Aurora wanted to say that it was exactly that, but she had no direct evidence to prove this point. Although this analysis was reasonable and convincing, she still chose a more conservative statement. This is all just your guess. If the elements of harmony are the magic of friendship, then when using them, multiple ponies must be needed, right? But 1,000 years ago, Princess Celestia defeated Nightmare Moon by using them alone. That's true. But after sealing Princess Luna, Princess Celestia's connection with the elements of harmony was broken, and she could no longer use the elements of harmony. After all, solving problems by suppressing one's own sister did not fit the philosophy of friendship. However, Aurora could not tell Sunset Shimmer this directly, because this was not something a normal pony like Aurora should know. I think I get it now. You're saying all this just to make me believe that friendship has magical power. Then, senior sister, why don't you try to believe that friendship has power? I don't need friendship, I am already strong enough on my own. Sunset Shimmer said, lifting her head with supreme confidence. I will rely on my own abilities to become Princess Celestia's most proud student. And for the princess, friends were not a necessity. Because the Celestia in Sunset Shimmer's eyes was just such a pony. Chapter 24, Chapter 24 Sunset Shimmer had followed by Celestia's side since she was very young. Sunset Shimmer had followed by Celestia's side since she was very young. For Sunset Shimmer, she was both a teacher and a role model. Sunset Shimmer longed to become an existence like Celestia, and when she became the princess's protégé, she was convinced that this would be her destiny. Celestia also had no friends, she was lonely, beautiful, powerful, and had ruled Equestria alone for 1,000 years. So that's what you think. But have you ever thought that perhaps Princess Celestia is not what you think she is? Are you trying to say that you know her better than I do? Sunset Shimmer's tone became impatient. Aurora's words had undoubtedly touched her forbidden zone, and there was suppressed anger in her tone. Don't forget, I came first. I am the pony who has spent the longest time with her. Sorry, I didn't mean to deny anything. What I want to say is, since she is our teacher, she certainly wouldn't require her students to spend extra effort on meaningless things. If you think the strong don't need friends, doesn't that contradict the princess's orders? This was exactly the point that Sunset Shimmer couldn't understand. If the friendship Princess Celestia spoke of was for ruling the country, then after becoming a superior, wouldn't the ponies naturally obey her orders? Unless friendship really had magic, and very powerful magic at that, would it be worth it for a princess to spend effort on this aspect? But how could this be possible? If friendship is magic, then why doesn't Princess Celestia use it herself? She is the princess, if she wanted to, no pony in all of Equestria would refuse to be friends with the princess, right? Obviously, the magic of friendship was still too much of a nonsense, not to mention that Celestia herself was already very strong, and Sunset Shimmer also wanted to be an independent and powerful pony like her. If you're interested, you can research the so-called magic of friendship yourself. After you produce results, I will consider it then, provided that you can prove it really exists. She's really incorrigible, serves you right to eat a rainbow cannon. Aurora secretly stuck her tongue out at Sunset Shimmer's back. Little did she know, the friendship she valued the least was the version answer of this world, and also the prerequisite for the heir to the throne. However, Sunset Shimmer was right about one thing, and that was that Aurora had no way to prove the existence of the magic of friendship to her. The most direct way to verify the magic of friendship is through the elements of harmony. Aurora knows they are currently stored in the old castle of the two princesses in the Everfree Forest, but without the elements of friendship to activate them, they are just 6 stones. Based on the spell Twilight Sparkle perfected in the Season 3 finale to complete the magic of friendship, the criteria for activating the magic of friendship is you and me and you, and the signs of destiny merging into one. In layman's terms, it means shouting about friendship and bonds when you're low on health, and then launching a charge at the boss that's akin to a mechanic kill. What a high threshold! You have to know that Aurora used to only play single-player games. It seems the magic of friendship will have to wait for the Equestria M6, after all, one sonic rain boom from Rainbow Dash blasted out 6 cutie marks. They really are destined best friends, it's truly enviable. Princess Celestia. The two ponies arrived at the usual meeting spot with Celestia, but they didn't see the familiar the Grand Princess. The throne was empty. This wasn't the first time this had happened. Celestia was the ruler of the nation and had many things to manage. It was common for her to be suddenly called away to handle urgent matters. Usually, when they encountered such situations, they would just wait there or wander around to kill time, but this time they discovered a place they hadn't seen before. Chapter 25. Chapter 25. It was a half-open door, showing how hurried the pony inside had been when leaving. It was a half-open door, showing how hurried the pony inside had been when leaving. Through the crack in the door, it was pitch black with no light at all, indicating that this was a room not frequently used. Sunset Shimmer and Aurora had a slight impression of this door, because whenever they came to see Princess Celestia, they passed by it almost every time. However, because it had always been locked, they had always assumed it was just one of the many empty rooms scattered throughout the castle. Now that it had been unlocked by a careless pony, making it available for a visit, how could they resist the curiosity to go in and take a look? Senior sister, how about we explore the area ahead another time? Smelling the dust drifting out of the room, Aurora suddenly felt that she wasn't curious anymore. Then you wait outside for me, I'll be out as soon as I'm done looking. Sunset Shimmer didn't indulge her, pushing the door open and walking straight in. Seeing this, Aurora had no choice but to follow closely behind to take a look. This room was likely a storage room, piled with all sorts of miscellaneous things, all covered with dust sheets, and it wasn't clear exactly what was being stored. But the only item that wasn't covered made Aurora realize what this place was. I knew I shouldn't have come in. A floor-length mirror with a very ornate frame was placed in the most conspicuous position in the room. Especially since the things around it were covered in thick dust, while it was spotless, it was hard not to notice. Aurora looked at this mirror as if facing a formidable enemy. This was the magical item that could travel to another world. In the original work, Senior Sister used it to run away. If she could, Aurora would really like to smash the mirror, completely cutting off the possibility of Senior Sister becoming a runaway. But this thing was, after all, the princess's property, and Aurora, who was well versed in Equestria's laws, didn't dare to take action. Whoa, what is this? Sunset Shimmer curiously reached out her hoof to touch the mirror surface, but the cold, hard tactile sensation she expected didn't appear. Instead, it was replaced by a kind of elasticity similar to viscous liquid, like the surface of a bubble, as if one could pass through it. And as she touched it, the surface of the mirror rippled like water. Such a magical phenomenon made the mirror look full of magic. Watching the scene of Sunset Shimmer playing with the mirror wantonly, Aurora only felt a jolt of panic, fearing that Sunset Shimmer would just dive in and not come back. Senior Sister, I don't think we should have come in. You certainly shouldn't have come in here. Just as Aurora wanted to bite Sunset Shimmer's tail and drag her out, the majestic voice of Celestia sounded behind them. Turning around, they saw the Grand Princess at the doorway, her face backlit, with a pair of eyes full of displeasure, which made them gasp in fear. If you didn't see me in the audience chamber, you should have waited in place, rather than running off to a place you aren't allowed to enter. Sorry. X2. Considering they were still just foals, Celestia just reprimanded them verbally and let it go. Moreover, the main responsibility for this matter was that she hadn't closed the door properly. I originally intended to tell you everything about this place after you grew up a bit more. So, what is this mirror? Some kind of magical item? Seeing that Celestia was no longer angry, Sunset Shimmer couldn't suppress her curiosity and asked. Celestia chose not to answer this question immediately, but instead observed the attitudes of the two ponies toward the mirror. Sunset Shimmer made no secret of her thirst for knowledge and curiosity. This was the normal reaction of a pony facing something she didn't understand. Aurora, however, seemed completely unconcerned about the mirror. Compared to the unknown, magical mirror, she seemed more focused on Sunset Shimmer. Although she controlled her emotional expression well, from some of her micro-expressions, one could tell she seemed nervous. What was making her feel this way? No pony could figure out what Aurora was thinking, not even Celestia. Before answering that question, tell me first what each of you sees in the mirror. Celestia used her horn to create some light, so that the room wouldn't be pitch black. This question, which felt like a test of conscience, made Aurora pause for a moment, but since the Grand Princess had spoken, she had to answer, regardless of whether her answer would satisfy the Grand Princess. Aurora stood in front of the mirror, looking at the image reflected in it. She saw a light grayish-blue unicorn with a pair of bright yellow eyes, and a slightly curly dark blue-purple mane, interspersed with golden highlights. Whose foal is this? So cute! Oh, it's me. Never mind then. Honestly, besides being able to travel to another world, this crystal mirror was no different from an ordinary mirror. Not wanting to waste time on the crystal mirror, Aurora quickly gave her answer. I see a cute blue unicorn, and an even cuter amber-colored unicorn, as well as a beautiful and elegant alicorn. As soon as these words were spoken, the mood that Sunset Shimmer was about to build was shattered. Can you be a bit more serious? I am very serious, and I am also very honest. If you don't believe me, I can let you touch my conscience and repeat it again. I don't want to, you're too cheesy. Sunset Shimmer blushed slightly and dodged away from Aurora's approach. She really couldn't understand what was going on in this guy's head, to be able to say such things in this kind of situation. She didn't think she could fool the princess just by flattering her, right? As a result, she looked up and saw the Grand Princess with a somewhat delighted expression. This actually works? I am just answering truthfully what I see and what I think in my heart. I don't think I'm wrong. Aurora summed up her answer with confidence. Whatever the species, if a person isn't lecherous, what are they? How are you? All Aurora sought in this life was just to learn magic and pet ponies. The simplest pursuit, the ultimate enjoyment. Oh, darling, your mouth is so sweet, I like your frankness. Celestia whispered to Aurora's ear. This question didn't have a standard answer to begin with, and no matter what they answered, Celestia wouldn't be angry. Instead, Aurora's straightforwardness added a touch of humor to the atmosphere. In any case, people who like My Little Pony, no matter how evil they are, wouldn't do bad things to ponies, right? And what about you? Sunset Shimmer, what do you see? I see my own reflection, that's it. It just looks like an ordinary mirror. Sunset Shimmer replied curtly. If it weren't for Aurora suddenly pulling a stunt, Sunset Shimmer might have been able to prepare a profound and meaningful speech, but now she was too speechless to even bother. Now can you tell us about this mirror? Obviously it's just an ordinary mirror, isn't it? Celestia, in a good mood, playfully acted shamelessly, clearly not intending to tell them the function of this mirror. You still need to learn a lot of knowledge before you can understand it. Before that, you cannot enter here without permission. For the sake of your safety, I have to do this. Joking aside, Celestia still gave an appropriate warning. All right, my girls, we should go. I heard you've made a new pony friend recently, and I can't wait to chat with you about it. Her name is Twilight Sparkle. Aurora mentioned Twilight Sparkle's name naturally, while observing Celestia's reaction to the name. Oh. Celestia responded flatly and continued. That name sounds a lot like you too, it's all sparkly. The Grand Princess's calm reaction left Aurora confused, but she didn't continue to probe, instead just chatting normally with the Grand Princess. However, they didn't notice the somewhat melancholy expression on Sunset Shimmer's face as she followed behind. Clearly, her thoughts were still on that mysterious mirror. Just now when Celestia asked her what she saw in the mirror, there was actually one thing she hadn't said. When Celestia walked behind Sunset Shimmer and asked her the question, at that very moment, she saw her own reflection in the mirror subtly overlap with Celestia. The amber-colored unicorn had a pair of wings and a crown, noble and looking exactly like a princess. And this was exactly what she longed for deep in her heart. Chapter 26, Chapter 26 Sonic Rain Boom. Today is Twilight's entrance exam. Yeah, I know. Sunset Shimmer replied casually. During the time before Twilight Sparkle's exam, they met at Aurora's home every day, so even without paying special attention, Sunset Shimmer knew what day it was. Why don't we go and take a look? It's not like we have anything else to do anyway. Aurora suggested. Sunset Shimmer knew this was Aurora's goal. One could say it was already quite obvious when she voluntarily brought up Twilight Sparkle. Since Aurora and Twilight Sparkle were friends, it was normal for her to think of the other, but Sunset Shimmer vaguely felt that things were not that simple. She knew it wasn't good to groundlessly speculate about her only friend, but this thought was like an intuition, constantly lingering in her subconscious. So she couldn't help but say, I always feel like you're overly concerned about Twilight. Really? Maybe it's because she's my friend, and today's exam is very important to her. Aurora explained matter-of-factly. Isn't that what friends are for? Sunset Shimmer glanced at her, her lips moved a few times, but in the end, she chose not to expose her. Ever since Aurora resumed her social interactions with the ponies she knew before, Sunset Shimmer gradually realized that Aurora's interactions with those ponies were more like just going through the motions. Especially after Aurora skipped grades, she basically had no other communication with her former classmates other than greeting them when they met. This wasn't incomprehensible, after all, their environments were different, and it was understandable that relationships that weren't very close to begin with became even more distant. However, this made her attitude towards Twilight Sparkle appear extraordinary. According to what Sunset Shimmer knew, the two of them only had a passing acquaintance at the Summer Sun celebration initially, and the timing of their second meeting could even be described as terrible. The third time happened recently, when Aurora took the initiative to find Twilight Sparkle. Although the motive was reasonable enough, it gave Sunset Shimmer the feeling that Aurora had set her sights on her. That was the problem. Twilight Sparkle looked like a very ordinary little unicorn. She might have been as studious as Aurora, but there were plenty of such ponies in the academy. In short, Sunset Shimmer didn't understand what Twilight Sparkle had that was worth Aurora's attention. If it was guilt that made Aurora pour extra attention into Twilight Sparkle, Sunset Shimmer would immediately say that was impossible. This pony didn't look like she felt any guilt for having done something wrong at all. Instead, it was more like she held some kind of expectation for Twilight Sparkle. This sounded incredible, but Sunset Shimmer just had this premonition. Because this phenomenon had already manifested when Sunset Shimmer was with her, especially when she didn't behave in a way that satisfied Aurora, Aurora would look at her with a look of wishing she would become better, which made her feel very confused. She was clearly just her junior, so why did she always look at her with the same eyes as Princess Celestia? Therefore, Sunset Shimmer often complained to Aurora about this, although she didn't always listen. Getting back to the point, Sunset Shimmer believed that the degree of importance Aurora placed on Twilight Sparkle had reached the same level of attention as she gave herself. Based on Sunset Shimmer's understanding of Aurora, she wouldn't casually pour energy beyond daily social interactions into an ordinary pony. This meant that in Aurora's eyes, Twilight Sparkle was definitely not an ordinary pony, but Sunset Shimmer had absolutely no awareness of anything extraordinary about Twilight Sparkle. Hearing no response from Sunset Shimmer, Aurora turned her head and saw Sunset Shimmer's troubled expression. Although her mind was clearly not here, she was still following her without a word, which was tacit agreement to go watch the sonic rain boom with her. Aurora smirked in her heart, leaned over to Sunset Shimmer's ear, and asked, Don't tell me you're jealous because I've been caring about Twilight lately. What? No. I am not. Sunset Shimmer suddenly came back to her senses, then saw Aurora's malicious smile, knowing she had fallen into her trap. I just happened to want to go see the results of Twilight's hard work for so long. Sunset Shimmer forced a smile and then walked quickly to the front. Even if she really only had Aurora as a pony who could be called a friend, she wouldn't care about these things. How could she possibly be jealous? Sunset Shimmer just wanted to know the reason for Aurora's concern for Twilight Sparkle, that was all. The teaching building for welcoming new students was not hard to find. One could say that both Sunset Shimmer and Aurora started their campus life there, and the location hadn't changed for so many years. Wait! Aurora suddenly stopped. What's wrong? If we don't hurry, she'll probably finish the exam and come out. Sunset Shimmer urged impatiently. Do you feel the ground shaking? What? Hearing Aurora say this, Sunset Shimmer also felt a slight tremor under her hooves, and even the pebbles on the road showed unnatural movement. An earthquake? No, this was clearly caused by another phenomenon. And they soon found out what had happened. A gorgeous rainbow-colored light appeared from the horizon, passed over the sky of Central City, and was immediately followed by a heart-stopping explosion that stimulated their eardrums. Sonic rain boom. Watching this historic scene, Aurora felt a sense of relief in this instant, followed by a burst of excitement and ecstasy. The gears of Equestria's fate began to turn at this moment, and the legendary story began to be written from today. If there weren't other ponies around, Aurora would have squealed with excitement. The surging heat in her heart made Aurora's face blush, and even the magic in her body became active, as if it had been sleeping for a long time and had just been awakened, as if she had suddenly realized something, giving Aurora many new understandings of magic. Aurora shook her head a few times, reached out a hoof and tapped her glowing horn, soothing her restless magic, and reminding herself not to show any strange reactions. What is that? A rainbow? And an explosion. Sunset Shimmer couldn't understand this phenomenon, it happened so suddenly that she hadn't even reacted yet. However, today was destined to be a day full of unexpected events. Without giving Sunset Shimmer time to buffer and think, a flash of magical light flickered across a window of the teaching building, and then a huge dragon head with purple and green scales broke through the roof of the teaching building and poked out. Although it looked like an adult dragon, its eyes were full of baby-like innocence and ignorance. So cute! Aurora couldn't help but comment. Now is not the time to say that. Sunset Shimmer retorted to Aurora, who actually had the elegance to make small talk at a time like this, and then activated teleportation magic and disappeared from the spot. Aurora shrugged indifferently and appeared right after in the classroom where the incredible event was taking place. Chapter 27, Chapter 27 The Junior Sister Who Unexpectedly Became a Mom. Twilight Sparkle floating in mid-air, unleashing her might, the proctor suspended in the air, the wildly growing dragon, and two suspicious bonsai trees in the corner. Celestia above. Twilight, did you do all of this? Under normal circumstances, Sunset Shimmer might have complimented her, but the situation now was anything but relaxed. The entire school building had been ravaged by the terrifying magic Twilight Sparkle was wielding. It was hard to imagine this was caused by a preschool foal. Flying Light was right, she really is powerful. However, Twilight Sparkle didn't have the energy to think too much. She tried her best to retract the magic that had lost control, but she couldn't. In fact, she didn't even know she could release this much magic. When she first started learning magic, she had trouble even turning a page of a book. It was as if that explosion had suddenly unlocked Twilight Sparkle's potential. Arg, help me! I can't, stop! To control the magic, Twilight Sparkle was struggling with all her might, but it had no effect. Instead, it only made things worse. She felt she was in a mysterious state, with massive amounts of magic surging, and she was powerless against it. Sunset Shimmer wanted to pick a spell to solve Twilight Sparkle's current trouble, but after thinking for a long time, she realized the magic she knew was all of the powerful variety, not very suitable for the immediate crisis. Stay calm, Twilight. We'll find a way. Sunset Shimmer raised a protective spell to block the incoming magical lasers, retreating slightly to avoid getting hit again. Her magic is out of control. Do you have any good ideas that won't hurt her? Flying light. Sunset Shimmer looked around for Aurora to discuss a solution, but saw Aurora in the corner, pondering something while facing two plants. What are you doing? Don't you see your good friend is in desperate need of your help? Coming. I was just checking on Uncle and Auntie. Hey! Because Nightlight and Twilight Twinkle had already been victimized by the time they arrived at the scene, Sunset Shimmer didn't know there were two other victims present. Those two are Twilight's parents. They were turned into plants by transformation magic. Converting life forms between animals and plants, this is high-level magic. Aurora had originally wanted to help them reverse this transformation, but realized Twilight Sparkle was unconsciously keeping them in this state, so she had to give up. Now, only by calming Twilight Sparkle down could all the farce happening in the classroom be stopped. You've read more books than I have. Do you know any spells that can solve a magical overload? Sunset Shimmer maintained the protective shield, ensuring their safety amidst the chaotic magical turbulence. According to the script, the Grand Princess would soon smell the magic and come to take on her little apprentice. This was one of the few opportunities for the Grand Princess to save the day in the original story. But since they had arrived first, they had to do something before the Grand Princess came to clean up the mess. I need to get closer to take a look. Then you'd better be quick. I don't know if she'll hurt herself if this continues. Sunset Shimmer followed Aurora, slowly moving towards Twilight Sparkle, ensuring her protective magic also covered Aurora. A magical overload isn't necessarily a big deal, nor is it necessarily a small one, it mainly depends on the subject. Under normal circumstances, a pony's total magic capacity won't exceed what she can control, so uncontrollable situations won't occur. For those with weak magic, an overload will quickly exhaust their magic, and generally won't cause much harm. Chapter 28 Chapter 28 Aurora tried to touch Twilight Sparkle with her hoof. Clearly, Twilight Sparkle's situation was a rarer type. Aurora tried to touch Twilight Sparkle with her hoof, but upon touching the magic leaking around her, she immediately felt a pain like an electric shock. When she pulled back, her hoof was scorched black. In the cartoons she watched, the Grand Princess always touched it directly with her hand, so why was it so hot here? Was it true that unicorns couldn't compare to alicorns in any aspect? Twilight, listen to me. Try to relax first, and don't try to go head-to-head with the magic you can't control. Twilight Sparkle nodded, gradually relaxing her body and stopping her struggle. Senior sister, no matter what happens next, prioritize protecting Twilight. Aurora could be said to have been preparing for today for a long time. Because she had considered various variables that might arise due to her appearance, she had also learned a spell to deal with this situation. As for how effective it would be, she would have to try it to find out. Magic surged from the horn on her head, mixing with the uncontrolled magic. Aurora pursed her lips and felt carefully. This magic had only lost control, but the fact that it could coalesce into magic meant it was still moving in an orderly fashion. Aurora was carefully using her own magic to capture it. Twilight, follow my lead. Stop. Twilight Sparkle could clearly feel the resistance caused by the loss of control weakening. When she heard Aurora's command, she successfully retracted all the magic. I've got her. Before Twilight Sparkle hit the ground, Sunset Shimmer caught her, while Aurora, having suffered the backlash when the magic disappeared, staggered a few steps and fell to the ground. In any case, it was good that things ended without any serious danger. The suspended teachers were let down, Twilight Sparkle's parents returned to their original forms, and the poor dragon that had been rapidly aged turned back to his bean-sized self. Aurora wiped the sweat from her forehead, savoring the feeling of untangling the uncontrolled magic just now. It was as satisfying as solving a Sudoku puzzle, and she thought it would be great if she could do it again. "How are you feeling?" After confirming that Twilight Sparkle was all right, Sunset Shimmer hurried to check on Aurora. "I'm fine, just a little dizzy from that magic." Grabbing Sunset Shimmer's hoof to stand back up, Aurora shook her head, then indicated with a relaxed expression that she was in good condition. "It seems my dear student has already handled everything." The one speaking was the late arriving Princess Celestia. She first swept her gaze over the mess on the ground, then turned her eyes to her two students, her expression full of satisfaction and gratification. "Princess? When did you arrive?" "Not long ago. Actually, I've been watching from outside for a while. This was a very valuable lesson for you. I am very happy to see you taking the initiative to help a friend in trouble and using what you have learned to perfectly resolve the crisis." Receiving praise from Princess Celestia, Sunset Shimmer was also very happy. Ever since she started urging her to make friends, it seemed like it had been a while since she had received such commendation. "As for you, Miss Twilight Sparkle." After evaluating their performance, Celestia finally shifted her gaze to Twilight Sparkle, who was standing all alone. As the culprit who caused all this, Twilight Sparkle lowered her head, feeling guilty and afraid, not daring to meet Celestia's eyes. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." Twilight Sparkle felt very sad. She had ruined everything. Her magic had hurt other ponies and left the school in ruins. Princess Celestia surely wouldn't allow a pony like her to attend her school. She had completely failed this exam. Perhaps the result would be even worse, such as Princess Celestia ordering Twilight never to use magic again, or even banishing her from Central City. Aurora looked at the pitiful Twilight Sparkle standing there, and whispered to Sunset Shimmer. "I think she's scaring herself again." Sunset Shimmer bit her lip to keep herself from laughing at this moment. She also thought that Twilight Sparkle must be anxious and overthinking things again, but putting herself in her shoes, she felt she could understand Twilight Sparkle's feelings. Suddenly, Sunset Shimmer felt something brush against her hind leg, which gave her a start. After seeing what it was, she quickly suppressed her instinct to kick back and used levitation magic to lift up the baby dragon that had crawled over at some point. Then, she placed it on her junior's back. "Aurora?" The baby dragon, opening his eyes to the world for the first time, was still naive. Perhaps he felt that Aurora's purple mane reminded him of the pony who had brought him into this world, finding it very, very comforting, so he naturally grabbed onto that purple mane and snuggled into it. "Aurora. All right, it seems like Spike will have to stay with her for a while until the Grand Princess and Twilight are done talking." 3 good things happened to Twilight Sparkle on the same day. She passed the entrance exam for the School for Gifted Unicorns, became a student of the princess she admired most, Celestia, and earned her own cutie mark. Just listing them out made Aurora unable to help feeling happy for her. And looking at how jubilant she was, it seemed she would be excited for quite a while. Chapter 29, Chapter 29 You have extraordinary talent. You have extraordinary talent, but it is clear that you currently lack the ability to control it. However, if you can learn how to harness the magic you possess, your future achievements will be immeasurable. Hey! Twilight Sparkle blinked her eyes in confusion. It seemed the princess had no intention of punishing her. "If you are willing, I can teach you many things, just as I do with Sunset Shimmer and Aurora." Celestia's implication was as good as a direct statement. Twilight Sparkle could hardly believe her ears. Being obedient, she instinctively looked to her parents for their opinion, and naturally, they strongly advised her to accept. Yay! Having watched the story unfold smoothly, Aurora looked at Sunset Shimmer to observe her reaction. She found that she didn't have much of a reaction. By contrast, she was more interested in the baby dragon sitting on her back. Come to think of it, Sunset Shimmer did later raise a gecko named Little Light. Could it be that the senior sister really likes cold-blooded animals? But are Western dragons considered cold-blooded? Hey, senior sister, you have a new junior sister now. You aren't going to arrange a fight with her in the park in a while, are you? The sudden dredging up of her dark history left Sunset Shimmer stunned, and she retorted with some embarrassment and annoyance. Please, I won't do that again, okay? She could tolerate even Aurora, who often didn't give her face as a senior sister, let alone the well-behaved and sensible Twilight Sparkle. And now you are a senior sister too, isn't this what you've dreamed of? Aurora had taken good care of Twilight Sparkle before she enrolled, which Sunset Shimmer had seen. Now that they were classmates, their relationship would become even closer. Are you jealous? WH. Why would you ask that? That's not what this is about at all. Besides, I don't care who you are close with, that's your freedom. Sunset Shimmer wanted to explain clearly, but in the end, she just made it worse. Aurora, of course, knew what Sunset Shimmer wanted to express, because she was this kind of rascal pony who intentionally made her words sound so ambiguous, just to watch Sunset Shimmer panic. I know, you have me in your heart, just as I have you in mine. Like I said, that's not what I meant at the beginning. Sunset Shimmer muttered with dissatisfaction, turned her head away with a slight blush, and didn't even have the heart to tease the baby dragon anymore. By the way, how did you see Twilight's potential? Judging from Twilight Sparkle's performance just now, Sunset Shimmer had to admit that she had misjudged her in the past, thinking Twilight Sparkle was just an ordinary young unicorn, when in reality she was terrifyingly powerful. At the very least, their talents were not too far apart. Do you think I only became friends with Twilight because I knew all this in advance? Aurora frowned. Although that was indeed part of the reason, it wasn't the main reason, so it couldn't be said that Sunset Shimmer had guessed correctly. I wanted to get along with you because I like you. Even if you didn't have these outstanding talents, I would still be willing to spend more time with you. Aurora looked earnestly into Sunset Shimmer's eyes, her tone sincere. Besides, how could I be so all-powerful to be able to predict the future? Then how do you explain that you knew Twilight's exam question was to hatch a dragon egg? It was just a coincidence. A simple association. Weren't we chatting about you hatching a phoenix egg at the time? I just wanted to make a joke, who knew it would actually come true? Aurora lied without changing her expression, she couldn't possibly tell Sunset Shimmer that she could predict the future. What she said was true, and it sounded reasonable, but Sunset Shimmer's sixth sense told her it wasn't as Aurora described. However, she couldn't prove that this suspicion wasn't just an illusion, so after struggling with it for a moment, she let it go. Flying light. I did it. And I even got my cutie mark. Today must be my lucky day. Twilight Sparkle, having finished talking with Princess Celestia, immediately ran over to share her joy with Aurora, and Aurora gave her a hug to express her congratulations. Twilight Sparkle was grateful to Aurora and Sunset Shimmer, they not only helped her with very effective pre-exam review but also saved her from the brink of losing control. They were the best and most wonderful senior sisters in the whole world. Congratulations, Twilight! From now on, you are our little junior sister. However, although we are closer now, there are some things I won't let you get away with. Aurora grabbed the baby dragon, who was already eating her hair, and placed him on Twilight Sparkle's back, letting her carry him instead. The feeling of wet, sticky mane clinging to her body was not pleasant. Aurora would definitely have to clean up immediately after going back. Dragon saliva was said to be difficult to wash off, but luckily this was only a baby dragon that had been born a few minutes ago, so the adhesiveness of the saliva wasn't that strong yet. You brought him into this world. He belongs to you, and you must be responsible for him. Twilight Sparkle, having taken the baby dragon, was dumbfounded. Apparently, she didn't expect that the nice senior sister who had been chatting and laughing a second ago would suddenly thrust a baby dragon into her arms and congratulate her on becoming a mother. Hey? What? Raise a dragon hatchling? Me? Twilight Sparkle thought that the dragon egg was just an exam prop. She was completely unprepared to raise a new life. But Aurora was right, she really had to consider what was best for this baby dragon. But I don't know what to do. What does he eat? What are his habits? Where should I start? Are there any books on raising dragons I can refer to? Asking a foal who had just passed the entrance exam to raise a baby, let alone a dragon baby, was truly too difficult. Dragons were very powerful and mysterious creatures. The vast majority of adult ponies had never even encountered this species, let alone a foal. But for that very reason, it was most appropriate for Twilight Sparkle to raise this baby dragon personally, even if it would be very difficult. Let's start by giving him a name. What do you think? Sunset Shimmer suggested, stroking the baby dragon's head with her hoof as she spoke. She was quite interested in dragons, such smooth and rarely seen animals. You aren't doing this alone. If there are any difficulties, Flying Light and I won't just stand by and watch. Moreover, we have the most reliable teacher. Celestia nodded gently in response. She did not choose to join the circle of foals discussion, but merely watched them from a little further away, as if she were watching over the future of Equestria. Sunset Shimmer's words soothed Twilight Sparkle's gradually anxious heart. Looking at the baby dragon, she no longer felt that it was a hot potato. Since she was the one who hatched him, from now on she should treat him as her own kin. Having a dragon as a family member was actually pretty cool. Then, I'm going to call him Spike. Chapter 30, Chapter 30. Busy, everyone's busy. Being busy is good. After the sonic rain boom incident, Aurora spent a relatively stable and peaceful period. However, Sunset Shimmer was very interested in the rainbow and the explosion that occurred on the day of Twilight Sparkle's entrance exam, and since then, she had been conducting investigations whenever she had time. Although Aurora knew the inside story, she didn't intend to tell Sunset Shimmer the truth directly. She was just waiting to see what kind of expression Sunset Shimmer would make when she finally traced it to the end and discovered that such a massive commotion was actually caused by a Pegasus younger than them flying too fast, creating a sonic boom. On the other hand, after Twilight Sparkle enrolled, she had to dedicate herself to intense coursework while also taking care of Spike, which often kept her extremely busy. Sometimes Twilight Sparkle had to take the swaddled Spike to class with her. It was fine if Spike happened to be fed and sleeping, but once he started crying, it became a rather headache-inducing classroom accident. Fortunately, with the assistance of her two senior sisters, Aurora and Sunset Shimmer, as well as their teacher Celestia, they would take care of Spike whenever Twilight Sparkle couldn't find the time due to her class schedule. This division of labor helped Twilight Sparkle get through her initial adjustment period after enrollment quite smoothly. Because their different grade levels led to different study schedules, Twilight Sparkle didn't often meet with Aurora and Sunset Shimmer while at school, at least not during breaks. But when Princess Celestia had time to teach students at the school, Sunset Shimmer or Aurora would be present as teaching assistants. During one chemistry class, Aurora had the privilege of coming to Twilight Sparkle's class. Twilight Sparkle's classmates included Lyra Heartstrings, Octavia Melody, Lemon Heart, Minute, and Twinkleshine. They were all ponies Aurora had known before, though they had lost touch after Aurora skipped a grade, but they were very happy to see each other in class again. To this day, Aurora still hadn't figured out how Lemon Heart got her head stuck in an Erlenmeyer flask. After trying many methods to pull Lemon Heart's head out without success, a losing patience, Aurora finally used teleportation magic to help Lemon Heart get free. Returning to Spike. One piece of good news was that the newborn Spike was not a picky eater. Although he was a very rare dragon born within Equestria, he was able to adapt to the food that ponies ate, thanks to the unique dragon stomach that could digest even gems and metal. At first, Aurora and the others worried whether feeding a dragon like this would cause him malnutrition, but after observing for a period of time, they found that he didn't show any abnormal reactions, and his weight was increasing as the days went by, which gradually put their minds at ease. The only thing that gave the ponies a headache was that, as a young dragon, Spike couldn't control his instincts very well at this stage, which caused him to breathe fire uncontrollably at times. Thanks to him, the three sister disciples were now quite skilled at using fire-extinguishing magic. However, having to perform these surprise fire drills a few times every day was bound to make the ponies feel annoyed. But what else could they do? Spike was, after all, just a little dragon baby. Besides slowly guiding and educating him, there were no shortcuts. Although the two friends of different species, Twilight Sparkle and Spike, would occasionally drive each other to a breakdown due to their differences and lack of synchronization, after recovering from bad moods, Twilight Sparkle would still continue to take responsible care of Spike, and Spike would also become more docile than he was during his last tantrum. Chapter 31. Chapter 31. They were both in the process of growing up. They were both in the process of growing up, striving to adapt to each other. Seeing her senior sister and junior sister both busy with their own tasks, Aurora couldn't help but feel a little envious. It wasn't that she was idle, it was just that her self-created magic had made absolutely no progress, and long-term failure made her feel a bit frustrated. Because magic power could only produce corresponding magic if it remained running under specific laws, although unexpected effects could be created by changing formulas and parameters, or by fusing two different spells, the originality Aurora pursued was not limited to this. If existing magic were compared to a complete painting, the methods mentioned above could only be considered changing the color or the painting style of a pre-existing picture. What Aurora wanted to do was to use magic power as a painting tool to draw something that no one had ever drawn before. This was not to imply that Aurora was a failed art student, but simply to explain that before learning to create, she still needed a lot of copying to hone her understanding of this profession. The more she delved into this aspect, the more Aurora marveled at how great Star Swirl the Bearded was, having invented more than 200 spells. Feeling that her knowledge accumulation was not yet rich enough, Aurora could only temporarily shelve her dream and continue to pursue advanced studies in magic. Sometimes when it was Aurora's turn to look after Spike, she would take the opportunity to study the difference between dragon breath and the fire created by ponies using magic. After all, magic from other species was still magic, and Aurora was equally interested in that. Moreover, now that there was another magic genius by Aurora's side, it added a bit of joy to her path of learning magic. However, wonderful times always have an end. Upon receiving a letter sent from home, Aurora instantly lost all her strength and means. What does the letter say? Why do you have that expression? Seeing Aurora's originally cheerful face become unhappy after reading the letter, Sunset Shimmer couldn't help but ask curiously. My father wants me to go home. Sunset Shimmer, who knew more about Aurora's family situation, immediately fell silent, but Twilight Sparkle, who had just joined the study group, felt a bit confused. I don't understand, isn't this a good thing? Reuniting with family is a good thing, but only on the condition that they aren't doing it to make me attend a boring party. As she spoke, Aurora took a golden, glittering ticket out of the envelope. This is a ticket to the Grand Galloping Gala. You're going to attend the Grand Galloping Gala. Twilight Sparkle let out a sound of surprise, looking at the little golden piece of paper on Aurora's hoof, with an envious look in her eyes. This is the best celebration in Canterlot, and even Princess Celestia will be attending. Yes, it's tonight. Twilight, do you want to go with me? Aurora coaxed. As for Twilight Sparkle's ticket, it was naturally not a problem. Aurora believed that if they just asked the Grand Princess, she would definitely be willing to grant it to them. Now the most important thing was Twilight Sparkle's opinion. As long as she nodded in agreement and they went together, then this celebration wouldn't be too boring. If, in the end, Twilight Sparkle also lost interest in the celebration, they could at least hide in a corner of the celebration together and read books to pass the time. To be honest, Twilight Sparkle was indeed very tempted. At this time, she didn't know how boring the real Grand Galloping Gala was as a social gathering, naively thinking she could have a pleasant chat with the Grand Princess all night at the celebration. Although I really want to go, I'm afraid I can't this time. Struggling a little in her heart, Twilight Sparkle finally smiled helplessly and politely declined Aurora's invitation. I have to take care of Spike, and today I agreed to go to the library with Minute to study. It's almost time for our appointment, so I have to go. Twilight Sparkle was worthy of being the most promising among them, making new friends so quickly, unlike her two senior sisters who were both old shut-ins. Chapter 32 Chapter 32 Sunset Shimmer saw that Twilight Sparkle had packed her backpack and then put Spike on her back. Wait a minute, you're going to take Spike to the library with you. Sunset Shimmer saw that Twilight Sparkle had packed her backpack and then put Spike on her back. Thinking she was just bringing Spike along, she kindly reminded her. After all, taking a dragon that could breathe fire at any moment to the library was not a wise decision. Usually, when Twilight Sparkle had to go to public places like the library, Spike was temporarily looked after by them. But Twilight Sparkle nodded and replied. Yes. In order to cultivate his self-control, I made a deal with Spike some time ago. As long as he can persist for a whole day without breathing fire or high heat, I will take him to the library with me next time. Hearing them talking about him, the little Spike sitting on the horse's back proudly raised his head, looking like he was begging for praise. Wow, looks like there's a little dragon here making rapid progress. Sunset Shimmer reached out her hoof and smoothed the scales on Spike's body, praising him in accordance with his wishes. Be careful, he might get carried away. Twilight Sparkle teased Spike unceremoniously, but in reality, from the look in her eyes when she looked at Spike, it was clear that she also felt a great sense of accomplishment regarding Spike's growth. Then Spike and I will get going. Flying Light, I hope you have fun tonight. Seeing Twilight Sparkle run off decisively, Aurora cast her expectant gaze onto Sunset Shimmer. You know, Flying Light, I would be very willing to go to the celebration with you. Sunset Shimmer said, pulling a forced smile on her face, which made Aurora want to roll her eyes. I also know you're about to say that annoying but Ahaha, but it's really unfortunate, I've been really too busy lately. I've taken leave for tomorrow to go to Ponyville to investigate the mysterious rainbow explosion, so I have to finish some of my future schedule in advance today. Sunset Shimmer had already determined that the location of the sonic rainboom incident was Ponyville, and as a woman of action, she definitely had to go there herself to investigate. Sigh, busy, everyone's busy. Being busy is good. You don't have to make such sighs like an old woman. Watching Aurora's suddenly lonely back, Sunset Shimmer couldn't help but retort. Sometimes Aurora just liked to deliberately put on such exaggerated performances. Why are you so resistant to attending the Grand Galloping Gala? You know many ponies would love to go but don't have the chance. Hasn't Princess Celestia ever taken you? It's not like you don't know that I never participated in social activities before, let alone one of this scale. Sunset Shimmer said this as a matter of course. It seemed she was much more closed off than she had imagined. The Grand Galloping Gala was an annual royal celebration used to celebrate the completion of the central city, Canterlot, after the founding of Equestria, so the main participants of the celebration were mostly ponies from the upper class. Thinking about having to face those noble ponies who like to look down their noses at others, Aurora felt her scalp tingle. Although her family could be considered noble, Aurora avoided those so-called high society pony gatherings whenever she could, spending most of her time holed up in school or the library. In short, she felt that compared to engaging in commercial banter with noble ponies, it was more practical to read a few more books. I can only say everyone has their own preferences. I don't think such activities are fun at all. You have to keep greeting all kinds of ponies you don't know, and then chat about some very superficial topics. If you don't appear to fit in with them, you'll be secretly looked down upon, right? Oh, that sounds suffocating. Hearing Aurora's description, Sunset Shimmer immediately showed a look of disgust. If it were her, she definitely couldn't stand that kind of oppressive social activity. Aurora might be able to fit in, but her mood definitely wouldn't be too wonderful. Honestly, if you don't want to go, you should be able to choose to refuse, right? If I could turn it down, I wouldn't be this troubled right now. Aurora sighed. Although she got along well with her pony parents, Aurora was, after all, not a normally born foal. Tendency toward adulthood psychologically, she couldn't act like a normal child and fawn over her parents. Especially after she started systematically learning magic, communication with them became even less frequent. Aurora often felt that as a child, she owed them something. Helplessly, she had no experience in becoming a qualified child. She only felt that she had taken this pony's identity but hadn't been able to let them feel much of the joy of being parents. Therefore, regarding invitations like this, no matter what considerations she had, it was hard for her to refuse. That's really a pity. Sunset Shimmer muttered in a low voice. Actually, if it weren't for the Grand Galloping Gala, Sunset Shimmer would have wanted to invite Aurora to go to Ponyville with her for an investigation mission. But now it seemed that it would be difficult for Aurora to find time. Wait. Sunset Shimmer thought that she was going to Ponyville tomorrow, and she had seen Aurora's class schedule. Tomorrow she happened to have no elective courses to attend. Perhaps she could invite Aurora to accompany her under the name of taking a break? Sunset Shimmer swallowed her saliva, feeling restless in her heart. But she had never taken the initiative to invite Aurora to go out together. Usually, it was Aurora who invited her. And in the brief moment Sunset Shimmer hesitated, Aurora had already packed her things, walked to the door, and said goodbye to her. I have to go too. Before attending the celebration, there is still a lot of preparation work to do, at least that's what my mother said. Good luck with your investigation tomorrow. I also wish you can have a happy evening. I'll take your word for it. Chapter 33, Chapter 33 The senior apprentice and the junior apprentice discovered a blind spot. Mom. I think that's enough, right? Enough? Oh. My darling little sweetheart, this is your first appearance at such a grand and formal occasion. Of course, you must dress up more so that other ponies know my daughter's virtues are not just limited to being smart. Aurora had been fussed over by her mother for almost the entire afternoon. She felt like a grooming toy, being manipulated at will according to Meteora's ideas. First, she spent 2 hours at the elite pony spa for a spa treatment, and then tried on a whole closet full of various styles of gowns. Because Aurora hadn't been home for a long time, Meteora had accumulated a lot of stock during this period, just waiting for her daughter to come home and try them all on at once to her heart's content. I've really been played with like a genuine My Little Pony toy by my mom. Gradually feeling numb, Aurora told herself a joke in her heart, but it didn't amuse her. Aurora thought to herself that if it really didn't work out, she would persuade her parents to train a small account, which would surely be a child that pleased her parents more than she did. However, to be fair, given how loving this couple was, and since they were still young, giving Aurora another younger brother or sister was just a matter of a few years earlier or later. Something to look forward to. Thinking that this was very likely to happen, Aurora nodded secretly to herself. At that time, she would also want to play with genuine My Little Pony toys. Just kidding. Princess Celestia will also attend the celebration tonight. Let your teacher see how you look different from usual. Although Aurora appeared extremely cooperative, how could Meteora, as a mother, not see that her daughter's patience was about to run out? So she proactively mentioned Celestia, trying to boost Aurora's expectations. Although Aurora had known about this for a long time, Meteora's words still had some effect. She only knew that the Grand Princess would attend the event, but forgot that the Grand Princess would also dress up before attending. How much more beautiful and charming would the Grand Princess be after being meticulously groomed? Must say, Aurora was actually a little looking forward to the arrival of the celebration. Of course, only a little bit. All right. Go let your father see too. Meteora finally tied a bow on Aurora's gown, and only then did she let her go with satisfaction. At the same time, her father, Aster, who had been waiting outside the door, was finally allowed to enter the room. Although Aurora was not very concerned about some family matters because she was obsessed with magic, she knew that her family was in business, and her father was a prominent and influential figure outside. Therefore, when ponies outside saw him, they would always respectfully call him Mr. Goldshimmer. Now, this legendary Mr. Goldshimmer was looking down from above at the elegantly and formally dressed Aurora. Celestia above. My darling little meteor is getting more and more beautiful. Aster's majestic air didn't last long. Soon he couldn't help but hug his daughter, praising and kissing her. The woody perfume mixed with a hint of tobacco scent seeped into her nostrils, which was not unpleasant. Be careful, Ast. Don't mess up her styling. Oh. I'm so sorry, I'm too excited. It's been too long since I've seen my little meteor. Look, she's grown into a beautiful lady, exactly like your mother when she was young. Aster exaggeratedly took out a handkerchief and wiped the tears overflowing from the corners of his eyes. If his competitors saw this side of his tough guy tenderness, they would probably be shocked. Aurora looked at herself in the mirror, a very cute foal, but she always felt a bit psychologically awkward. It looked good, but the feeling of wearing it was another matter. If you'd like to read the next 70 chapters in advance, you can support me on Patreon. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. Patreon.com/soliuramt. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 34. Chapter 34. Perhaps it was a difference in cognition. Usually, ponies don't need to wear clothes because their fur is enough to keep them warm, so Aurora's current feeling was like wearing a cool short-sleeved shirt over thermal underwear. Perhaps it was a difference in cognition. Although Aurora had tried very hard to adapt to living as a pony, decades of human thinking habits were not so easy to change, especially in such details. However, all the ponies at the Grand Galloping Gala dressed like this. If she dressed more plainly because of her own preferences, she would instead become the focus of the whole venue, so Aurora accepted this setting by default. Let's go, Mom and Dad. I hope I'll still have some time to go back to my house to check after the celebration ends. Attending such a large-scale social event was a very energy-consuming thing. If time permitted, Aurora wanted to go back after it ended to find her senior and junior sisters to cuddle and recharge her energy. At this time, the Canterlot Library should have already closed. Usually at this time, they wouldn't rush back to their respective places, but instead gather together in Aurora's house to discuss what they had learned today. Today, it was rare that Aurora was not present. What would Sunset Shimmer and Twilight Sparkle chat about together? Sitting in the carriage, Aurora looked out the window towards the direction of her house, her thoughts drifting away. Just as Aurora had imagined, after saying goodbye to Moon Dancer at the library, Twilight Sparkle took Spike directly to Aurora's the House of Academic Studies. This habit seemed to have been gradually formed since the day Aurora invited them. This location was far from the bustling city, very quiet, and well equipped. The book collection was also quite rich, and there were many obscure books that had reference value in professional fields. She really didn't know where Aurora had dug them up from. In short, both Twilight Sparkle and Sunset Shimmer liked staying here. When Twilight Sparkle easily pushed open the oak door of the house, she knew that Sunset Shimmer had already arrived. Twilight Sparkle walked through the rows of bookshelves with familiarity, and at a glance, she saw the familiar Ember Pony sitting there. At this time, Sunset Shimmer had already dealt with the trivial matters on the schedule and was organizing the things to prepare for the investigation in Ponyville tomorrow. Seeing Twilight Sparkle walk in, she looked up and greeted her. "Hey, Twilight, you're here." She also saw the little dragon on Twilight's back waving its claw at her. "Oh, and our little Spike. Good evening, Sunset Shimmer. Are you ready to leave tomorrow?" Twilight Sparkle sat opposite Sunset Shimmer, watching her put the organized things into her backpack one by one. "Yeah, I hope this investigation will have some gains. By the way, what are you investigating recently? Haven't I told you?" Twilight Sparkle didn't answer, just quietly looked at Sunset Shimmer. Everything was unspoken, which made her feel a bit uncomfortable. Perhaps because they hadn't known each other for long, as a latecomer and also the youngest junior sister, Twilight Sparkle didn't have much communication with Sunset Shimmer, and Sunset Shimmer was more willing to communicate with Aurora about some things. Plus, neither of them was the type to take the initiative to socialize without urgent matters. Many times, it was Aurora who acted as the adhesive between them, preventing the three of them from studying their own things for a long time, which would attract criticism from Princess Celestia. After all, the time for these two ponies to know and understand each other in the original story was still a long time away, but because of Aurora, they met in advance, so Aurora also had reason to maintain the friendly relationship between them. "Oops. Sorry, maybe I was too absorbed and forgot to tell you. Speaking of which, this matter might even have something to do with you." "Has to do with me?" Twilight Sparkle became interested upon hearing this and hurriedly asked for details. "It's the explosion that happened on the day of your entrance exam. At that time, besides the explosion sound, there was also a dazzling rainbow. You were concentrating on the exam at the time, so you probably didn't notice it. And shortly after the explosion sound appeared, your magic went out of control." Sunset Shimmer analyzed it step by step, and then discovered that she hadn't actually asked Twilight Sparkle about this matter. She was too focused on finding the source of the explosion, which made her overlook this detail. There was indeed an inexplicable explosion at that time. Awakened, Twilight Sparkle recalled the scene that happened during the entrance exam. This was an important moment she would never forget in her life. "I remember that I almost didn't pass the exam at that time. When I was already prepared to give up, that violent explosion startled me, and then my magic surged out uncontrollably." Originally, Aurora had already helped her guess the questions correctly. Twilight Sparkle, who came prepared, was not as helpless as in the original work, but still, because she was too nervous, the efficiency of magic output was very poor. If it weren't for that explosion, she would have had a high probability of failing to hatch, or hatching an unhealthy dragon. Twilight Sparkle's description differed from the conjecture in Sunset Shimmer's heart. She had thought that the explosion sound stimulated Twilight Sparkle, which caused the loss of control of magic. Now it seemed that it was the explosion that stimulated Twilight Sparkle's potential, allowing her to perform extraordinarily. The more they thought about it, the more shocked they became, and they had an incredible discovery. If there hadn't been that explosion, Twilight Sparkle would very likely have failed the entrance exam, and thus could not have been discovered by Princess Celestia for her talent and taken as a student. Was this just a coincidence? Or perhaps it was a major event that could determine the fate of one, or many ponies? Sunset Shimmer, what I want to ask is, can I go with you to investigate tomorrow? If you'd like to read the next 70 chapters in advance, you can support me on Patreon. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. Patreon.com/soliuramt. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 35, Chapter 35 Grand Galloping Gala. Aurora looked out through the carriage window, and as the carriage stopped at Canterlot Castle, she couldn't help but sigh. She often studied here with Celestia, but tonight, for some reason, she was a bit reluctant to come. If she had the choice, she would much rather be with sunset shimmer and twilight sparkle. Darling, don't pull such a long face. Tonight is your debut in a social setting, so try to look a bit happier. Meteora gently stroked Aurora's chin, and under her comfort, Aurora managed to smile a little. Come, take Daddy's hoof, my little meteor. Aster stepped out of the carriage first and very gentlemanly helped Aurora down. Having stepped down, Aurora looked around. Because today was the Grand Galloping Gala, there were far more ponies visiting Canterlot Castle than usual, and without exception, they all entered the castle with their heads held high, stepping with elegant strides. To be fair, the scene was actually quite spectacular, much like dressage in equestrian sports, the only difference being that there were no humans riding on them to command these ponies to perform the movements. Aurora felt her understanding of the term grand galloping had deepened a bit. Just then, a roar came from the sky. It was the Wonderbolt's performance, leaving trails of smoke and lightning behind them, carving arcs in the air that left the ponies in awe. And as they flew over Canterlot Castle, fireworks launched from the castle at just the right moment drew the attention of every visiting pony to the theme of tonight's celebration. This was truly a brilliantly designed opening performance. What do you think of the Wonderbolt's performance? Do you like them? After helping his wife down from the carriage, Aster saw Aurora staring intently at the performance in the sky and leaned in to whisper to her. It's quite spectacular. Aurora commented. But if asked whether she liked them, her feelings were not as invested. After all, the current Wonderbolts were not the ones from her memory, and even their uniforms were not that avant-garde blue spandex outfit. The best is yet to come. Come along, darling, if you'd like, you can even chat face-to-face with the members of the Wonderbolts once we're inside. Thinking Aurora was interested in the Wonderbolts, Aster used this as a hook, hoping to make her look forward to today's celebration a bit more. Understanding Aster's good intentions, Aurora nodded and followed alongside her parents into the castle. After entering the castle hall, Aurora noticed Princess Celestia standing on the steps to welcome the guests at a glance. Tonight, the Grand Princess was dressed for the occasion, her coral red chiton gown highlighting her holy aura. As a white mare, the Grand Princess was already a natural clothes horse, looking good in anything, but this elaborate styling made her mane look even more ethereal than usual. Woo, she is so beautiful. Seeing such a beautiful sight, the smile on Aurora's face became much more sincere. Just for the beauty of Princess Celestia, Aurora felt that this trip to the celebration was worth it. After receiving a group of ponies, Celestia looked up towards Aurora at the entrance, a flash of surprise in her eyes. She nodded at her from across the room, her gaze conveying an invitation for her to come to her side. Aurora naturally had the same intention. Compared to other places, being by the Grand Princess's side was clearly the most comfortable niche in the entire celebration. However, there were still many ponies surrounding the Grand Princess, and Aurora had to spend some time with her parents, so she decided to go to the Grand Princess's side a bit later. If you'd like to read the next 70 chapters in advance, you can support me on Patreon. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. Patreon.com/soliuramt. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 36. Chapter 36. After a brief exchange of glances with Celestia, Aurora returned to her parents' side. After a brief exchange of glances with Celestia, Aurora returned to her parents' side. At this moment, Aster was conversing with a young stallion, and when Aurora arrived, they were chatting happily. Aurora took a look at the stallion's attire, and identifying him by his uniform, it was not hard to guess that he was a member of the Wonderbolts. It seemed her father was the one who truly liked the Wonderbolts. You're here, my darling little meteor. Let me introduce you, this is Soren from the Wonderbolts. He is a great aviator. Hearing the name Soren, Aurora quickly searched her memory for keywords and was surprised to recall information about the high-spirited aviator standing before her. I have heard of your achievements. You are the record holder for first place in the Mustang Marathon. It is a pleasure to meet a legendary Pegasus like you in person, Mr. Soren. Although in Aurora's memory, this Soren, by middle age, had become increasingly petty, even using underhanded methods to frame and suppress up-and-coming talents like Rainbow Dash just to maintain his first-place title. But such misdeeds were things that might only happen in the future, so they could not be held against the current Soren. As of now, Soren was undoubtedly a respectable and excellent aviator, and his first-place title had been earned through his own strength. Heh, I am also honored that my talents could be appreciated by such a beautiful young lady. Hearing his own glorious achievements spoken by a young child greatly satisfied Soren's self-esteem, and consequently, his estimation of Aurora rose significantly. Mr. Astor, you have raised a beautiful and knowledgeable daughter. I imagine you must be very proud of that. Does that even need to be asked? My little meteor has never let me down. Originally, considering that Aurora probably wouldn't know Soren's identity, Astor was about to explain, but he didn't expect Aurora to fluently recite Soren's achievements. Even though Soren was famous, his popularity among ponies outside the circle was quite average. So, did this mean his darling little meteor actually had more common topics with him than he imagined? Astor looked down at Aurora. If they weren't in public, he would definitely want to kiss and hug his cute little meteor. Astor automatically filtered out whatever Soren was saying afterwards. He didn't care if Aurora could make him look good. Right now, he just felt surprised, as if he had discovered a common hobby with Aurora, along with a very secret joy. Sensing that Astor seemed to have misunderstood something, Aurora offered a polite smile and chose to let it be. Honestly, her knowledge of the Wonderbolts was limited to the members of Rainbow Dash's generation. This Mr. Soren was only known to Aurora because he happened to have had interactions with Rainbow Dash and the others in the plot. To avoid being dragged into further conversation about the Wonderbolts and exposing that she actually didn't know them very well, Aurora prepared to make an excuse to leave. Excuse me, gentlemen, I'm afraid I must take my leave. Father, do you know where Mother went? Thinking about greeting Meteora as well so she could go find the Grand Princess to cuddle up to and then beautifully disappear from this social event, Aurora asked Astor about her mother's whereabouts. Oh! I almost forgot. Your mother is chatting with some friends she used to know, and they seem very eager to meet you. If you'd like, you can go over and make some new friends too. Okay. Aurora nodded, bid farewell to them both, and headed in the direction Astor had pointed. And the moment Aurora turned around, the smile on her face slumped slightly. Her intuition told her that she likely wouldn't be very excited to meet these so-called new friends her parents spoke of. Sigh. Senior sister, Twilight, I miss you all so much. If you'd like to read the next 70 chapters in advance, you can support me on Patreon. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. Patreon.com/soliuramt. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 37. Chapter 37. Sunset Shimmer suddenly felt a moment of trance. Sunset Shimmer suddenly felt a moment of trance, as if, for a split second just now, some pony had been talking about her. But immediately, she dismissed this vague sixth sense, because her public reputation remained in a state of neither good nor bad. Besides Aurora, what pony would be thinking of her? And Aurora was busy dealing with the celebration activities right now, she probably didn't have time to think about them. Achoo! Almost simultaneously with Sunset Shimmer's hallucination came Twilight Sparkle's sneeze. She rubbed her nose in confusion, feeling a momentary doubt about her emotional fluctuations that could not be explained by science, but in the end, like Sunset Shimmer, she chose to put it behind her. Do you have a cold? I don't know, but I don't think it's a cold. Twilight Sparkle quickly denied that the sneeze was caused by a health issue. Since she had already decided to go to Ponyville with Sunset Shimmer tomorrow, she didn't want to miss it because of a cold. Come to think of it, it's already autumn, and the temperature is gradually starting to drop, so you should be a bit more careful. Sunset Shimmer thought for a moment. She remembered that Aurora had stored some things here in advance that could be used at any time, so she got up and rummaged through a nearby cabinet. Found it. I think this will make you feel better. Everything in this small cabin was arranged neatly and orderly by Aurora. Sunset Shimmer easily found a few clean blankets and chose one to drape over Twilight Sparkle. Thank you. I didn't expect the things here at Flying Light's place to be even more complete than I imagined. Yet, she's always been this thoughtful. After the brief conversation, both ponies paused, and the cabin suddenly became strangely quiet at this moment. Sunset Shimmer subconsciously looked towards the door, then spoke hesitantly. Today Flying Light isn't here, and it's really a bit hard to get used to. Twilight Sparkle also nodded along. Usually at this time, Aurora would create topics so the three of them could chat together, or they would be doing the same thing together. In the eyes of both of them, Aurora was a pony with many ideas, and Sunset Shimmer knew this might be related to the original things Aurora had been pondering all along. Heaven knows where she got so many wonderful inspirations. When they were learning the same magic, Aurora's perspective was always the most tricky one. She would take every syllable of a spell apart, exploring the connection logic and pronunciation habits within it. Sometimes she would piece together some strange things herself, then ask Twilight Sparkle, who was good at calculation, to compute them, and ask the handy Sunset Shimmer to build models. Although the final results often ended in failure, both of them felt that Aurora's ideas were very interesting, and they could also learn something from these strange brain children. Sunset, Flying Light will be going to Ponyville with you tomorrow, right? Although it was a question, Twilight Sparkle's tone carried a bit of certainty. After all, in her impression, Sunset Shimmer and Aurora often acted together, and this time should be no exception. Actually, I haven't had a chance to ask her yet. Then when she comes back, let's invite her to go with us, I think she'll agree. Twilight Sparkle said happily. In Twilight Sparkle's impression, Aurora had always been a gentle and easygoing senior sister. In her view, Aurora was as good a pony as Princess could dance. Seeing Twilight Sparkle's eyes shining, Sunset Shimmer guessed that she must be secretly counting Aurora's merits again. However, Aurora did usually spoil this junior sister, so it was only natural that Twilight Sparkle liked her. However, Twilight Sparkle didn't know yet that the kind and gentle senior sister Flying Light she liked was, in essence, a schemer. Seeing Twilight Sparkle so enthusiastic, Sunset Shimmer didn't want to pour cold water on her, so she didn't say her inner thoughts out loud. Actually, she felt that Aurora wasn't very interested in this mysterious rainbow explosion. This made Sunset Shimmer feel strange. Aurora had always been a pony with strong curiosity towards the unknown, yet she seemed exceptionally indifferent regarding this rainbow explosion event. When the explosion occurred, she did show normal surprise, but that was it. It was as if it were just a sudden fireworks show that wasn't worth much attention. However, Sunset Shimmer couldn't prove this hallucinatory sense of inconsistency and just assumed it was suspicion caused by her own nervous tension. Perhaps Aurora was just too invested in her own research and simply wasn't interested in that mysterious phenomenon. If you'd like to read the next 70 chapters in advance, you can support me on Patreon. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. Patreon.com/soliuramt. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 38, Chapter 38 The Annoying Blue Blood Prince. Aurora left the VIP area where Aster and the Wonderbolts were located and returned to the main hall to look for Meteora. While searching, Aurora encountered two donkeys flirting in a corner. They looked very familiar, and since donkeys were a minority in Equestria, especially those able to enter the castle for the grand galloping gala, Aurora was fairly certain they were the donkey couple who would eventually settle in Ponyville. When Aurora found Meteora, she was chatting with a group of dignitaries, among whom were ponies Aurora recognized, including Fancy Pants. Fancy Pants was too easy to recognize, an expensive, neat suit, his cutie mark of 3 stacked crowns faintly visible beneath his tuxedo, and his signature blue mustache. Although he was mostly a background pony in the story, he was a background pony with significant status and influence, established as a top-tier aristocrat in Canterlot, Central City. Most importantly, while being an aristocrat, Fancy Pants was also a true gentleman, and Aurora had a very good impression of him from the show. Even more importantly, Fancy Pants was often accompanied by a companion named Iris, a beautiful white pony with a pink mane, whom some fans jokingly referred to as the young version of Celestia. Not seeing Iris here, Aurora felt a secret tinge of regret, thinking that perhaps Fancy Pants hadn't met her yet. Aurora knew her mother was an aristocratic pony and that their family's connections in high society primarily came from Meteora's relationships, but she hadn't expected her mother to be friends with Fancy Pants, and it seemed their way of interacting was different from the sycophantic ponies around them. It was obvious that the positioning of these ponies primarily radiated outward from Fancy Pants and Meteora, which explained everything. Aurora couldn't help but reflect on whether she had been too indifferent to her family's situation. She seemed to know too little about her parents. "Darling, I'm so glad to see you've arrived. Come over and chat with us." At Meteora's invitation, the ponies on the periphery consciously cleared a path, making it easy for Aurora to walk to her mother's side. Meteora introduced a few ponies she knew to Aurora and also introduced Aurora to the surrounding ponies. "So this is your daughter, she is truly remarkable. It seems Madame Meteora is also excellent at raising children. After all, Madame Meteora once served as a royal etiquette consultant and was known as the Amarantha of the social scene. Naturally, her daughter would perfectly inherit her poise and etiquette. No wonder she was handpicked by Princess Celestia as a student, like mother, like daughter." When Aurora stepped into the circle, flattering words rang out like a reflex, though it was hard to judge how much sincerity was behind them. Therefore, Aurora, who was occasionally spoken to, replied formulaically and didn't take their words to heart. Meteora also just listened quietly, without making any particular reaction to what others said. Watching her mother respond to these ponies' greetings with diplomatic tact, neither neglecting any pony nor showing undue favoritism, Aurora couldn't help but sigh that experience really is the best teacher. Meteora's reputation in the social scene was truly well earned. It was quite funny to think about. When Aurora was learning pony speech and mannerisms as a child, she had used her mother as a reference. After all, she hadn't drunk Mengpo soup when she was born, and with behavioral cognitive modules already installed, it wasn't easy to insert new species behavioral modules. Although biological instincts helped her initially adapt to walking on 4 hooves, further integration required acquired learning. And the most suitable reference template was naturally her mother, Meteora. Aurora didn't have high standards, she just hoped she wouldn't end up looking like some bipedal creature awkwardly crawling around on 4 hooves. However, when ponies praised her elegant demeanor, it at least proved that her imitation of her mother was quite successful. "Hello, Miss Aurora, I am honored to meet you. I have heard that despite your young age, you possess profound knowledge and are quite accomplished in the field of magic. Seeing you today, you are truly extraordinary. If you'd like to read the next 70 chapters in advance, you can support me on Patreon. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. Patreon.com/soliuramt. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 39. Chapter 39. Aurora nodded slightly, her tone full of appreciation. "It should be my honor, Mr. Fancy Pants, I have long admired your reputation." Aurora nodded slightly, her tone full of appreciation. Fancy Pants was indeed the model of a gentleman recognized by fans. When he looked at her, Aurora could feel that she was being respected as an independent individual, rather than just an accessory to her family. I can finally understand why dear Meteora is always unable to help herself from talking about her proud daughter at tea parties. Hearing Fancy Pants teasing, Meteora's smile grew a bit brighter, and she gently embraced Aurora. Fancy Pants, look at you. I shouldn't have been that obvious, right? Meteora said this, but everyone could see her favoritism toward her daughter. The look in their eyes when they gazed at Aurora unanimously carried a bit of heat. A pony with noble bloodlines who also had an extraordinary relationship with the royal family. It was difficult not to make these dignitaries form certain expectations about her future. And before they could take action, Meteora reacted first. Thank you for coming here to chat with us for a bit, darling. Do you still need to go and speak with your teacher? She knew Aurora didn't really like this kind of social atmosphere and didn't want to force her daughter to integrate into this circle. Being able to see Aurora make an appearance here was already enough to satisfy her. Aurora was naturally happy to take the out her mother had offered. Yes. So I am sorry, but I must excuse myself, ladies and gentlemen. Upon learning that Aurora was going to find Celestia, the other ponies made no move to detain her, instead saying goodbye to her quite understandingly. After greeting her parents and moving away from the social circle, Aurora let out a sigh of relief. It must be said that dealing with those aristocratic ponies had left her feeling parched. Perhaps before going to snuggle with the Grand Princess, she needed to grab some juice to moisten her throat. Moreover, the Grand Princess had been standing on the stairs from the beginning, shaking hands and talking with the visiting ponies. Aurora felt she must be more tired than herself. Perhaps she should bring something for the Grand Princess to eat and drink. Hi! Hello there, beautiful girl! While choosing a cake, Aurora suddenly heard a somewhat frivolous voice, and it was very young, sounding like a young colt who hadn't reached puberty yet. Whose kid is this? Is he even weaned yet, and he's already out learning how to pick up mares? Aurora looked toward the sound, and the pony coming to flirt was a white pony with a golden mane, and he was even an alicorn. Wait! Where did an alicorn come from? And a male one at that. Aurora quickly looked closer and realized that they weren't wings, just feathers decorating the pony's clothes. Because the craftsmanship was fine, it was easy to mistake them at first glance. In reality, he was just a unicorn. I know I'm very charming, so it's only natural that you're fascinated by me. The strange young colt flipped his bangs in a flamboyant manner and took the opportunity to wink at her. The skin on Aurora's back twitched. She felt sure she must have gotten goosebumps. Although this little white pony was a colt, he was at a prime age, so he looked very round and cute. Plus, with his privileged daily life, his appearance was extremely well groomed. It was just a pity that, having learned his speech from who knows where, he spoke in such an oily way, and his behavior was so frivolous. It was a real waste of a good appearance. Let me introduce myself. I am Blue Blood Prince, from the Dartmoor Blue Blood family, and Princess Celestia is my aunt. Oh, so it's that famous second-generation rich kid. No wonder he talks like he's the center of the universe. Upon learning the other party's name, Aurora, who had originally had some patience to play along due to his appearance, immediately lost interest. So it is Blue Blood Prince, what a pleasure. However, I have things to do, so goodbye. The night is still long, and we've only just started chatting. There's no need to be in such a hurry to part, right? Blue Blood Prince blocked Aurora's path and took the opportunity to take the hoof Aurora was preparing to step with, performing a hoof-kissing gesture, which almost made Aurora lose control of her expression. Aurora didn't know what was wrong with this narcissist or why he was pestering her so much. In her memories, Blue Blood Prince only thought of himself, to the point where he could be cruel even to the beautiful Rarity, being quite rude and completely lacking in grace. If you'd like to read the next 70 chapters in advance, you can support me on Patreon. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. Patreon.com/soliuramt. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 40. Chapter 40. May I invite you to dance? May I invite you to dance? No. Thank you for the invitation, but my shoes today? Yes, the heels are too high, not suitable for dancing, and I've never danced with a stranger, so never mind. Aurora had already tried her best just to learn how to walk elegantly on 4 legs, let alone ballroom dancing. While politely refusing, she retracted her hoof like lightning. If not for the fact that her upbringing required her to consider the other party's face, she would have really wanted to wipe the part that Blue Blood Prince had touched on a tablecloth. A stranger? That hurts my feelings, darling Aurora. Besides the fact that you are my aunt's student, we are also alumni of the same school, and I've even taken a few etiquette classes with Madame Meteora. Look, we have so many connections between us. So you go to the school for gifted unicorns too? I honestly couldn't tell. Aurora forced a strained smile and responded perfunctorily. That didn't sound like a close relationship at all. Blue Blood Prince was at least 52 generations removed from Princess Celestia. To put it bluntly, it was no different than trying to force a connection. And don't even get me started on the alumni part. Aurora had never seen him at school. If he hadn't claimed to be a student at the school for gifted unicorns, Aurora might have doubted he had ever attended school at all. As for the etiquette classes, Aurora reserved judgment. She didn't believe her mother could have taught such a creature. However, Blue Blood Prince had no reason to tell such an easily disproven lie. Since he knew her mother, Aurora decided to give him a little more patience. That is your problem, Aurora. Whenever I occasionally see you at school, you're always doing something unconventional. Honestly, you are the weirdest noble pony I have ever met. You spend most of your time reading those boring books and almost never attend tea parties or social gatherings. You are really quite antisocial. Celestia above. Those books are so thick, have so much text, and hardly any illustrations. I used to think that besides bookworms, surely no other pony could stand reading them. Blue Blood Prince rambled on, not noticing the frown beginning to form on Aurora's smiling face. Are you looking for trouble, kid? As expected, Blue Blood Prince was extremely self-centered, making blunt, uninhibited remarks about other ponies. If they weren't at the Grand Galloping Gala, Aurora would have loved to find a quiet corner to put a sack over his head and teach him a lesson about the harsh realities of the world. But as it turns out, you endured this mental torture, and your actions gained the princess's favor, making you her pupil. This is a boundless honor, surely you must think so too. Having heard this much, Aurora finally understood what he was plotting. She hadn't expected someone as young as Blue Blood Prince to have the same calculating mind as those adult noble ponies, approaching her just for fame and fortune. If that's all you wanted to say, then I don't think we have anything left to discuss. Let's not waste each other's time. Out of patience, Aurora bowed politely to Blue Blood Prince and turned to leave. Wait. I didn't come to find you just to talk about old news that everyone already knows. I have a much better idea, one that you will definitely be interested in. However, Blue Blood Prince, who hadn't finished speaking, wasn't about to let Aurora go. He blocked her path again and spoke, speeding up his tempo slightly. Other ponies might have forgotten, but I know that our Equestria has always been ruled by 2 princesses. The other princess I'm talking about isn't Princess Cadance, who only appeared in recent years, but the Princess of the Moon who governs the night, just like the one depicted on the national flag. Aurora stopped and looked at Blue Blood Prince with a look of surprise. She had to admit that she was indeed intrigued by Blue Blood Prince's topic. She hadn't expected this kid, who seemed so ignorant, to actually have some insight into the history of Equestria. These days, it was rare to hear anything about the second princess from other ponies. Aurora was curious to hear what Blue Blood Prince thought about this second aunt who had been wandering the moon for 1,000 years. You see, there are 2 rulers of Equestria. A while ago, Princess Celestia turned Cadance into a princess, so perhaps she might bring in another new princess, and I think you are the most suitable candidate. I don't want to discuss this topic with you. Aurora's face darkened. She interrupted Blue Blood Prince, quickly skirted around him, and hurried away. Aurora felt that she had been really stupid just now to think that Blue Blood Prince would have any profound insights. She should have known from her past life that you can't get ivory out of a dog's mouth. However, Blue Blood Prince, like an idiot with negative emotional intelligence, relentlessly chased after her. He followed by Aurora's side, continuing to add fuel to the fire. What's wrong? I wasn't wrong. Or is it that there are 2 other competitors making you unsure? If that's the case, you're worrying too much, darling Aurora. Compared to those 2 common ponies of humble origins, you have so many advantages. You have both ability and noble blood, you are so beautiful and so intelligent, you are simply born to be a princess. I heard you've been especially caring toward those 2 commoners at school. You are so kind, and kindness is a trait a princess must possess. If you ask me, they are truly lucky to be the companions of a future princess, they should be grateful. But then again, once you become a princess, you would look even more compatible standing next to a prince. Shut up. The wedding anniversary of a prince and princess should become a national holiday. Sorry darling, what did you say just now? I didn't hear you clearly. I said. Enough. Shut up. Blue Blood Prince was immersed in his own fantasy world and didn't notice that Aurora had suddenly stopped. He turned back slowly to look for her, only to see this pony, usually known for her good temper, glaring at him indignantly with terrifying eyes. You have a little booze and you're all high and mighty, you dare to insult my friends and you're asking for trouble. Insulting her to her face was one thing, she could endure it for the sake of peace. But Blue Blood Prince's uninhibited mouth actually dared to insult Sunset Shimmer and Twilight Sparkle, which instantly ignited Aurora's fury. Forget patience, she was going to explode at him. If she didn't curse his family tree down to just the Grand Princess and the second princess today, she wouldn't be called Aurora. At this very moment, something else in Canterlot was being ignited along with Aurora's negative emotions. In Aurora's House of Academic Studies, Sunset Shimmer and Twilight Sparkle had reached a consensus to plan a trip to Ponyville tomorrow to investigate the sonic rain boom. They intended to invite Aurora to join them when she returned, as the 3 of them had to be together. Before Aurora returned from the Grand Galloping Gala, they could start arranging the schedule for tomorrow. Fortunately, the library here happened to have books about Ponyville. They couldn't help but sigh again at how Aurora's place always seemed to have exactly what they needed. While Sunset Shimmer and Twilight Sparkle were busy discussing their plan, little Spike volunteered to help them get the books. Although he was still young, under the long-term influence of the school group, he was gradually developing into a little assistant. Sometimes he would help with small tasks within his capabilities, which made Twilight Sparkle feel very gratified. Today was no exception. Under Twilight Sparkle's direction, Spike easily found the books they needed, right where he could just barely reach. However, while taking the books, Spike accidentally knocked over a petri dish placed on the bookshelf. He was quick-witted enough to catch the petri dish before it shattered. There was a flower pressed inside the petri dish. It wasn't some rare or precious flower, on the contrary, it was very common, even found in the green belts everywhere in Central City. But if Aurora saw Spike holding this flower, she would probably jump in fright. Because this flower had no other special features, but it just happened to cause allergic reactions in dragons, which was why she had thought of studying this plant. And perhaps due to a moment of carelessness, while looking for information, she had casually left one of the samples on the bookshelf and hadn't recovered it in time. Now, by a great coincidence, Spike had gotten his hands on it. What was worse, little Spike, full of curiosity, even held it up to his nose and sniffed it. Although most of the pollen was soaked in the reagent, a small amount of pollen was still inhaled by Spike. The allergic reaction came both quickly and intensely. Curcoo. Spike. No. No matter how fast Twilight Sparkle and Sunset Shimmer's reactions were, they couldn't outpace a dragon's physiological instincts. The good news was that Spike already knew that when he couldn't help but sneeze, he should try to turn his head away and not sneeze at other ponies, so the flames from his sneeze did not ignite the bookshelf in front of him. But the bad news was that his flames sprayed onto a bookshelf in another direction, and that was Aurora's most precious one. Seeing Aurora's favorite bookshelf along with the books on it glowing and heating up like a bonfire, Sunset Shimmer and Twilight Sparkle felt their brains trembling. We're doomed, X2. If you'd like to read the next 70 chapters in advance, you can support me on Patreon. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. Patreon.com/soliuramt. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 41, Chapter 41, an instinct named love. Aurora took a deep breath before speaking. This was probably the first time she had felt this level of anger since transmigrating to the pony world. She rarely used the word hate to describe a pony because the foals were truly friendly. Even with those noble ponies, Aurora only disliked them due to a lack of compatibility, not to the point of hatred. However, the words, actions, and relentless pestering of the Blue Blood Prince had clearly exceeded the threshold of what Aurora could tolerate. Aurora was in a terrible mood right now, as anxious as if her house were on fire. However, despite her anger, she remained rational. It wouldn't be worth it to suffer social death because of a Blue Blood Prince who had nothing to do with her. But if she just let him go like this, she certainly wouldn't be able to swallow this insult. For the sake of harmony and peace in Equestria, while venting, she had to at least avoid using any highly offensive profanities or words starting with F. Hey, what's wrong with you? You don't look so good. The extremely confident Blue Blood Prince still hadn't realized there was anything wrong with his words or actions. Seeing the smile fade from Aurora's face and replaced by an expression of rage, he thought something was wrong with her. I don't look good? That's all thanks to you. I'm so unlucky to have run into someone like you today, going out of your way to ruin my mood. What? My darling Aurora, why are you getting so angry out of the blue? You have the nerve to ask me? Ponies should have self-awareness, but unfortunately, you don't. You only have this flashy outfit and despairingly poor upbringing. Don't put on that pathetic act. It makes it look like I'm bullying you. I already rejected you at least 3 times just now. If you can't understand pony, don't blame me for not giving you any dignity. Do you understand the principle of 3 strikes and you're out? Oh, you don't, because you don't read books without pictures. Not a single word Aurora said was vulgar, but her words were sharp. Just by standing there, she exerted a powerful sense of oppression on the Blue Blood Prince. Especially with her face resembling her mother's, it reminded the Blue Blood Prince of how he felt during Madame Meteora's etiquette classes. However, Meteora would never use such mean words or tone to criticize a foal. But Aurora was, after all, the same age as the Blue Blood Prince, and since this guy had truly angered her, she didn't hold back in her choice of words. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to judge my friends? Just because your family tree is thick. You narcissist, you only think about yourself. You can't even begin to understand the excellent nature of my seniors and juniors, it is far more precious than the status you've built up from your family tree. Don't ever say you're a student of my mother again, my mother couldn't teach someone as ridiculous as you. You don't even understand the most basic respect. Aren't you ashamed when you call yourself a prince? As Aurora spoke incessantly, she slowly approached the Blue Blood Prince. Her serious expression completely shattered her usual amiable image, scaring the Blue Blood Prince into retreating repeatedly. It was unclear if the Blue Blood Prince was too busy being afraid to ignore the lecture from Aurora, or if it was because every sentence she said poked at his turn-off personality, leaving him with nothing to say. Listen closely. I could have tolerated your rudeness towards me, after all, we wouldn't have any interaction after tonight. But you blatantly belittled a friend I am proud of right in front of me, so I can only regretfully tell you that no matter how thick your family tree is, it won't be able to protect you. Aurora had always believed that respect was mutual. Since the Blue Blood Prince didn't know how to respect other ponies, and since this conversation had completely burnt the bridge between them, Aurora naturally wouldn't be polite to him anymore. She glanced at the 8-layer cake on the dining table. She remembered that in the original story, this guy used Rarity to shield himself from a flying cake to avoid getting dirty, but was still covered in cream by an angry Rarity afterward. This time, there was no need for the future Rarity to take action. Aurora directly used magic to teleport the Blue Blood Prince into the cake. Watching his shiny, glamorous exterior get covered in a glob of cake cream, Aurora immediately felt much more satisfied. If you'd like to read the next 70 chapters in advance, you can support me on Patreon. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. Patreon.com/soliuramt. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 42. Chapter 42. The Blue Blood Prince struggling in the cake quickly attracted the attention of other ponies. The Blue Blood Prince struggling in the cake quickly attracted the attention of other ponies. Everyone gathered around, wanting to see what had happened. The sanction against the Blue Blood Prince was a helpless move born of being pushed past the limit. Aurora didn't want to become the focus of the ponies because of this, so she slowly backed away before more ponies gathered around. However, in the process of retreating, Aurora inevitably bumped into her parents who had rushed over. Meteora had seen the scene of the Blue Blood Prince chatting up Aurora. Although she didn't know the details, she was certain that the Blue Blood Prince's current state had something to do with her daughter. "Darling, did you do that? It's the first time I've seen you this angry. Can you tell me what happened?" Her daughter had caused this scene at such a grand celebration, but Meteora wasn't angry at her daughter for it. Instead, she asked for the reason first. "He must have done something bad, even my gentle little meteor couldn't stand it." "Wait a moment, let's hear what she has to say." Aurora knew that what she had done couldn't be hidden from her parents. She had prepared herself mentally for the consequences before doing it, but when it actually happened, she couldn't help but feel guilty and nervous. Her parents brought her to such a large event, and they certainly wouldn't want her to make enemies or get into conflicts with any ponies, especially a noble like the Blue Blood Prince. Although the Blue Blood Prince was indeed quite annoying, it was undeniable that the guy had royal status in Canterlot. Now that she had completely burnt the bridge with him, she might have caused trouble for her parents. "I'm sorry, I let you down." Aurora hung her head and apologized in a low voice. "But the Blue Blood Prince insulted my best friend. I couldn't tolerate his words and actions, so I couldn't manage my emotions well. However, regardless of the reason, what was done was done." Aurora would bear the consequences of her impulsiveness, but she would not regret what she had done. Looking at Aurora like this, Meteora felt both relieved and a little heartbroken. Her daughter was too sensible, she rarely made them, as parents, worry about her growth. But precisely because she was too sensible, Meteora often worried that her child carried too many burdens. She was still just a foal, at the age where she should be carefree, yet she always considered a lot for them as parents, which made them feel ashamed. If only she could be a little more naughty like she was today. Thinking this, Meteora stroked the somewhat dejected Aurora and said softly in her gentle tone. "Since that's the case, then you didn't do anything wrong, so why are you apologizing?" "But I caused you trouble." Trouble? I also think that kid is trouble. Aster narrowed his eyes and looked at the blue blood prince, who was frantically wiping the cream and jam off himself after being dragged out of the cake. Aster was very disgusted with the wild brat who dared to secretly hit on his precious daughter. Meteora glanced speechless at her unreliable husband. He was always shrewd when dealing with outsiders, but once his family was involved, his IQ seemed to drop significantly all of a sudden. Darling, you are our daughter, and we are your parents. To us, as long as it concerns you, it will never be a trouble. Meteora took out a handkerchief to wipe away a bit of cream that might have splashed onto Aurora's face when the blue blood prince fell into the cake earlier. Mommy has always known that you are a gentle child who is very considerate of other ponies. But we are a family, this was decided from the day we had you, so don't have any psychological burden. Parents will willingly do anything for their children. This is an instinct called love. You are always our pride, and as I said, my little meteor will never disappoint me, no matter what you have done. Aster even more bluntly expressed his unconditional support. Hearing this, Aurora's heart felt filled with some kind of emotion, and also a bit of a sting. She nodded, feeling her nose turn sour. In her heart, she recognized these parents who loved their child, but she still couldn't help but wonder, could she really be their child with peace of mind, just as Meteora said? Leave the rest to Mom and Dad. Darling, go wander around elsewhere, don't let the offense of a strange pony ruin your mood for the whole night, okay? Meteora kissed her cheek, and then went over with Aster to visit the blue blood prince. We are a family. But what if I am not Aurora? At some point, Aurora started to care about the question of who am I? But this question was destined not to have a satisfying answer, it was more like an excuse she imagined to reproach herself. It also couldn't be ruled out that she had read too many philosophy books lately and messed up her brain. Aurora watched their backs as they left, hesitated for a moment, took a breath, turned around, and went to look for Celestia. If you'd like to read the next 70 chapters in advance, you can support me on Patreon. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. Patreon.com/soliuramt. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 43, Chapter 43 The Grand Princess Did It Too. Because of the farce in the cafeteria, many foals who heard the news ran over to join in the fun, indirectly relieving the social pressure on Celestia. Celestia was still standing where Flying Light had first met her, so beautiful that Flying Light felt her mood calm down significantly. Taking advantage of the fact that there were no other foals around Celestia at the moment, Flying Light seized the opportunity to go over and greet her. Good evening, Princess. Sorry I am a bit late. Good evening. My lovely top student. You came at just the right time, we have plenty of time to chat. Celestia was somewhat tired of standing here like a greeter princess, repeating the same set of welcome phrases to every guest. However, she was the monarch of this country, and the foals all came to greet her out of respect, so she had to pull herself together to receive every foal who came to visit. Now that the foals had mostly dispersed, and her student had come to her side, Celestia's mood lifted as well. I am so happy to see you attending the Grand Galloping Gala. You look absolutely beautiful today. Thank you. You look exceptionally beautiful in your formal attire as well. Observing from such close proximity, the Grand Princess's figure appeared even more slender under her coral red gown, and Flying Light could even smell the perfume Celestia was wearing. This soft yet lingering scent was from a series her mother also liked. As expected of a mature female, it made one want to drown in it and be unable to pull oneself away. She is so beautiful. Seeing Flying Light looking at her with a pair of sparkling eyes, Celestia couldn't help but recall when they first met, when Flying Light, still a baby foal, had looked at her with the same gaze. So many years had passed, and this point had remained unchanged. However, when she was little, she would play with her mane. Although one could still occasionally see that longing in her eyes, she was very reserved, always maintaining a distance consistent with social etiquette and never making other foals feel uncomfortable, which should be attributed to her upbringing. "You came with your parents today, didn't you?" "Yes. I originally wanted to invite my senior sister and Twilight to come along, but they had their own schedules." Speaking of the senior sister and junior sister, although she had only been separated from them for one night, Flying Light felt that tonight was dragging on like years. Especially when recalling the experience tonight, this was probably the most frustrating day since she became a foal. Originally, her mental resilience should have been stronger, but after living with the foals, she seemed to have become a bit more emotional. Perhaps in the eyes of other foals, she was still very calm, but for the foals who cared about her, this was already a noticeable change. "Perhaps I should apologize to you." Did something happen?" "Because I couldn't control my emotions earlier and threw your nephew into a cake. Now that I've calmed down, I feel I should be a bit more restrained." If you'd like to read the next 70 chapters in advance, you can support me on Patreon. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. Patreon.com/soliuramt. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 44. Chapter 44. Mentioning her nephew, Celestia was stunned for a moment before realizing that Flying Light must be talking about Blue Blood Prince. Mentioning her nephew, Celestia was stunned for a moment before realizing that Flying Light must be talking about Blue Blood Prince. Then she tried to imagine the scene of an angry Flying Light throwing the foal out. Well, that was a bit difficult, but Celestia thought the scene must have been very interesting. It seemed her royal duties had regrettably caused her to miss many exciting programs. "Can you tell me about this?" Out of understanding and trust for her student, Celestia did not think the incident was caused by Flying Light. Even if Flying Light would appear resistant and distant due to refusing meaningless social interactions, she would never reach the point of being angry enough to throw a foal. Rather, Celestia had never heard of any case of Flying Light losing her temper at a foal. If one only looked at the point of making Flying Light angry, her good nephew was truly gifted in this regard, worthy of admiration. Blue Blood Prince made history. Laughs. This matter was not complex and could be explained in a few words. Flying Light gathered her thoughts and recounted the process of the incident to the Grand Princess as objectively as possible. After hearing the whole story, Celestia understood the situation and also saw the concerns in Flying Light's heart. She was probably not regretting what she had done. This student of Celestia had such strong self-control that even in the midst of anger, she would instinctively think about the correctness and necessity of her current actions. She was clearly just not used to expressing her inner emotions so directly. "I am very sorry that I ruined this year's Grand Galloping Gala and turned your nephew into a cream clown." Pfft, cream clown. Hearing the nickname Flying Light gave Blue Blood Prince, Celestia couldn't help but let out a bit of an untimely laugh, but she quickly adjusted herself. "This is just a trivial interlude, nowhere near as serious as you say." Rather than saying it ruined the celebration, in Celestia's view, this act of Flying Light should be said to have made this year's celebration special. Celestia had ruled Equestria for thousands of years and had attended the Grand Galloping Gala no less than 1,000 times. For her, such celebrations had become devoid of novelty. With this interlude, the atmosphere of this year's celebration was much more lively. "And, I am very happy to see the emotionally rich side of my most rational student." Celestia gently stroked Flying Light's cheek, her eyes full of gratified tenderness as she looked at her student, along with a trace of imperceptible worry. Flying Light was the one who gave Celestia the least trouble among the 3 disciples. Although she didn't know how she did it, she had established correct values at a very young age, her personality was relatively sound, and she could even help take care of the other 2. She had strong learning ability and was very opinionated, so Celestia hardly needed to worry about her. However, this did not mean she was perfect. The more she spent time with her, the more Celestia could feel that she had always been suppressing her emotions. Although Flying Light disguised it well, Celestia could see that she always held back when facing other foals. Even when communicating with herself like this now, Celestia could feel a sense of distance that was neither far nor near. The outside world's evaluation of Flying Light was always that she was good-tempered and easy to get along with, but this was just an image she displayed to cope with social interactions and avoid being excluded. In reality, she might not be willing to open her heart to any foal. Seemingly approachable, but actually hiding an unspeakable loneliness. This point was somewhat similar to Celestia, especially after she lost Princess Luna, the loneliness of being all alone in Equestria, with no one left to communicate the secrets hidden in her heart. Celestia did not know how a still young foal could develop such a deep personality. This might be a secret that could involve why she had a cutie mark as soon as she was born. The cutie mark was a reflection of a foal's soul and talent, and its appearance was often accompanied by an epiphany of growth. But Flying Light's cutie mark was like a postmark stamped in advance, marking her uniqueness from the very beginning, and also meaning that as a foal, she had shouldered a certain weight that could not be told too early. As her teacher, although Celestia had already noticed, she would not forcefully require her to show the most fragile and sensitive parts of her heart. Sometimes secrets were not puzzles that needed to be solved, but life paths that needed to be respected. Flying Light was still young as a foal, and she would always wait for the foal who would make her dare to take the initiative to reveal the answer to the puzzle. If you'd like to read the next 70 chapters in advance, you can support me on Patreon. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. Patreon.com/soliuramt. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 45. Chapter 45. You mean, it's okay for me to be like this occasionally? Fortunately, before she made herself sick, at least she was willing to confide her troubles to her teacher. You mean, it's okay for me to be like this occasionally? Flying Light rubbed her front legs with her hooves uncomfortably, just like she used to stroke her arms when she was a human. You know, I usually avoid using this inappropriate way to handle problems. I don't want to cause trouble for other foals because of this, especially my parents. Celestia raised an eyebrow, not rushing to interrupt her, but continuing to listen to her. I know it might sound strange to say this, but, when I'm with my parents, I sometimes feel anxious. I know they love me very much, and they always unconditionally tolerate everything about me, but the more this is the case, the more I reflect on whether I have become a good daughter, and whether I am worthy of their dedication to me. Even Flying Light felt it was strange to say this thought out loud, because it sounded like a foal was allergic to parental love, and she felt this question shouldn't have come out of her mouth as she was now. But this was the bad habit she brought back from the human world, making her appear inconsistent when dealing with her own emotional problems. But even so, Aster and Meteora still tolerated her clumsiness. Flying Light could realize where her problem lay, but this thinking inertia was like the underlying code that constructed the self, making it hard for her to let go, to the point that every time she wanted to accept this emotion, her body and subconscious had already taken evasive actions against this unconditional love in advance. Damn it, I'm being pretentious again. Feeling that she was saying weird things, Flying Light immediately tapped her hooves on the ground in embarrassment. This elder with thousands of years of experience had infinite tolerance, and even Flying Light couldn't help but confide in her about things she couldn't tell others. This is not being pretentious, Flying Light. Wow, can you also use mind-reading magic? As far as I know, there is no mind-reading magic in the world, even Star Swirl the Bearded never invented such a spell. Celestia made a joke following Flying Light's words and also took the opportunity to tease her teacher. Among the more than 200 kinds of magic left by Star Swirl the Bearded before he disappeared, none were related to the mind and emotions, which showed that there were no shortcuts to take when dealing with the problem of emotional connections between foals. Just like Flying Light now, this smart student clearly had long realized the flaws in her personality, but she couldn't force herself to make changes immediately, which was why she felt painful. Thinking of this, Celestia couldn't help but feel heartache. This foal had built a high wall called rationality for her heart. This might be her self-protection mechanism when facing a complex environment, and this protection, when facing other foals who sincerely cared about her, might cause a dilemma of emotional lag. Don't treat your emotions as trouble, Flying Light, you shouldn't be so harsh on yourself. You are very smart and clear-headed, you know your weaknesses, and you are trying to change, although this is not as handy for you as learning magic. Celestia hugged Flying Light. She knew that this most direct emotional interaction could comfort her student to the greatest extent. Every foal has things they are not good at. You don't need to demand yourself to achieve success overnight. You just need a little more time to get used to and adapt, and before you learn how to properly release and express these emotions, it doesn't mean you are not doing well enough. Thank you, Princess, you are always so patient. You're welcome. I hope you can also spare a little more patience for yourself. Seeing that Flying Light's mood had eased, Celestia felt happy that her somewhat emotionally closed student had started to learn to let down some of her defenses. Tonight is your first time attending the Grand Galloping Gala. How do you feel about it? Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Of course, your honest words. The two ponies looked at each other in silence for a moment before Flying Light pulled a forced, awkward smile and then whispered. Actually, I think it's terrible. Haha, I think so too, the Grand Galloping Gala has always been terrible. But I am surprised you could come, which makes me feel that this celebration is not so bad after all. It seems that Flying Light was not the only one who was stifled. Thinking that the Grand Princess had to attend various celebration activities every year and repeat them thousands of times, Flying Light felt that her situation was not unbearable. Next time you can call Sunset Shimmer and Twilight to come along. With good friends by your side, even the worst day will become less difficult to endure, right? Maybe it will be. With the experience of tonight, Flying Light did not want to come to the Grand Galloping Gala again. But if Sunset Shimmer and Twilight Sparkle were also there, she might consider it. At least I won't throw any more foals into a cake. I reflected on it, this is really a waste of food. Upon hearing this, Celestia may have thought of the ruined cake, and her expression suddenly became a bit sorrowful. Apparently, compared to that poor nephew who suffered, she felt more sorry for the cake. Noticing Celestia's change in mood, Flying Light seemed to have expected it long ago. Her horn lit up, and 2 servings of refreshments appeared out of thin air in front of them. Flying Light had not forgotten why she went to the cafeteria, she just didn't expect to be pestered by Blue Blood Prince there. Oh, I have always liked how thoughtful you are. Having spent the rest of the time with Celestia, thinking that tonight's Grand Galloping Gala was finally over, she would be able to fully recover once she returned and saw Sunset Shimmer and Twilight Sparkle. It's just that Flying Light didn't know at this moment that the House of Academic Studies had already prepared a surprise waiting for her. If you'd like to read the next 70 chapters in advance, you can support me on Patreon. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. Patreon.com/soliuramt. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 46, Chapter 46, Living Well Together American Samoa. The 3 of us is more important than anything else. Until the celebration ended, Aurora never saw Blue Blood Prince again. Her parents also dismissed it lightly, saying the matter was over and that Aurora didn't need to worry about it. The Shimmering family wasn't to be trifled with in Central City, getting rid of a mere Blue Blood Prince didn't take much effort. Furthermore, although Blue Blood Prince was a bit arrogant, he wasn't bad at heart and didn't hold grudges, it was just a failed social interaction that no one would take to heart. On the way back, Aurora saw from afar that the lights were still on in the House of Academic Studies, and her mood immediately brightened. Aster and Meteora didn't say anything upon seeing her like this and dropped Aurora off midway, only reminding her not to stay out too late and suggesting that she could invite her friends over to their home when she had time. Aurora rarely mentioned sunset shimmer and twilight sparkle to her parents. On one hand, she was often busy with her studies and away from home, and on the other, her relationship with Sunset Shimmer hadn't started off very smoothly. The incident where she and Sunset Shimmer had fought in the park had actually made it into the Canterlot gossip newspapers, and Meteora had seen it. Aurora still remembered Meteora asking her with a worried face if she was being bullied at school. This doting mother was so worried that she lost her composure and had almost wanted to help Aurora transfer to another Central City Academy. That was the school from which Shining Armor and Princess Cadance had graduated. Although Central City Academy wasn't founded by Celestia, it was still quite good, and most of Equestria's political counselors or other public officials had come from there. But Aurora had decided from the moment she was born to focus solely on studying magic, and she really had no interest in an official position in Equestria. As the saying goes, expertise is key. For the best in magic technology, one had to choose the Central City Vocational School of Magic. She meant the school for gifted unicorns. Aurora had coaxed her mother all night before she finally felt at ease. Aurora had never mentioned this to any pony. I've digressed a bit. Seeing that her parents accepted her friends, Aurora felt happy, which was no less than receiving their approval herself. She took off her formal dress, said goodbye to her parents, and ran lightly toward the house. However, as she got closer to the house, she gradually sensed that something was wrong. Because her sensitive pony nose caught a whiff of smoke wafting from inside, clearly the smell of burnt plant fibers. And besides the furniture, the house was filled mostly with books. It was self-evident what had caught fire. Oh no! Aurora's expression stiffened, her pace slowed, and she finally stopped at the door. At this moment, she had vaguely guessed what had happened inside and couldn't help but prepare for the worst. Here it comes. This kind of dramatic, cliché accident that suddenly happens at a critical moment to test the friendship between ponies is a classic, forced plot device in My Little Pony episodes. It's unavoidable. Even at a time like this, Aurora was still in the mood to make a sarcastic remark. This was because she had run home full of anticipation, only to be greeted by such a blow, leaving her both amused and exasperated. If you'd like to read the next 70 chapters in advance, you can support me on Patreon. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. Patreon.com/soliuramt. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. New chapter is coming soon. Write a review.